getting some economic data coming through here as we kick off a brand new week. We had a couple of minor points this morning come through for you. I'll bring those up in a second, but overall markets downside here. Futures, both the SPY and the Q is pointing to a lower open coming up this morning, extending some of the selling that we saw back on Friday. It was the Chicago Fed National Activity Index there, negative 0.16 versus 0.07 positive side expected. That's really it as far as economic readings are concerned for a Monday. Welcome back into the final week of September. That flew by. As we head towards October, a whole bunch of things to look forward to coming up in October, including we're back into earnings season in just a couple of weeks. We'll get the big banks coming through on Friday the 13th. That should be a good start for things. We'll touch on that coming up. We'll touch on Tesla, Microsoft, and Google talking Thailand now with a big investment. That's moving things a little bit this morning. More data as well coming up later in the week. Should be interesting as far as the market is concerned. It's Monday, September 25th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, there's a look at the overall market. Back to the downside we go. If you flip over to the Qs, we're looking at basically the same thing here, bouncing off pre-market lows, but heavy selling came in early on in the pre-market for both of these, the SPY and the Qs, so extending some of the declines that we saw back on Friday, but not only Friday, but Thursday as well. It was a pretty negative week for the overall market. Last week, we'll see if we can't find a little bit of footing here as we kick things off for, as I said, pretty crazy to think it's the final week of September already as we get going here on a Monday. Good morning.
Good morning. I think some of the bulls will be happy about that because it has not been a good month this month, and it hasn't been a good month historically for the longs, but we'll have to wait and see. The 10-year also on my watch list up 1.5%. I think it's like 16-year highs or something like that, breaking above the 4.5%. So we'll have to wait and see. The Fed rate tool, though, not changing its opinion whatsoever about whether or not we're going to get a rate hike, another 25 bips this year. Still 70% chance, Brendo, in November we hold, and not much better in December.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that 4.5% in 10 years could be a thing. I mean, most likely it won't be, but right now, that's the way the overall market is pricing things in. I want to mention this just real quick here. So this is a monthly chart. So on the month, the S&P down 4.43%. If you flip over to the Qs, you're looking at now 5.3% for the month of September. So yeah, not good. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. But we got a full house today. When I say a full house, I mean everyone's in here. We got Sean back. We got Sharif back. We got a bit of his beard growing back as well, so that's looking pretty good. If you like up market,
he's denying that. It's a shadow.
Oh, but it's
you know, he's mourning the Cowboys.
Oh, that's fair. I wouldn't shave either.
You know, I mean, the Packers get the W.
How did that even happen? That didn't
because
even
the because
it was like 17-0.
Probably Bills Packers Super Bowl if the Bills can get by the Chiefs. You know.
Don't worry about the Bills. Bills 37-3. We're all good. If you think you're sad about the markets, hey, at least you're not a Broncos fan. That wasn't good.
What did he say? Ride on? No, what was this thing?
Hold on a second. You got to say it right.
Russell Wilson. Let's roll. I know what it is.
Broncos country. Let's ride.
That's right. Let's ride.
Let's ride right to a 70 to 20 loss.
50 points.
Oh my goodness, they
10
suck.
touchdowns.
Man, they suck.
But it's a good thing I had A-Chain, you know, that's really good. But you can't, no, how could you start?
Oh,
literally had 0 points heading in. I think he got like 3 carries heading in.
The backup running back ran for 200 yards.
I don't know if he's the backup. Third string.
B. Davis. We're just having fun. I know there's Broncos fans out there. I'm not.
Well, there's fans of every team.
Yeah, I'm not hating on anybody.
This is the NFL, unfortunately. This happens to many great teams.
I chuckle because I don't think they actually had a chance to break the record.
Jerry Jeudy.
And they decided not to do it because they didn't want to be like running up the score. Like they could have kicked the field goal to tie the record. They could have gone.
No, 73. Yeah, 72 is
to get 70, and they could have kicked the field goal, but they
make
to make it. To break it. See, well, I guess they felt like they didn't want to run up the score. I sometimes felt like.
Well, the Broncos can solve all this problems with a new coach. Oh, wait a second, they just got a new
They just got a new coach.
and they signed him to a max deal or whatever.
You
the
can't
highest
blame
deal.
Russell Wilson for giving up 70 points. I'll tell you that much.
The thing about Russell Wilson is his numbers are better. You won't believe this, but his numbers are better in Denver in every aspect than they were ever in Seattle. I know it's crazy to believe that, but I
Okay.
I know.
That's
I
actually wow.
Look it up. I know you don't
No,
believe it.
I believe you.
Better
believe you.
touchdown interception ratio, more yards, a better scrambling, everything. So who knows? But anyways, okay, we're here to talk to market. The market's down today, and I think it's going to continue that way. I mean, down 0.32. There isn't too much good news here in the markets. And then as Sharif and Brendan both mentioned there, just trying to get our way through September as it's been historically the worst month. Oil coming back in a little bit. The dollar, though, 105.60 or something like that, guys. Like absolutely huge move in the DXY, creating some of this impact here on the multinationals. So we'll wait, though, man. But yeah, still collect those dividends. Money's getting expensive right now. So I don't know. I mean, some of these, even these big dividend stocks continue to head to the downside. AMD's still below $100 here. Target.
Not good.
Target's down to like 2020 lows right now. I mean, Walmart seems to be winning, but Dollar General getting pumped, Dollar Tree getting pumped. Like basically, Amazon going to the downside. It's almost, hey man, Neil, it's almost time to let's ride and let's start to buy.
I don't know about that.
Start to buy some more stocks here.
Nike's
no,
under $90. No, I think it's under $90.
Oh yeah, all the retail ones.
All the retails are getting smoked. It's bad. It's bad. It's not looking great. It's showing. I mean, this is
sale.
Nike.
Sale.
Like forget like Target. Nike is at, and we're just gonna go off topic a little bit, but it's stocks. Nike's getting pretty darn close to 2022 lows. We're 10% away. Actually, no, check that.
2022, lower than that, no?
No. We're 2022 lows are only $7 away. So we're less than 10% away from major support on Nike. Yeah, it's like it's a little bit better. I mean, it's not Target, but there's been a lot of retail pain, and that's got to be a theme this week. I'm just going to quickly pull up Target, and that's the one. Oh goodness, maybe we see $100 on this week. I don't know. Like that is, it's a short till it's not. This epitomizes the old it's a short till it's not. Doesn't look incredibly good this week, at least to start it. But there's always things to trade. That I don't know if we get that 15,000 level again like Friday where you just shorted off of that, but certainly it's been a easy trend almost every single day as long as you're patient. Just be patient because a lot of times we'll go up first at the open.
Just be aware here, guys. Market moving back to the upside, but Fed's Goolsbee on CNBC making some comments right now. Trying to get back to the upside a little bit here. This is a live interview, so we'll just keep an eye out for some of the comments coming through from that. Overall, here's what we're looking at as far as the market is concerned. Yeah, nervous to say the least for futures here. This was last week. So when all is said and done, 3.6% for the NASDAQ, 2.93% for the S&P. Dow, as I mentioned on Friday, down a little bit less than the rest, but still 1.8 for the Dow in the week, 3.8 for small caps. Russell 2000, pretty ugly right across the board. That's this morning, a little bit worse than that right now. A couple things to mention here as far as individual movers to start things off. If you missed it, there was progress, it sounds like, in this writer's strike or talks between the two sides. In this writer's strike. So a preliminary labor agreement apparently has been reached between the two. So we'll touch on Netflix specifically, but all of these, Paramount, Warner Brothers, Disney, Amazon, all benefiting from that. Amazon itself with this Anthropic note this morning as well, $4 billion going into AI startup Anthropic, which has Claude. So now there's Bard, ChatGPT, and obviously Claude is going to be, it looks like anyways, is going to be Amazon's version. If you remember, the Microsoft investment into OpenAI, which is ChatGPT's creator, was $10 billion.
Yep.
So $4 billion for Amazon, $10 billion for Microsoft. I mean, is what it is. Yeah,
and there's a bit of an association here because some of the guys that are running Anthropic are some of the OpenAI executives, I think code writers. So we'll have to wait and see how that does. $4 billion is the initial investment, but they also have held out for a possible minority stake. We'll see how this new Claude 2 supposedly does. It's supposed to be rivaling ChatGPT. Kind of late to the party a little bit for Amazon. As we know, Meta has made strides with their AI, and we already know Google and Microsoft are already well in the game.
Yeah, and this comes after their last earnings report, remember, where they were saying, the CEO was saying, they've been using AI for years and years and years. So now here we go with their own large language model for Amazon, guys. I was reading a little bit more about that headline on Friday over the weekend as well with this ad tier for Amazon Prime. So unlike Netflix, where Netflix, you have the ability to downgrade essentially to a cheaper tier and then get ads. What they're going to do with Amazon, it looks like, is just give everyone ads. And then if you want to not have ads, you're going to have to pay $3 more a month for Amazon Prime. So, I mean, a little bit of a different approach, but we'll see how that goes for them.
I actually think that's a smart approach. Because I think there's a lot of people, I mean, most people don't like ads, but you can hate all you want. A lot of people are just going to be like, whatever. They'll see it and they won't even think about it. And so therefore you'll get all that ad revenue. And so a few people will probably, if they decide to pay more, it is what it is at that point. The problem with Amazon, and again, I know there's a couple of positive news stories here, but let me just show the weekly chart here. Let's get the weekly chart out of the way. And this was pointed out by Joby on Friday, shockingly enough, the Amazon trader. But if you look on the weekly, double top here, underneath 150, like more like a 147 double top. And they call this an engulfing candle, I believe, or something along those lines. If you're a chart market technician, I like it. But it does provide a bit of a reversal, as you can see on that weekly. You do have some support. When you do that, you're going to end up with some support, and you got a double bottom to end the week, down around like 128.70, 129 or so. So there's always a chance that you can bounce from there because you've made that big engulfing candle, because you got that double bottom. So I'm looking at 32 and 35 as possible fade levels. 29 is kind of like that hope that if you can hold it, you can get a rally early. That's the way the short is played a lot of these days. I mean, it wasn't just Friday. Friday initial dip, and then you kind of got into the 132 and then fell, and you had multiple stocks that kind of ran higher before they pushed back into the downside. So I don't discount that you could get up to 132, but I'd be looking fade up there for sure. 135. Your 29 looks pretty solid here, but we're in the midst of a bit of a pullback. I think if you get a bounce, I want to be patient fading it, because that's the thing that has been working the best. Like trying to catch the dip buy at the open, it works sometimes, but the times you get run over, R&R, shorting the resistance, has just generally been a better play here. Still like Amazon, nothing against them, but yeah, that big reversal on the weekly has me looking like short the pops is the way to go here.
I mean, I'm still the same way as Amazon, man. I mean, I just don't want to be long anything. We talked about that for a minute. I mean, the one long that I have on here, okay, so Amazon, I agree with Neil, we want to short the pops, but I wrote down on here to watch out for this 128 level. I mean, like I said, I don't want to be long anything right now. The market is trying to make its way back up. It's only down 0.2. But if there was going to be a name, I shouldn't say I don't want to be long anything. If there was going to be a name, if you look down here, there's a level right here as 128. Like I feel like if this drops $2 into this level, then I feel like it's worth trying it. The purchase here, or I guess the investment in Anthropic AI, I think that's a good one. They need to play catch up, like Sharif was mentioning there. Meta, all these other guys are already sort of in the game now. Microsoft's heading lower as well. Microsoft got quite a big bump with their initial $10 billion investment in OpenAI. I think they gained $300 billion of market cap. Now, we're not expecting anything like that on Amazon, but it is definitely holding them afloat. Down 0.5% rate, or up 0.5% right now, while the market's down 1/4. It's a good thing. So the market likes it, but look how sick Amazon's been. It's been, whoops, there goes my chart. It's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, almost 2 weeks of straight pressure. And then now you come up with some news and you kind of fall right into the lap of some possible support. So I like that. And then if the market really, really gets going, I wrote down too, watch out for a 32 take up there, going back to Friday's levels that held. So I think that if the market really likes this deal and you shoot up here, I don't think there's anything wrong with punching the long through 132. So I think this is the one name, and I sort of take that back because we're talking about Amazon. This is the one name here today that I'm actually looking a little long on. I like the catalysts here, and it makes sense to me. And remember, whenever there's blood in the streets, like everybody's like, oh my God, the NASDAQ was down 3. I mean, at the beginning of last week, I was like, oh, the NASDAQ was cratering near 4% for the month, and then we have a 3.8% week down. So yeah, pretty nasty right now. We finished on the lows on Friday. Yeah. That's never a good sign, but hey, The market was nice and green there. I actually hopped into the chat on Friday because I saw the poll was there and I said red. I think the NASDAQ just went red at the close.
It was really tight, actually.
It was really tight at the close there, but finishing near the bottoms is never a good sign. So it's 8:45. Do we have Michael Noss today? I know I can't see the screen over there, but if we do, that'll be.
He's late.
He's late. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, wow.
All right, well, then back to the desk, who is never late.
He was obviously in Vegas over the weekend, so I haven't heard from him. So what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, I guess. I don't know. I actually haven't heard from him, so we'll see. 2.5% here downside for Alibaba this morning. All of the Chinese ADRs looking very similar. This was the one group on Friday, if you remember, that held up better than the rest. As the guys were saying, there are a lot of heavy selling into the close. If you look at the overall market, we gave back that initial gap to the upside back to basically flat, whereas these held up much better than the rest. But downside here this morning, I mean, there's a holiday coming up next week in China. The entire week, the market's going to be closed over there. So a lot of people pointing to maybe a lack of liquidity, a lack of participation in some of these coming up next week, uncertainty more than anything for these Chinese ADRs.
Yeah, so a lot of things Brendel just mentioned there. Evergrande on top of the list. They missed a debt restructuring meeting, which means that they won't be able to issue new debt or new notes to raise more capital. They're trading at 41 Hong Kong cents on the Hang Seng as of this morning. They're under investigation, or one of their subsidiaries is Hengeta Real Estate, so not a good look from them there. With respect to the headline that we saw last week between the EU and China, looks like that's going to be a bigger issue, as well as one of the EU representatives with respect to trade made a speech in Shanghai at a Shanghai university, essentially saying they're at a crossroads here with respect to their relationship with China. You'll recall that the EU was complaining about protectionist policies or illegal subsidies that Chinese government was giving to its EV manufacturers. By the way, there's 5% of EU EVs come from China, and that's slated to increase to about 8% within 2025. So there's growing concern amongst EU regulators that the Chinese market is taking a bit too much of their market, and a $400 billion trade deficit between the EU and China, Brent.
Yeah, more to come on that for sure. This NIO specifically as well, with its own headline. We had that senior note offering going back, what day was it? This day on last week. I think it was Monday last week, a week ago. So they're talking about a potential $3 billion in addition to what happened last week for NIO on possible raise.
Yeah, that looks a little bit intense. I mean, obviously it was a nasty day for NIO. It was not even that good of a week either. So you're underneath the flat bottom break, and this applies to Li Auto as well. I don't want to single anybody out, but applies to Li Auto. Underneath that 840 flat bottom break, it already happened that you got underneath the $10 one. There's a big level that we got to in June at $7, and that's where everything kind of got started. It was a rejection at 7, underneath 7, then higher lows, and you started ramping to the upside. It seemed to me like you could get there, but first things first, if you broke down 840 on Friday, I almost said yesterday, I would tend to think 840 or getting green would be a bit of a barrier of resistance, a bit of a volume spike actually right now, holding the $8 level. So that might be a chance at the open that you get a pop into 840, maybe that 850 level on NIO. Sometimes when these stocks get going to the upside, like it's almost like program buying, and you do not want to stand in front of it if it's entirely too strong at the open. I think just assuming it's going to be a short when it gets back to previous support doesn't always make sense. But if I see weakness at 840, 850, then I'd want to be fading this name. And the same thing goes for Li. Li Auto, sometimes we always talk about flat bottom breaks, but in the Chinese ADRs, remember, they're going to trade overnight. So it's very rare that you're not gapping through key levels. This time we are gapping through that 38 level, but it's underneath. So, as long as it's underneath that 38 level, I want to be looking for the short. I guess that means we're short in pops if we get there, but it could break that 37 as we speak. You're $1 away from that big 38 level. I think it was a little bit of a touch underneath that on Thursday, just a tiny one that took you to 37.80. I think that gives you a little bit of a runway if this were to pop to fade the move on Li Auto. But I'd be cautious. That early move to the upside, I think you want to be a little bit patient with that at the open, because the Chinese ADRs can get pretty volatile to the upside when there is 930 buying or selling for that matter. So you want to wait for that curl, allow selling to come in if you're looking for the short. Not really thinking long in either. I wasn't sure why XPeng wasn't down today because the others are, but for whatever reason, XPeng is relatively strong compared to the other two.
Strong, yeah, okay. Yeah, we wrote down we have Li Auto written on here as our #1 stock on this. You can go find that at Trader TV, Sean, on X. Still sounds so weird to call it that. I just think that you're always looking for catalysts, and then today, obviously, with the markets going to be closing, in a week there on China, and some of the talk about Evergrande and just NEO and all of this. Well, now you've broken finally below, and I know it's not going to be Lee specific or anything like that, but down 6% is not nice. And I just feel that people today are going to be like, uh-oh, we broke that level, and we didn't even get a chance to punch out of it. So then maybe right now they're looking at 36 as the next little area of support. This is probably better than 38. 38 was just a floor that broke. Now you got to see if you can really cave through this 36 level. So for me, I want to still focus on Li Auto, and it's right into there. This could be a good bump, but down how much as we are now, under the 50 period. We've been calling this move basically since, I'm going to say probably 2 months or so, ever since this 38 came into play. You knew it was going to come break down. Now, just can it hold? The market is a funny thing, right? I feel like a lot of these stocks are on sale right now. If you like the story with Li Auto, if you like the story with Apple, Amazon, all this stuff, man, this is just a temporary blip to the downside. My problem with Chinese names is just the politics behind everything. It's like, they can raise money. The government can come in and ban something one day and then, upgrade themselves the very next day and not give you economic numbers, give you economic numbers. Maybe you trust them, maybe you don't. It's just a back and forth game. And that's why I always think that on any weakness in the EV space with a NEO, an XPeng, a Li Auto, you want to look to maybe BYD, which I think could be a great opportunity as well, already selling very aggressively. And then, of course, the biggest and the baddest Tesla, which is now under the 50-period moving average as well. And then you have names like Ford, some of the legacy names that continue to sort of work through these strikes. Ford, Stellantis, GM, and it's been really hovering around since we've talked about this. Oh, yeah, plus you get the U.S. government shutdown coming through as well soon. So that's going to be happening and putting a damper on a lot of things, So I don't know. I still want to be short pretty much the whole market right now. I'm long only. I have, my RRSPs and my investment accounts is all long. So, waiting to put some more money to work. And we've talked about that. Buying some of these names, it's not going to be this. It's going to be this. It's going to be Tesla, if anything. Buying some of these automotive names on pullbacks, I think is what we're all waiting for. So this name got to what, 212, I think was the very bottom there, something like that down into there. Not something like that. It's pretty much exactly 212. I think that we can get back there, and I think we can get back there this week. So I'd look for lower lows coming in all these names, and it's starting with the Chinese EVs. So let's see if Tesla can hold water here around 240, but I'm not as confident.
All right, let's get some analyst moves for you here. Upgrades and downgrades for a Monday. AstraZeneca, Microsoft on here. I was just reading an interesting note on ChatGPT. ChatGPT can now see, hear, and speak. Rolling out over the next 2 weeks. Plus, users will be able to have voice conversations with ChatGPT on iOS and Android, and will include images and conversations for all platforms. So, new version of ChatGPT inbound. CarMax on here. Plug Power. We'll talk about these coming up. Foot Locker, Nike, I'm sure, Urban Outfitters, and Oracle downside.
Yeah, Oracle with the downgrade after that pullback in that quarter. Just by the way, Plug is one worth maybe watching here. It's right at, again, how many stocks are we going to find that are exactly like this? Like, you're getting to summer lows here. As a matter of fact, you did barely break that low on Friday. I think it was like 740. On Friday, we got down into the 30s, I want to say. Yeah, we just take like 732. So you end up closing more or less on that summer bottom on Plug, and you're trying to hold on to it. Could be a decent, I suppose, if it holds green, that would be a pretty much decent bounce. But yeah, you get underneath that 730, $7 inbound. Not a very good looking chart. I know they got the upgrade. I think there's at least a decent chance with this. If you're holding positive today, it's been down so badly. It's at the only support it's got left on the daily chart. So it is worth a look. And then Oracle, I like Oracle. Sometimes you have to go left brain, right brain when it comes to trading versus investing in sort of companies in your long term. Oracle, it held 107 the first time. It got flushed out on earnings, made a nice rebound recovery. I think, it was a pretty good long for a few days in there, rejected the 50 period. You're right back on that same low from earnings. So things have settled down after earnings, and they've settled down toward that support at 107 on Oracle. The downgrade, I don't suppose that matters to me at this point, but if you don't hold on to a level like this, I think 100 inbound makes a lot of sense for Oracle. It's not broken yet. We're $1 away from it, but always look at those rebound or key levels post a big move, and Oracle showed you a bottom at 107 after that big earnings quadrunk, and 107 is going to be inbound this week. If we have a big down day in the market today, Oracle only has to drop another $1.50 and it gets into that 107 support. I'd look long before flat bottom break, but you can't ignore levels like this on something like an Oracle.
250. With the writer's strike being finished now, tentative agreement struck, I feel like let's do tomorrow's news today. I feel like Disney's going to get a couple upgrades tomorrow. So, now that you're back down into this area, obviously we've known about them getting back to the bargaining table for a couple days now. No surprise that something was reached over the weekend. It's nice to see some announcements. We just tweeted that out. So it's not really affecting Disney stock. But again, once you can clear some of these hurdles, I just wonder about this $80 mark. We've been down there. We bounced quite strongly off of it, up about 7% to 86. Now you fall back down again into 31, 31.50. I still think Disney's going to be a buy at some point with all this news hitting. But again, the content's still not there. They're still going to take a while to start to build out the platform again as far as direct-to-consumers getting more content back in. They've delayed Marvel, Star Wars, some of the bigger names there. So we'll see if it has any effect. But today I'm looking at Disney, and then if we're going to find some levels, it's not... The market can be funny because it can just rip, like at any time. Disney can just bump up $1 right off the open, and all of a sudden, now you're looking at, Friday's levels, even going back to Thursday's 83.50. So where did we open up on Friday? We opened up right here at 83. I'd say look for an 83 break, possibly. Some of this resistance in there and support turned into resistance. 82.50 right there. Bounced off, hit it. Then went down the rest of the day, got back to 82.20, then fell. So I think in and around here is not bad. 82.50 for a Disney break. If we get to that, I think we can break longer. Let's see if there's anything on the imbalance locator quickly. There's nothing. More sells than buys up top, but then you got a couple buys in there. And then there's Disney with a small little buy side imbalance to start the day. So, it's still only 8.57. These numbers will get a little bit bigger as we go. But for right now, I'm going to have Disney up on the screen and see if there's any trading opportunities there.
NIO, so that $3 billion note earlier was from Bloomberg. NIO has come out and denied that, saying the information is completely false. So good job, Bloomberg. Still down 4.3%, but this move back higher was when that came out there. For NIO, back to 820. So there was a report this morning, if you missed it, that they were going to raise an additional $3 billion on top of that senior note, $10 billion that they did last week. They caused that huge move down at the beginning of last week, but they have said the information is completely false. Chinese EVs specifically, anything you're looking at?
With respect to the EVs, no, nothing. Just watching my Li Auto tank as Chinese EVs pull back. But this was expected for me. I knew that September was going to be a weak month for Apple, for my other holdings, Caterpillar. So yeah, it's just a matter of buckling down. Sean alluded to this earlier. If you're long the market, usually this time of the year is a time where you want to buy, not financial advice, obviously. Would you like me to look at the future?
Just reading the last of the comments here from Fed's Goolsbee, that looks like that interview has completed. So the last one there says concerns over inflated yield curve doesn't account for possible differences in post-pandemic economy. So it doesn't look like there's anything significant there. Again, Fed's Goolsbee on CNBC. Yeah, let's get to the overall market here.
Yeah, so we're going to look at the SPS index today because the ES contract doesn't go far back enough. We are at a very important level. That is because the August highs from last year, so a year and a month ago, stopped at 4,300. That's before the Jackson hole kind of triggered everything to the downside, and we made the October lows that stopped at 3,500. So where are we here on the SPX index? We are at 4320, just a smidge above that 4,300. So we should be looking at a possible support level here. Bit of a head and shoulders pattern possibly forming here on the daily, but look for 4,300 on the SPX as support.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know this morning as we head towards the open. If you haven't done so, make sure you grab that. Use the QR code watchlist.tradertv.live. Enter your email address. You can get that right to your inbox. Every single morning has everything you need to know, including, top of the list this morning, Chinese ADRs, downside as a group, right across the board. As we were saying, EV names specifically were a little bit worse off. But here we go, NIO still pushing back to the upside here. Again, if you missed that, Bloomberg report earlier suggested they were going to raise an additional $3 billion on top of that senior note offering they did last week, which was $10 billion. The company has come out since and said that information is completely false. So that was this move back higher here for NIO.
And interesting to look because XBEV is not nearly as down as the other two. You see Lee here, 5.91, NEO 3.40. However, XBEV looks flat at 0.06, and this might be the reason. XBEV drops LiDAR from revamped P5 sedan. That will definitely help margins. As we know, LiDAR is a costly installation, so keep your eye out possibly here for XBEV.
Still pretty ugly numbers right across the board for the group this morning, though. Guys, keep in mind as well, there's this National Day holiday coming up next week. The entire week, Chinese market's going to be closed.
Yeah, and it's just one of those, statistically speaking, the Chinese markets are down the week before that national holiday week. It's I don't know the exact percentages, but yeah, sometimes those things, seasonal things, can matter. A note on XPeng here, if we come to my level 2, like it's flat now, slightly to the downside, but somebody seems to want to be selling it. The stock has done less than 500,000 shares. You can see what the bid volume is. Look at the ask. It's like, oh, there's 20,000 there, and then every single penny, the same 20,000 order all the way till about 59, and then even another 10,000 at 60. So somebody potentially either is fugazi or is sitting there wanting to catch some fills to the south side on XPeng, despite the fact that it's faring a little bit better. Always worth noting little things like that. We just talked about NIO. I still think that 840 to 850, you don't necessarily want to get run over by it, but that was where the second flat bottom break happened on NEO, and then Li Auto. I mean, it's going sideways here, but down 6%. I think you always want to be careful and cautious with these at the open in case they make a big rally on you and push off of support. But underneath the 38, I do like that short, the first play. You have the pre-market top right up here at 37, so it could always fail break 37 and be a bit of a fade that way, or just get into the void, fail up at 38 even. If we break down, right now we're at the top. I think you cross that bridge when we get there. I was looking at Alibaba and the Chinese ADRs, usually the name we want to trade. There's diddling in the middle, and then there's what Alibaba is doing right now. Like you make a bottom on Thursday at 83.5. You gap up, hold strength when everything else was crap, and you hold up at that 88.5 level, and now we're just sitting right in the middle of that range. I think you got to play the patience game with Alibaba. I wouldn't want to trade it in here. Let it get into either Friday's or Thursday's levels. This is exactly what I don't like trading in a general sense at the open when a stock does this over the last 2 days. Like it's got a gigantic gap and you're just sitting right in the middle, and there's no stock specific news on it to give you a bit of a direction there. So, stick to the Chinese EVs. I think they're going to be good ones and have good levels to play off of. But Baba, I'm throwing that one out unless it makes a $2 move one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean, we've been shorting NEO since it broke through 10. We've been shorting this thing for a while. I mean, it's been pretty bad, man. 16 down to $8 and change. We just retweeted that maybe that story is not true. But regardless, I already talked about why you don't want to invest in Chinese names, and then the story comes out that there's false stories coming out of China. It's like, it's the same stuff over and over again every single time. And it's just, I don't trust it. I don't trust American companies either. So it's not like it goes one way, not the other. But I just, the lack of information about all of this, they probably, it's probably false. They don't want $3 billion. They probably want $5 billion. I mean, this is the whole point. It's wait to see what the real story is. But either way, you're down here near $7. It's probably worth a long. look, let's call it like it is. I mean, some of these names are really depressed right now. If NIO is actually doing some of the stuff they claim to be doing, you know, spending a lot of money releasing a phone, you know, battery swapping, I think is a pretty unique idea for the space as well. They're into those modular homes and stuff like that. Like, I don't, you know, we'll just wait to see. I don't think the story's done anywhere even close to any of these names. So maybe you're getting a great little discount today, being down another 4%. I mean, this stock was at $10 3 days ago or so, 4 days ago, at the beginning of last week. So, you know, now you're getting a 20% discount and you're running into some possible support. I think there's a good opportunity there. We've already talked to, I don't even have it on the sticky note, but I have Li Auto, and it's broken through 38. And I think that if that's going to be the floor that just broke through, I think we want to short any kind of a pop into 38, but then also respect this long at 36 possibly. So we spent a little bit of time back here in July before breaking out. I really like that breakout. So if we like that breakout, then let's see if it can happen again. Back down here near 36. You know, the real risk is just coming in and having this happen to you overnight. You know, like tomorrow, what if we break 36 and Li Auto needs to raise $20 billion? You know, boom to the downside right now. How far do you go? You know, so that's the risk always with these names. I don't know what the capital structure is over there in China. You're seeing Evergrande having to raise more money. They're not going to be able to fund future endeavors. So will Li Auto, will NIO, will XPeng? I don't know. You know, at least here in the United States, we know like a company like Tesla, Ford and GM have already been bailed out by the government. So I don't know. We're going to have to wait to see what happens with Li Auto. But I feel like the risk is now, you know, pretty baked in. You know, down 4% now, down 20% in a week. Maybe it's time to dip your toe in a little bit of this long. I don't want to do it, though, until we get down in here near 7.
I just saw this one pop up again in front of me here. Joby, 4% higher. They delivered the first eVTOL to Edwards Air Force Base, which is part of a $131 million DOD contract that they signed going back to the end of last year. So first delivery. That's kind of cool.
Sign me up.
Or that's one of those vertical airlift type of vehicles. Let's talk about Amazon here. We mentioned Claude going to be an Amazon thing now. They're teaming up with Anthropic. I was just reading in this note down here. The initial payment is $1.25 billion with the option to go up to $4 on this deal. But you and I were just talking about it. I mean, it's such a small percentage of the overall company.
Yeah.
Anthropic, just so you're aware, everyone is aware, they raised $5 billion in a late stage round going back to earlier this year. So this is not anywhere close to, you know, the Microsoft investment into OpenAI, which was around 49% into OpenAI. This is going to be more about, I think, data centers than anything.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. I have to agree about that 100%. Here's why. Because the processors that are going to be used here, the semiconductors, are all Amazon in-house built. And I talked about this about a month ago after the article that I read about Amazon's real concerted effort inside to kind of fund and build out its own data centers without really relying on Nvidia or some of these other chip makers. Let's look here. They're actually going to use a platform called Bedrock, which is a service that lets customers build their generative AI applications in the cloud via existing models rather than having to train their own models anew. That'll definitely save a lot of costs for whoever's engaged in that. So interesting look here. I think this is a more of a semiconductor play, really, rather than you know, a whole AI play.
Overall market kind of heavy here, obviously. So we're back towards Friday's lows right now for Amazon, but a couple of significant lows to deal with here for AMZN.
Yeah, look, I like the partnership. I mean, it makes a lot of sense here, but you know, we try to trade the momentum, whichever direction it happens to be, and it just looks like we put a reversal on Amazon. And you're at big levels. Support, we already talked about this 128.5, 129, double bottom-ish given. I know it's like two lows because you made that low on Thursday, but you never actually had a bounce or support down here. On Thursday, we just kind of faded into the close and then dropped in the aftermarket and then gapped up, so it kind of held. And then on Friday, you did have a bottom underneath the 129, so there was support there for sure. Like, so it's a loose double bottom. If you can hold that at the open, I think you have a decent chance there for Amazon. But the curl got put in. On the weekly, you can see the rejection of a double top at 150 on the weekly chart. And if we get back into 132, previous support there, you had afternoon Friday afternoon resistance, and we look at the 3-minute here at that 132, or sorry, morning resistance. So I think if we got anywhere near that, it's a bit of a fade play.
130.
Amazon, like I said, I like the stock, but I'm looking to be short any big pops in this name, especially if we get to that 132 level. 135, if you broke 132 today, 135 is a 50 period as well. So I think there's a lot of good opportunities out there. If there's a quick flush at the open that gets instantly reversed, then that 129 long is in play. I feel as if I'm going to be on the Chinese ADRs and maybe some Instacart ARM, so I'd probably miss out. I miss that trade if it happens.
Now look, we put out Amazon here today as one of the logs that we thought we liked here on the sticky notes. If you're interested in that, you can go over and come over and find it right now. Amazon 128 to 132. I like those levels. We talked about Anthropic. I feel like it's going to be a good opportunity to at least pick up some longs. But look at this market though. I mean, why do we even want to look long? That's a good question. So we're going to have to wait to see where we go from here. But I mean, down into 128, I just feel like there could be some possible support down into here. With good news coming today, Amazon, when we wrote this note, was up 1% up here, like, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. So where will we be at 10 o'clock? That is the magic wonder right now. So I saw on Friday we had that bottom of 128.50. Obviously a beautiful rally back, and then into the close, like I said, NASDAQ closing on its lows, and so basically does Amazon. But today it's green. Let's see if it can hold it. I don't think it will hold green for sure. So that means we're going to break through this 128, 129 level, which makes sense to me. But I don't want to short this right off the bat. There's no way. So if we could break through 132 on the top side, I just don't know. If the market goes, I feel like it is going to be some talk about Amazon, and people are going to like the name. This is a name that I want to buy on dips, and now you're talking about AI. We saw what AI did with Microsoft, but that was 6-8 months ago with ChatGPT, right? Now, I mean, is some of the luster pulled off of these AI trades? I mean, look at Microsoft right now. We just heard that news about ChatGPT. Hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil. Like now they can all come through, and ChatGPT, you could talk to it on iOS in the next iteration, I believe. I don't think it's out yet. But look at, hit it, we need Microsoft here. Microsoft has really been bleeding, man. It made, again, like, thanks for the great report, Microsoft, up to 370, and then now down to 316. So you're off 20% in softy almost right here too, right? So there's a lot of names pulling back quite nicely into some of these lows. So these are the moments that you've been waiting to buy, but I just don't think those moments are here yet. So AI is what it is. Let's look at that stock quickly for itself here. I mean, down to $24, $25. This was what, a $48 name or something at its highs as well? Right into here, yeah, 40, well, I guess. Wow, sometimes.
Depends on how far you want to go back.
Yeah, sometimes I actually impress myself with that. There's the June number. I kind of threw that 48 out there, actually. But there it is, 45, nice support there. Now you're falling back in on AI. So, I mean, this could be another possibility. Does anybody even know what these guys do? Down here to 20, 22, 21, you got the right ticker, you got the right name. Is Aunt Kathy eventually going to come in and really save the day? Okay, really save the day on some of these names, right? Palantir down. I mean, look at Palantir. You want to talk about big data, right?
30 cents away from support.
Right, 1350, 1360 right now. Palantir coming right in. I mean, look how good this looks. If you want to buy, there, look, nice report, Palantir, right up to 20 bucks. They didn't say anything bad. They actually talked about them being EBITDA positive forever moving forward. That was a pretty bold comment there, but you're coming right back into some nice buy areas as well. So 20 bucks, pull it back 30%, down into 13. I mean, that's pretty huge move. So you are getting to the point where if there's some names you like to buy, you might as well start to do that. And it's just funny because Amazon is one of those names. So now that this market is pulling back in, I feel like there's going to be some good buying opportunities. Today might be the day. I don't know. Are we being foolish waiting for October 1st? Let's just wait to see. Yeah, Kathy Wood's hamster does need to buy more Tesla, but I'm sure she will.
All right, let's talk Microsoft, Google, and Tesla here. Kind of an interesting group to have, but the reason for that is there's a report this morning suggesting all three, Microsoft, Google, and Tesla, are considering up to $5 billion worth of an investment into Thailand, of all places, completely separate, like not together in any way, shape, or form. Just the timing is the same. So Tesla talking manufacturing facility, possibly, Microsoft and Google on the data center side of things for Thailand. So the expansion for Tesla anyways continue.
Yeah, nothing new for us, as we know that American tech looks to de-risk, not decouple, but de-risk from China. Why not move into Thailand? With respect to Tesla specifically, let's take that avenue. Elon Musk met with the Chinese PM, and basically the Prime Minister has expressed his commitment to supporting the EV industry. The only question is, can he provide Tesla with what they need? Now, we saw when the Saudis were talking with Tesla last week, even though that report was later rebuffed by Tesla, we saw them offer connections into the Congo and other areas where you can get these rare earth elements, cobalt, lithium. This is going to be very important. Can they attract them from that sense? So I don't think it's just a matter of facilitating an area from which to build a factory, but can you provide them with the raw materials they need?
It's worth noting on this Guggenheim note for Microsoft as well. Guggenheim is a prolific bear when it comes to tech stocks in general, so they went to neutral. Yes, they upgraded it, but it was to neutral from sell on Microsoft.
I guess you'll take what you can get there. I want to talk Tesla maybe, because Tesla's on the brink of, well, it is at a huge level, on the brink of breaking it, I suppose, because we're going to the downside in the last couple of days. But 242 here on the daily. You can see the last time we were here, hung out for a bit. That's when we made that push into 280 that just got rejected. If you don't break this, or if you don't hold on to this level, then we're looking at 228, 230 to the downside. Past that, I mean, you can get a 200 level that we all are probably interested in down at that 200 period moving average. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, but you're going to open instantly testing that initial 242. So that's like the over/under price for me. Don't fight this. Don't fight this if we're breaking too strong away to the upside here. Like maybe this is a bit of a relief rally level because it is major support on the daily chart. You pull a 15 or 20 minute back far enough, you're going to see that double bottom as well. And if that holds on, I think you've got a lot of room to get back to the 250 level. So if we hold 242 at the open, I think Tesla has a very good chance on any kind of a bounce to get to the 50. In some ways, 53 big level. If it got to 50, I think maybe you wait until above 50 for a bit of a fade play on Tesla. The other one I want to watch, and I know these are big tech names, but when I talk Tesla, I don't want to ignore Rivian this week, just because this has been impressively, it's running away from the 50 period. We said eventually this would break away from the 50 period, and when it would run away from the 50 period. That's exactly what's happening. You're now getting very close to testing the 200, which is where I think this is headed. Could break the $20 level even today on Rivian. So if Tesla's flushing 240, don't sleep on Rivian. You're kind of breaking down at the $20 level. It's not a good look, but you kind of, when you see this happen, a stock as volatile as this, which is doing nothing off a major moving average, just the first day that it broke away from it, and that's this candle here in the 19th, every day since has been a short opportunity for Rivian. Maybe supports at 19.5, maybe it's at the $18 level on the 200 period. Either way, I think you just play the trend until it breaks.
Okay, so I don't know, we don't have anything on here about chips or anything like that, but I mean, Nvidia, AMD, all these plays just continue to be the same thing, right? Still red on the day, still some downside moves, still more aggressive than the market. However, you are bouncing off that 410 area. We're still back to near bottoms of 413, 412. So I don't really want to look at this, honestly. I mean, I think a break of 450 back up to the upside gets it going for Nvidia, but I'm looking at AMD because we're now below $100. We've been there now for 2 days. And I mean, there's the move down straight off the jump there on Friday. I mean, what a great short that 98.50 was. I mean, over and over and over again. Happened early at 10 o'clock, happened again on the midday, and then a straight move to the downside. So AMD looked like it was pretty hot fire there on Friday. But look at this move. This is what I'm noticing. It's a nice move to the upside right there, bouncing off some of these levels again. So I just want to see if this move happens again and we can get short into like 96, 97. Well, not 96. We're at 96 now, but up in here into 97, 96, 80 near that top. Just want to see if we can somehow do this kind of a move off the open, and then we'll fade it back down. I don't think there's any, what's the catalyst in the market to get this going? I mean, you're below the 50 period, you're below the 200, you're below everything. Here's what the NASDAQ looks like. I think we'll be shorting. What I wrote down here on the sticky note too was 15,000 short on the NASDAQ. I mean, if that can come into play right here, that would be great. On Friday, obviously, it bounced off there a bunch of times before heading lower. And now you're looking to crack through 14.6. Any kind of a bump up into where we were on Friday. The world didn't get any rosier, I don't think, over the weekend, right? I mean, you got the government shutdown. You've got all these tech names to the downside right now. You've got more China worries. The dollar's ripping.
The Jays won.
I don't think the Blue Jays won, which is horrible for the United States, right? So as you get going to the downside right there, downside, downside, downside. So let's just wait to see if the NASDAQ can rally a little bit in order to us to fade any of these plays. I'm fading everything today. I'm not going long unless I get some kind of a story. I don't know. I don't know what that's going to be. AMD down more than the market. Look at Microsoft, broke below 360.
Yeah, Microsoft. We actually pull up the Microsoft chart because I don't think
It doesn't look that great on here, but there it is on the daily.
There it is on the daily.
No, it's breaking lower.
Flat bottom break on Microsoft.
I just don't know if I want to short, man.
But Google,
Microsoft at this level, I just.
On a lark here,
rather
just because I just saw a note that Air Canada bought like 18 787s from Boeing. I'm like, oh, let's see what Boeing is doing. Oh my goodness. Seriously?
Really?
Seriously, Boeing? Really? Like, this is, like, you've got to be kidding. It feels like it was yesterday that we were talking about Boeing possibly breaking out on the daily chart, and it's like, look at this sucker. It's right back underneath 200. I mean, even this stock, and I know we're jumping from place to place, but like, you got to be kidding me. You're on major support right now after like 18 million, well, okay, like 14 days down in a row. I don't know, you guys count how many days down that is in a row. It's a lot. And you're right into this 195. Now, that news may be not big enough, I suppose, that Air Canada's putting an order in. But wow, if this isn't at a major support level, I don't know what is. And this is a stock you want to trade when it gets at big levels. So even Boeing down here at 195. Gets pretty spicy. Let's talk a little bit about the writer's strike and some streamers there, guys.
Yeah, we'll get to that. I just want to mention Nightscope here real quick, guys. Teaming up with Penn Gaming on a software deal. So a little penny stock, but worth a note up on that. For KSCP, yeah, let's talk about this. Hollywood writers accepting a tentative agreement. Yay, we'll have something to watch. Netflix, I put Netflix on the board, but Warner Brothers, Paramount, there's Disney, there's a whole bunch of these obviously going to be affected.
Yeah, it still needs to be ratified, but the sticking points were two things: the involvement of AI and script writing, and essentially bringing in a profit-sharing model more akin to the streaming era that we're in rather than legacy TV, because that wasn't working for them. So we'll have to wait and see. The actors continue to be on strike, though. The Writers Guild, about 150 days that they were on strike, Brendo, but the actors since mid-July, so we'll see how that one turns out.
Netflix still holding up better than the rest right now, guys, as far as strength.
Yeah, look, Netflix is up 0.7%. We'll get to Disney in a second. Disney's a bit of a different story in a lot of ways. So Netflix, I like the 200 period for stocks like this for support. And then you throw out the fact that Netflix already had significance at these 370, so previous high, 375, go all the way back in the beginning of the year, then a breakout mid-year through that same 375 zone. Now you're holding support essentially above that level. So as long as you're above 370, 375 here, I think you can put Netflix in a decent bucket of support. We'll cross the bridge when we get there. If it makes a dump through 75 today, like a couple of things, obviously the market isn't really good at that point, but I do think that's a decent kind of dip buy zone. Just remember that 200 period's all the way down at 70. So if this flushes, it's almost like a $5 range where I think you could go for the dip buy. I'm not saying I would sit on the bid at 375 or at the 370.01. It's not that kind of stock. It's just that once it gets down underneath 75 in front of 370, then I'd be looking for the dip buy. If we go nuts to the upside today, I still think 400 is a short. This is the kind of level that until it proves it can bust back through it, it's been a good level to work off of to the downside. And the other stock in the streaming has been Disney. Whoops. Oh, I did not know that was in Milan, but apparently if I hit enter too fast, it goes to MI. You know, Disney was,
yeah, Disney's in Milan now. Yeah, they
in the Milan market?
Yeah, they went down. They got off New York, yeah.
Okay. But Disney has been in a bit of a downward channel. I think that $80 level is where you got to look for on Disney. It's kind of diddling a little bit here today, but if we have a market flush, 80's already held once. I'd look for that to hold again, potentially on some. Look, they're going to get a resolution at some point. And it doesn't look like any of these stocks are flying, but they are relatively strong to the market. So the 80 level I like on Disney. Probably if you get there, Netflix is in that dip buy zone off the 200 period moving average as well.
We've really had a couple good trades off Disney, and it's been surprising because you can get breakouts. Like, it'll just start to go. And I mean, it's just, there are going to be buyers that are coming in and thinking that at some point there's some kind of value. Whoopsies. Bye-bye. That there's some kind of value here with Disney. So it's the same kind of talk that Neil just mentioned. You're down here at the 80 period moving, $80 mark, under the 50 period moving average. We just touched that a couple days ago, back up here to 85, 86. I just think we can get back there. Now, what happens at that point is you're going to have to hold this for numerous days, and then we can start to make the move back up. But again, I don't, like, if this is a catalyst, why does it still say ARM? Oh yeah, because I closed my chart. If this is the catalyst that we're waiting for, this is not a very, I guess, attractive move, just to not know any other word to say. I mean, only up 0.49. Like, I tweeted it out last night when I saw this come through, right? And I was like, okay, here we go. Disney maybe making a move back up. Let's look at Paramount today as well. This was up 3 or 4% at its highs, I believe. Now up 1.27. Now that was probably just that spike. CMCSA, Comcast was up a couple percentage points as well at its high. Where is it now? Down. So again, not that much there. And then the other one was WBD, which is Warner Bros. I thought
they're flat too.
One of these, okay, up 1%. Yeah, I thought one of these was up a little bit more, but perhaps they were just dark pool prints to the upside. But anyways, a lot of these names, it seems like the sector could catch a little bit of a break here. Warner Brothers, I mean, if you don't like Disney and you like Warner Brothers, you're at the same breaking points basically down here near bottom. So I would just say be very, very cautious about this. I thought the news would have sparked these names a little bit better, but the direct-to-consumer business right now is not the greatest. Disney got a bump up there, possibly selling ABC last week or end of 2 weeks ago, but that doesn't seem to be going anywhere right now. So I'm struggling to buy these names on dips.
Let's talk Foot Locker and Nike here. Here's Jeffries this morning on both of these. Nike on a cut, Foot Locker on a cut as well. Both pointing to the same reasoning here, cutting their price target on both. But I just pulled up Nike here. We're trying to bounce anyways. Pre-market, Foot Locker a little bit worse off right now. But this daily chart is ugly for Nike right now.
Yeah, and these downgrades are not surprising to me, as we know now the consumer is getting really squeezed here. Credit card loss provisions are their highest since the great financial crisis, up 1.5% from their low point in 2021, and they're even higher for new credit card enrollers. So about 7% delinquencies for those who have signed up for a credit card in the past year. We know this ends up hurting the lower income earners a lot more than it hurts the high income earners, and that is who Foot Locker and Nike usually target, not exclusively, but that is usually the tranche of people that are shopping at that area. You will not see that, for example, in Lululemon. So keep an eye on that, and we'll see what happens.
This pretty ugly stair step, as I was mentioning, Foot Locker here, 3.5. Not a lot of volume behind that, but this pretty ugly stair step downside, looking like it might want to put in a third, guys.
It's like a triple whammy for Foot Locker. You can talk about the credit card debt issue. I think you even want to throw in, look, obviously they're just sort of struggling brick and mortar, so that's like number one. And then number three, like, goodness, like, you also have student loan repayment. Like, when everyone's having to start pay that money back out, there's just less discretionary money out there. That's going to hurt someone like a Foot Locker. And ultimately, the chart is broken. I don't know what to tell you. That's as nasty as any chart that looks this bad. I don't know if there's anything as bad for the back half of the year, at least the last couple of quarters, than Foot Locker. And if there is, it's probably a penny stock. Let's get real about that. So if it breaks, it could break 17 now, 1685, maybe a decent level as well. If it breaks that, you have a lot of room to where this had its last flush at 15 bucks. So not a lot of pre-market volume, but that's a flat bottom break that could happen. I just want to quickly throw something out here because we didn't really get to it. Instacart broke $30. You guys, if you were watching the last 2 days on Thursday and Friday, you know all about the $30 IPO issue level. That was this level that just kept holding and holding and holding like this, like a barcode, and scalp bounces. Underneath 30, to me, if we break the bottoms, I think I want to be short this, but I do not want to fight shorts above $30. Got to be holding underneath 30 on Instacart. But yikes, Foot Locker, nasty, nasty.
Yeah, I don't like too many of these names here coming through today, so we're gonna have to wait to see if anything's happening on the sell side. We'll wait to short. The TQQ's up here near 36.50, 36. You know, if we get a nice pop into 80s. I mean, I'm sitting up here at 80s, the high right there. We only have 30 seconds left. Where's, okay, we've got ADRs coming through right now. Where's Miss V, Miss V, not Miss V. It's funny, Valeria is actually messaging me. Kat, not here, but we got ADRs. She's gonna be on the bell right now with only a couple seconds left. Here are the imbalances right now. NEO with a sell, CCL, Nokia, everybody on here. Baba, big sells to start the day. So let's wait to see if we do get anything right there. Ooh, I like that look. 5, 4, 3. Oh, that's a really good look. When did we have that look?
We just started it Friday.
Yeah, that's much better. Much better. Stamp the approval on that.
We like it.
We like it. We like
It's
it
nice.
a lot. That's nice. That looks nice right now. Okay, so let's just keep looking here. 316, 315. I talked about Microsoft
already.
up to 318 maybe there. It's just bouncing around right now. The market's open, and welcome to another Monday. Every Monday is a good day because the market opens up. So here we go.
Lee's already
Lee already kept going to the downside right now. What is NEO? Lee Auto is
Where's
NASDAQ. 36, okay, down to the downside here. NIO 8. We're looking for 7 on that one. Okay, so far so good here, man. We're just gonna watch it out. Amazon falling down a little bit now. I don't see anything yet. We're getting ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, I mean, a huge flush. NEO has is that a million shares on the bid of NEO right now? At 7?
Yes.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, $8 has $1.5 million, $1.4 million on NEO at $8. So Li Auto's tanky. It's already at 86 on Li Auto, 36 on Li Auto. That's absolutely insane. But big level. Oh, and it just broke. Give me, what did I get? But I got 98s down there. So I just got 98s on that break. Come on, where's the chart? Let's go. So big, it's already a move to the downside, by the way. It broke down 15 cents, but I just got the short at 98.
Okay.
I'm going to give it to 805 here and just see. Like, they just took out that 1.5 million like it was absolutely nothing, or at least it was about 1.5 million. Li Auto's at $36 as we speak.
Yeah.
So it's trying to break through. I really thought that was going to be the first short. Is what it is. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Cart's over 30, so don't have to worry about that. RNAZ, a lot of people are looking at, apparently halted already. RNAZ. What's Trans something is the name of this company? I don't know, Trans Code, I believe it is. But halted to the upside through 150. This was an early runner breakout on a low float as well. And bye-bye, Li Auto.
Really?
I don't even, it's frustrating. Like NEO short, whatever NEO ends up being, Li Auto will probably be the biggest missed opportunity. Just it flushed $1 already off the open. Crazy move to the downside there on Li Auto.
I mean, that's what we. NEO just broke too.
And Lee's it's the better short.
There goes NEO. Oh, that's too bad. We had multiple thousands of shares long at $8 right there, multiple thousands, and then obviously it broke and we got out, and then we took the short and it broke again. So just throwing around a little bit of money there on NIO, not good right there. So I'm gonna leave it alone. Let it sell down. We tried it off $8. Now it's just battling. We could try one more short.
I still think it's a short. Lee is still tanking.
Yeah, but now you got a bid there at 803. I'll take the short at 04 here if I can get it, and then we'll just if I can get it. Now we're in it. All right, 811 or so. Oh shit, there it is. It's probably breaking higher here, guys. NIO. So I'm probably wasting my time on this one. All right, so I wanted to look at AMD quickly here again because AMD. We tried to go short there, honestly, right here. Right when it broke and it held that level and came back up to 95.38. Look at the NASDAQ, Puke City down to the downside. So the short has been right. We've just been on the wrong stock there with NIO. It just threw us back and forth there a little bit off the open. So we'll have to wait to see if anything else is coming through on that one.
That smells, what is that? Smells good.
That Sharif got something cooking there. Looks like rice and peas and chicken. Chicken?
Oh my goodness. That just distracted me.
And mixed veggies and eggs.
And it smells delicious. Rivian's at $20 already, so it bounced off 20.03. I really did think you'd get an opportunity to short miss off the open. NEO was such a distraction. Like saw that million shares on the bid, and it's like your eyes go right to it, and you want to trade right off of it. Amazon's at 129, that could be holding, but if you get a bounce here in Rivian, I did want to play a pop and fade, so I might get a chance off the pre-market highs here. Just going to preemptively Got to get some orders out. If we break 20, I want that to the downside. I want to get over to Instacart as well. That holds above 30, so I'm not shorting this unless it's back underneath that 30 level. Not going to fight that at all. 𝐌𝐎𝐎𝐿, the market is, the market's trying to bounce off lows here. Tesla's at 240 and challenging this bottom. So I like, 238 on the daily was support level on Tesla. Let's see if it actually holds up. Brendo?
AMC CEO Adam Aron coming out, making some comments about this writer strike or tentative agreement, but just saw AMC guys downside heavy selling off the open here for AMC.
I, for one, am shocked.
I wonder why. I mean, I guess the rhetoric there would be just that maybe people go to less theaters now because, you know, more content coming on the streaming side. I don't, for me, that's a little puzzling there, why that would be such an affected market for AMC. But yeah, I just started a new position right now. It's Microsoft. We're just flat on it right now. We're short literally right here under Austin, 316. We'll see if there's any sort of levels that are going to be held up there. I'm looking at like a 317. Oops. Like, that's still AMD. What the hell am I doing? I had it on the other screen. It was looking sort of up here, like 317. That's the 200 period moving averages right there. Any kind of a bump up, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. The market now is starting to go, but you saw Microsoft was... Actually, I guess now it's fine. Yeah, I saw that aggressive move down, but I guess it kind of started with a bump up there to 317.50. So, you know, there are some potentials there as well. And then we got into another short here with AMD. So, yeah, we'll forget about NEO right now and go back to the game plan, which is sort of shorting some of these pops. So there it is, a little bit of a pop in Microsoft, a little bit of a pop in AMD, brought both these names in. So that's why we were looking at AMD right there, not three. See, now I'm thinking about Microsoft again. 95.50 or so here on AMD, maybe a level to be concerned with just a little bit, but we still have a little bit of ways to go. 96 was the high there. I don't want to get out. I'm going to start averaging in around that 96 mark, and let's just see if we're right or wrong. As Microsoft trying to come back in a little bit. We're only short here at 85. It just went into the 70s, so I don't know. We'll take a profit spot, like 70 flat or so, but I'm looking to see about a break of this 315 bottom there, 315.50 on Softy, but hey, we don't want to be stuck here too low.
I just got into Rivian here. It's bouncing off that 20 level, but I'm looking at the pre-market low here at 2030, looking for support to turn into resistance. If you see me in Retta, the deal is closing today, 172.50 cash. So I like shorts in front of 172.50. Tesla's trying to hold up, but Amazon's the one doing a better job of holding if I'm looking at big cap tech. Like, it actually held the 129. And I said, if this holds 129, it could be a cheeky little long off that bottom. But instead, I'm looking for those shorts. I can't even look at Li Auto. It's making me sick. It's actually at $35 right now.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Li Auto, oh, my goodness. Where is support going to be on this stock? I don't even know where this thing is going to find support at this point. $34 is a big maybe down there. Crazy, crazy move. NEO is still... It's still holding underneath that 840 level. That was the pop and fade play for me. If it got up there, I had the short off 98s, got out at 06s. I think I'm looking back. Let's be patient. If I said in front of 840, I should be waiting till it gets a little bit higher to try and fade that one. Let's not get into it way too early. Amazon, like I said, looking a little bit strong. Apple, we didn't go over Apple at all. Apple 177 was good resistance on Friday as this one tries to load up. It's still a bit in the pocket here. Fade 75, kind of hold 74, so you're still in the middle of the range. Do not want to get overzealous here. If Apple breaks that 174, just remember from last week, 173.5, it's got support to on that downside of Apple. Brendo?
Just seeing another day high note here for this one. Joby Aviation delivering their first eVTOL as part of a DoD contract worth $131 million. They signed end of last year, so now 6% for Joby.
Okay, so we just took out a half there. We'll slap a fail again on, whoopsies, where's my thing? Flush down the toilet there on Microsoft because it just did take that 317. We're in a little bit too early on some of these moves here, I feel like. I mean, I feel like that's pretty obvious at this point now that we're stopped out of Microsoft. But here it comes. We only got out of half right there. Just didn't want it, like $1 is enough. Like if we had gotten a low break there off our short 316, then I think we could have got 315 for sure. It looks like we weren't patient enough though, as it's trying to fade off a little bit right now. So we'll take a little bit more here on AMD quickly to see about a quick little short on this name. There it is. Okay, we got some more. Oh man, I was waiting for this 96.25. I actually have more offers up here near 96 to see if we're going to be right. Let's put another one up there. Now that we taken some more shares right there, we got to make sure that we're going to be right. 96.20 coming into play right there. Let's just see if we take out the top of the day. We wanted to fade pops. We're getting one right now, so it's fade time here. So we're going to try it. Hopefully it does come back in. That's the 200 period moving average. Our average price right now is 95.25, so we're out of the money 50 cents. The market is really on a nice comeback, man. Huge, not huge, but a flush down to the pre-market bottoms, and now you're trying to hit VWAP again. So yeah, man, I mean, this is what we wait for. These pops is what we waited for. So let's see if it can hold. And then the one name that we wanted long, which I guess worked. We wanted 128, and that didn't come in. So Amazon right now, at least the pop is working. But yeah, we're getting close to a stop out point here on AMD. Like if it takes that 96.25, we got to get out, guys.
Yeah, we took Rivian off of that pre-market low. You'll see it right in here. Grabbed it in here, looking for the curl back into 20. Gonna take it out, wait for the next available trade. Instacart got back underneath that 30 level. Always got to slap that fail. It's like the Li Auto was easily the big miss at the open. I was on it, and it just wasn't even fast enough to grab it. Instacart back underneath that 30, as I mentioned, so I'm going to grab that short in here. Wow, I like this just because it's the IPO price, IPO issue price, I should say. This is not where it opened. Once again, on ARM, by the way, you're holding the $50 level, so ARM underneath 50. I think that's going to be a fade as well. Here comes the chips, and speaking of the chips, Nvidia screaming toward that 420 level. 420, if you remember, go back to Friday, when we hit 15,000 on the NASDAQ, it was 305 Meta and it was 420 on Nvidia. Those were the two opportunities up top. I think you're going to get a similar thing today, probably at 14.9 instead of 5, but either way, those are the two names I'll be looking at. Very different story, though. Meta underneath the lows, Nvidia screaming toward those highs, and RNAS, it's open back up, looking like it's trying to hold the whole price. It's got 2 wicks underneath, and it's recovered above 153, which was the whole price. If you can hold on to that, I think it's got a bit of a chance. But you know the way I like to play these, when you have that halt, that first halt, and you get that hammer kind of rejection, if you get underneath, this could be all the way back at 110, something along those lines. I paid for locates on RNAS, but if you can hold on to the whole price, probably a decent long. I'm not looking to chase this one at all. Not up here. The long to me would have been off like 110, 115, something like that.
All right. Okay, so you know we're doing what we said we would do. I don't want to jump between too many different stocks here, to be honest with you. So I'll continue to look at anything. People are saying Nicola's starting to pop right now. Nvidia, nice level there as well, taking out 6 points. Held 412. So that's. Thank you for bringing that up there in the chat. Who was that there in the chat? Shout out to I missed you. Where are you? Right there. I missed it. Anyways, okay. Nice hold for sure. And we're stuck the other way, right? We're stuck short right now on AMD as that. Okay, well, there we go. I just thought the market was starting to pull back a little bit there, but no, and there goes AMD, and we've learned our lesson with this name many times, man, and that is to get out of the way of this name. And there it is, it's starting to rip up higher, so watch out for 96.50 here on AMD. Going to have to take our lunch a little bit there for this. So 96.50 coming through here, lunch money happening early on this name. I'm going to probably get out of the majority of them if we take that level. So we're getting very, very close right now. 96.50, shoot. I just didn't, you know what, guys? Honestly, I just didn't think this run was happening today. And it is. So there it goes, man. Huge move to the upside right now. Let's see if we can hold out on this. But it's AMD making a nice, strong, solid move, man. AMD upside, Taiwan
all of them.
semis. Yeah, I was going to say probably them all, 85, 75. You know, the market's going to go green. I did not think that we'd go green today. Looks like that is exactly what's happening. So you're getting back into some of these highs. We said we'd wait for 15,000. We didn't wait that long for it. We should probably have started shorting after this rip. But again, we don't have that crystal ball. And it looks like Amazon taking out everybody as well. Nice move to the upside on Amazon. Looking at 130. This is a bit of beast today.
So that 420 level is inbound. We're here actually right now on Nvidia. Okay, it was good on Friday, this level. We'll see if it is today, because it did break 140. It did break 420 and got to 421 on Friday. So it's kind of in a general area. It's already wicked it once here this morning. Let me go to the 3-minute chart. So you did get as high as 420 and a half. Ignore this. That's not the high. 420.5 is the high. I think you got to give it the 421. I thought we'd get more shares if it got to the half. I don't know if we're going to get it, so I'm going to get more shares at the even. I'm going to give it to that 21 from Friday's high. If it holds that, great. If we don't hold on to that level, then I'm not going to fight the stock above it. So this is a shot here. NIO is now starting to calm down. I'm going to get to that in a quick little second, but Nvidia is the one to watch, at least at this current moment. I was mentioning, or you were just mentioning Amazon, that 129. Looks like that was it. It was good support, but it's not exactly running away from it. You're only like 70 cents above that particular price. Got 2 shorts on. Retta, don't worry about that. Like, that's not a stock that's going to move with the market or not. It's just a buyout that's going to be closing today. And as this calms down, NIO is really, for a stock that just ripped faces off on that rejection of the $8 break, it ain't exactly going anywhere right now. It did not break the pre-market top at 827, and it's still holding lower. So I'm not sure. I don't want to give up on this for potential retest of that $8 level. NIO, not exactly running away here, but it is Nvidia in that 420 that has come into play. Next concern here, will it take out that top, Rendo?
Another one moving higher here, guys. Sunrun, some clean energy strength, 1.6% right now. Guggenheim with an upgrade on RUN today.
It looks like we might have got taken out of the top on AMD. We did get back in there, but again, not waiting is going to hurt us one more time there on the top, right? I mean, we talked about waiting for that. Unfortunately, when we got stopped out, that was pretty much the high. It got to 55s there, but we did re-engage it again. So right now, it's a slap. We're slapping the fail on the stock. I mean, look, these are all shorts. And then eventually stopped out at the top. This is bad, 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 bad there for AMD. Let's see what's happening. Microsoft has been okay. Here it comes pulling back down. It hasn't been okay. We were short and got stopped again, but we re-engaged it. Now let's see if it can make the move back down to the downside. We're only trading these 2 names right now, as really the missed opportunity I feel like was with Amazon, because we were looking for the long and missed that. Let's go back over to see what else has been popping. Li Auto you've talked about there, Amazon and Microsoft. So I'm just basically in all the names that I was looking at. Let's check out Palantir. Again, bounced off of a great support level. We talked about that 1380, 1360. Wicked down there off the open, but only got to 1380, which is, yeah. I mean, we were already there. So if we really liked that level, we could have got the long. Now it's starting to go break out a little bit higher here for PLTR. So still down that 1%, much more than the market. When I'm looking at relative strength and weakness, I'm thinking like I would probably fade this name because of where the market is. But look at the market. We're ripping. Yeah, and there goes Nvidia. There goes AMD.
Yeah, just had Microsoft my 20 short on Nvidia. It'll come out. It's a little bit of a delay there sometimes from the execution, but you can see there's that 421. It gets taken out in like. I was in looking at that level too. You got to about like 80, 90, or actually it was more like the 70s, and you were at 421.20 pretty much right away. That's why I use a stop order. The execution's gonna show that I got out right above 421, but trust me, that floated way past that level. It's a big, I think, it's almost as if you were so bearish on the chart, a lot of the charts, that when you get this kind of a push in, all you can do is try to stop out and limit the damage if you like that 420 level. It was good on Friday, it ain't good today. If you go to the well a second time, it's not going to be any good. Meta here still beneath that 300. If you're going to break out on Meta, it has to be above the 300 level. Apple still can't take 175. This is very much the chips to the upside here. Tesla.
Yep.
Tesla wicked underneath 240, trying to hold on to 242. This is where I only wanted to be buying above, was the 42 level on Tesla. So if we can recover this, that's where I like that long in Tesla. Oddly enough, it's like the IPO are the only things that are working to the downside. I should check out ARM because Instacart's holding underneath 30. Like every other short's a fail at this point. Instacart holding underneath there. ARM, maybe that's a place to go. No, ARM bouncing off the $50 level as well. So that looks like an interesting one. But man, the chips have been flying. Intel not really moving as much. So if there's something relatively weak in chip land, you're flat on Intel. So it's the growthier names that are going to the upside on the chips.
Yeah, for sure. It's too bad. Because
that's not a word.
No, definitely not a word.
Not a
word. We are still in a growthier name here with AMD, but I don't know. Like, no word, no problem. But it's a problem right now for us because there it goes. Taking out the top, we're out. of this, and then we'll just try to regroup. We'll hold it, like I said, we always hold about 25% of our position in case something like this happens, then we're able to recover it a little bit. But yeah, so far not so good there. Good little reload on Softy. Obviously, you can see where some of my levels are. We just got like a 317. Let's take a piece out here because we haven't been right on the short. So if we're able to take a little bit of money back on any of these names, it's not a horrible idea to do that and then just see. I don't know if we have any numbers coming through or not soon. I don't think we have many economic numbers today. This week should have a few. But right now, let's just see if we can't play back on Microsoft. Okay, we just got, did we get that? Yeah, we did, okay. So we just got a fill down here. We'll put something else, I guess, right near Austin 316 and then see if we get that fill, and then we'll just play it off and hopefully we come back in to break that bottom. As you're noticing right now, like Neil was mentioning there, a lot of the strength are in the Nvidia, AMD, like AMD positive now with Microsoft still red, right? Apple, I mean, we can check out Google as well. Some of these tech names, we were wrong about the NASDAQ being such a sick day today. Well, I didn't think it was going to be a sick day, but we were definitely trying to fade pops. Just hasn't paid off yet. And whether or not it does or not, we still got to wait now. So it's only 9:49. Let's try to be as patient as we can be. Come on, Microsoft. Like we just bid 316 there. It got to 316.12. Hopefully you get a move down. But look at this. The market resilient, man. Just held VWAP again. So we'll wait to see. It's taking out these pre-market levels. Wow, NASDAQ really, really strong, man. Congratulations, anybody that's long here, because we're the wrong way on this. So I'm not long anything, and it kind of sucks not to be long. But if you got to believe in it, and I don't right now. So
yeah, it is what it's one of those mornings. Like I said, like the only thing that's holding underneath resistance level. That's probably because it's underneath the IPO issue price. I just took some out of 29.50. If it pops back up, I'm shorting in front of 30, taking the best fills we can get, and see if it gets to 29. If you look at what's going on, it's a super strong move, but like looking at Tesla here, this 242, you're not exactly flying away from it. Like nice strong move. I want to see us, there we go. Now you're seeing some more buy strength. I was just complaining about the lack of velocity on Tesla relative to the overall market and some of the chips, and you're starting to see a little bit more of that now. So 242 I do like. NEO wasn't breaking out. Now it looks like it's gonna make an attempt to break. There we go, it finally broke those highs. Pre-market highs after that flush through 8 that lasted about like 3 seconds, if even that. If this makes a higher low, I think the long would be off the $8 level. I think that's pretty obvious on NIO. Nikola, I don't think there's anything new. There's no news on Nikola, why it's running here. Call it just a relief rally, whatever you want to call it, up 13%. Just a quick look on the higher time frame.
Wow.
Nikola 165. That's a 200 period. It's also recent resistance. We go another 25 cents in Nikola. I think that stock's a fade. Just look at that higher time frame. Mara's making moves. I did look at crypto stocks, Nimit. Mostly it was watching Coinbase in the $70 level. I felt as if if you held under 70, Coinbase is going to be a short, but you can see right at the open, it immediately bought off the $70 level. So my look for, like I was favoring shorts. I liked Coin if it could have held under 70. You can see here it's not. So I got no trade for myself on Coin because I was never looking long that stock today.
All right, man. Yeah, Coinbase. What else is going on here? Oh, there's some talk about some of the weed names starting to pop up a little bit.
They are.
They're 6%. Not bad. Not bad. Nice little float up there for CGC again. Trying to look at the dollar mark for this name to see if that comes through at all. There on CGC. Okay, nice little flush back into some of these names happening now a little bit. I mean, I'm still AMD and Microsoft has not been a short yet. All right, let's check out some of the banks. I still, AMD's up to that 97 level. I wrote down here 98 to start looking at a short, but obviously we got in that one a little bit too early. Remember on Thursday when I was last trading and we shorted JP Morgan at 149? Yeah. How's that trade seeming to look like right now? Down $4 as we continue to make a little bit lower here. I'm gonna have to get out some more on AMD and on Softy, both starting to break finally to break down. So here comes Microsoft. We just got a 316 fill there. I was only looking at I didn't mean to go back and forth there, but I obviously have positions with some shares on board. 145, it looks like it held there for JP Morgan. So, that could be something, but here we go. Hopefully we can get a nice, even a further push right now would be nice for advanced micro devices, as here's the push back in. You know, you got to wait for some of these plays, and now it's finally starting to come in. So hopefully this will be something here to the downside. And then we didn't get out of enough of Microsoft. We just got out of something there at O's, and then it gained the bid again at 316. So I'm still waiting for a breakdown, man. 315.60. We're waiting at 315.80 to get more out on Microsoft. But the market's battling back. Take out one more piece here on AMD, hopefully, as we get some more bids there in the 20s. Let's see if it can pull back even more. Now we're 50 cents in the money, but we've already taken L's on AMD here. So it's not like it's been a great trade by any stretch of the imagination. It just needs to go lower, and then we'll be fine.
So another halt here for this RNAS stock, but it's getting a little spicy because it's halted twice in the same range. So it halts 153, opens back up, top at 180-ish, call it 179. You had a halt up and then another double top. And the last time I saw this was Sirius Satellite, I want to say, where essentially you had 3 tops, all pretty much the same thing, and a couple of them were halt tops. It was a great long last time I saw this setup. So if it opens up and breaks 180, I'd have a quick break long with a 175 stop. That's his halt level right in there. Current tap is 177. So looks like we got about 1 minute before this opens up. Let's go to the desk with Brendo.
Not seeing much on this yet, but SEC Limited up 7.3% here. Heavy volume, guys. Straight to the upside for SE.
C limited, you say? Okay, we can watch out for that.
Also, just one thing.
Yeah, go.
It's gonna open up in a couple seconds, but 300 on Meta. We just wicked to 300 and pulled right back in here. Little bit of a rejection above that 299. The futures have gone green and red back and forth. You're at overnight resistance. If we don't break 14.9, Meta underneath 300 looks like a relatively weak name. So looking for that one as a potential fade. Got to move on to the next. If you don't have the long at the bottom, to me, resistance up here at 30 when the futures are at resistance makes sense.
This is futile for this long. I mean, it seems like it just wants to keep going up, and away right now. Here's C Limited, nice move to the upside. We'll find out. Oh, that's the NASDAQ breaking out right now, breaking out to the highs, and there it is right now. I mean, if this could be an acquisition target or something, I mean, big time movements to the downside here. So watch out, bouncing off some of those bottoms. It could be absolutely nothing and some hedge fund disclosing a stake or something like that, but we'll have to wait to see. Nice upside move there. We'll see if it can come back into the pocket at some time. All right, so again, trying to talk about the same names. Let's look at Google right now because I don't know if there's going to be anything popping off here with Softy. We've already gotten some of our bottoms here as you start to take out the highs again, and it was a good thing that we did clean out a little bit of our AMD down there near 96 and 96.20 because what's been a loser has came in a little bit now back to the downside, and then you start to make moves high side again. So yeah, man, not great buy side great buy side action. Nobody on the sell here for AMD yet today. We did get a little bit of a move there, but nothing to write home about. Let's go back over to Google. Okay, so still trying to hold that 130 right now is Google. 130, yeah. So, I mean, that's, again, a good level there. Here's the hold. This is probably another good short, man. It's just, you know, I'm already short. Like, I'm short everything right now. Now I'm short the TQs as well. As there it is, man, right up to 36. We did want to look at this level as well. We talked about coming back in. Nice move to the downside, trying to hold on. That was I didn't think we'd get up this far. Trying to hold on to some of those closes from Friday, but now we've taken that out as well. So let's have a quick look here because we sat here and waited for this trade, right? So I was figuring like a break of like 36 or something on the TQs, but again, it's an index, so it's not really specific to prices. It's just going to move with the NASDAQ, but here it is. Nice little pullback down on the TQQ. Let's take advantage of this one.
I'm reminded of where everything started. Li Auto.
Bottom?
Li Auto.
Now we here.
Li Auto's a SSR, by the way, so Li Auto's already down 9%, but it was down over 10%. So it is short sell restricted, which can mean sometimes a significant catalyst for a bounce. But look at this. It's stair-stepping to the downside if it holds 36 even. The two things that, like, for me, the shorts that have worked is Instacart, okay, gimmicky off the $30 level, Li Auto, Huadunk on the daily, and obviously Chinese ADRs can run counter to the overall trend of the market. So I like this Li Auto. I'm going to try to jump into the short. Thank you very much. I'm going to assume Randy for the reload on the coffee. We'll take it.
Thanks, brother. Everything all right? Still got the shorts on? I like it. This guy never fails.
No. Too cold for shorts.
But it's never too cold for jorts. All right,
it ain't warm outside.
nice pullback finally.
Damn.
Hallelujah. Let's just write down a little bit of money here because we are not up on AMD. There is, well, yeah, I mean, obviously there's a chance we can get up on AMD, but you know, taking some out here as we just hit the bottoms is always a good idea. And we did already ring a little bit of a register here on the TQs as we did. Okay, we're getting some more out. We're just falling back into some of this space, right? I mean, I'd love to see us get back into VWAP. So let's see if that can happen. We did short the market there. We're short the NASDAQ right now. So if you're looking for some futures trading, I'm here with this trade right now. So let's see if it can work down. I do have some more bids. What did we just get bidded on there? Hit on, nothing. We're at 50s, okay. So we are waiting for a little bit more of a pullback here. Sorry, 63s, not 50s. I'm in too many names. So let's put something here on 66 and get a fill here on the NASDAQ and then see if we can get that fill. There it is, yes, sir. So spin the money for the futures trading. And a shout out to everybody that said and messaging me and everything saying I need to be on the futures a little bit more. So thank you so much for that. There's another trade on the TQQ. Again, patience wins the game. One more time. There's a futures trade, nice short. If you're trading the NASDAQ, we got the top there, 14,890. So it's only about 30 handles on the NASDAQ, but hopefully we can make a little bit more on that one if we fall in a little bit more. Microsoft not going down, and then, of course, we've already talked about AMD in detail. So what's up, Brendo, at the big desk with a read?
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. For both the 2 and the 10-year still at this point this morning. We are seeing a bit of a dip right now for the dollar, trying to help out as far as stocks are concerned, getting back to the upside. But yeah, we were discussing it was a nervous start to the week, that is for sure. It looked pretty ugly going into the open down here at essentially session lows before we get that nice uptick to 358 right now coming into play for the Qs once again. If you're with us in that first hour this morning, make sure you join us every day. At 8:30, Netflix was discussed on this Hollywood and Writers Studio coming to a labor agreement. Still have the actors on strike, but at least we're getting somewhere with the writers. Amazon and Foot Locker as well. Foot Locker and Nike catching downgrades from Jefferies this morning, both under pressure initially. There's Netflix, not really doing much, holding the gains, but just kind of chopping around so far, higher on the day. Apple trying to lead as well. As far as tech is concerned, 0.35 after being negative to start, guys.
Yes, sir. And this NASDAQ, even a little bit of a turn here, I think is a blessing if you're short. But I've looked at my 15-minute on the NASDAQ, and it would be obviously the first red candle. Like the first two are going to be green. If you have a bit of a curl, I just tried to grab a shorter high here on Instacart because now 29.75 looks like resistance. I'm trying to get more short in front of 30. I think we can get down to 29. Liado, I'm in now. RNAS halted to the upside. You knew my game plan. Oh, that's Blue Ocean. My game plan was to take the break of the high and give it to the previous halt price. Very specific on that reopen, like a triple top, looking for the long. I'm not going to hold it into VWAP in there. If you still held on to it with a wider stop, congrats. You know, definitely going to work out for you. I like a tight stop here because I hate chasing these, but that's a setup that on Sirius Satellite, when it happened, it was free money because it just went going up and up and up. But I'm going to get in and out, take about an 8-cent hit there. It's indicating a 201 theoretical auction price with a 195 halt, so it is still going to the upside. Li Auto, as I mentioned, going back to the well, not the well because it didn't really have the short off the open, but shorting the lower high here on Li Auto. That Foot Locker, you're right, Monty. If you're looking for relative strength and weakness, obviously some of the tech names have been strong, the chips have been strong, Foot Locker's still on 4%. It did flush and break 17 at the open right away, kind of held on to it, and is now putting in, I guess, a barcode, we'll call it. But if this breaks it again, I don't see why not. Like, you allow things to settle down a little bit, and if it's going to settle down to breaking this flat bottom, much more enticing here at the 17 even level here for a Foot Locker. Second time.
All right, nice little quadrunk action happening right here in AMD. Shout out to the professor on that one. And finally, yes, sir, they're coming down finally AMD makes that move to the downside and making back a lot of what we lost early right there on AMD. Let's see if it can still continue to print for us. Would be pretty juicy, that's for sure. Microsoft starting to break down. Okay, well here, we might as well hit it. Although like I told you, man, we're not up on AMD, but it is a dollar club right now, so a nice little dollar club winner there for AMD. And by the way, man, we are also smoking right now. And like I said, this is probably more of what I'm trying to lean towards to the future is going to be trading the futures. Back to the Future, shout out Michael J. Fox right there. Obviously, everyone's seen that movie. But there it is, a nice move to the downside here. There it is. Patience wins again. Nice move on the TQs, waiting for that to come in, and now we've gotten about 1% or so of profit alone in the market right there. So far, so good. AMD, I want to really wait on that one. TQ's going well, but Microsoft not, right? Microsoft has been a little bit of a disaster right here, in my opinion. It's been really strong, and it hasn't flushed. So this move down right now, taking back into VWAP, has not been basically respected. It's been disrespected. Dr. Disrespect by Microsoft. So I feel like we just took a piece out there in the 30s. Let's do it again in the 40s because it's gaining some momentum back to the upside. Like when I'm looking here and I'm like banking in on the TQs, right? The number one name here traded today, I'll have to check the board, but the TQs, profit-wise, I'm finally up on it. And there it is, man. This has been the only name that I've been able to enter and then immediately basically reap the dividends off of it, right? It's not dividend, but you get the appreciation here of this name moving down. So yeah, good one there. Everything else not really going as expected at all. AMD was a disaster to the upside. Nvidia, although we have made some money back to the downside, there's no doubt about that. Nvidia, what a strong move, man. $12 straight to the upside there off those bottoms. You have to think about this. If the market is going to rebound at some point, right, which I'm pretty sure we're all hopeful of that happening, you know, what names are going to benefit from that rebound? And it looks like Nvidia, you know, where are people going to go right away when they say, I need to get back into some names? I feel like it could be the chip names.
Well, at least that one. I mean, obviously, it's not all chip names that are going up. I was showing you guys intel that wasn't super strong. Micron reports this week. I got my refill in Instacart there. But yeah, Micron's down 1.6%. They report this week. And it's not, like I said, it is not all chip names that are going to the upside. Worth mentioning here, and the only reason I bring up Micron, it's at the 50 period on the daily right now. So as the market is turning off of highs, Micron is at a significant bottom, trying to hold on to support. Now, it's wicked underneath it once, so maybe this is a bit of a hold. But yeah, if we actually plunge through the bottoms here, I don't like what I see in Micron. Always want to note relative strength and relative weakness when you can. RNAS is opening. This is Transcode Therapeutics. I'm calling it RNAS because of the ticker, obviously. Open back up and it's halted again. So I'm not a huge fan of chasing them, so I had a relatively tight stop, but that long is still going. It's a low float runner, everybody. They know when everyone broke taking profit. It is a triple up from where you bought, if you bought this in the pre-market, from the open, it's easily a double. So just watch out here. As I said, chasing these things is a little bit tricky. I have tight stops when we do. Meta, it did reject that $300 level. I want to be patient here. The short to me would have been off the 300, or maybe it just breaks down off 297.5. So I'm sticking with Lee and Instacart because they have been working to the downside. One more for you though, Palantir, which looked really, I don't know, like everything else, you know, double bottom, looked like it was about to break out. Palantir really slowing down here at the $14 level. I like this thing if it can stair step to the upside, maybe break that top because it's in front of that support on the daily at 13.5, but not really yet. Seeing too much strength over there in Palantir. Might have to take this one off the radar because if it ain't gonna move, then we don't have to watch it. What is moving? Nikola. So I've been really patient with this. There was no news with it. It made the breakout, so I didn't see the break, missed it. But if you look at last week, 130-ish was recent resistance. Gets back into there for a dip. If it holds on to the 130 level, I think that's where you go dip by hunting. Previous resistance into support. If I'm not on the trade early, then I'm patient if I have to join it late. And I want to see it hold that 130 before I go into that one. So sticking with the same two shorts, looking for a bit of a fail here in Meta, hopefully. Well, not hopefully if you're long, but hopefully. At least I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so too. I hope the market all fails right now and it goes directly into the gates of hell. right now. We've got a nice little win here on AMD, man. I mean, it's just really starting to bleed a little bit here to the downside. We'll put another bid. Where's my best bid? 63. Let's put a one at 55. We just bounced off there. Who knows? Who knows where this carousel will eventually stop? We did average in a little bit there, not a little bit. We averaged in on Microsoft, so you can see where that print is coming through. I'm just thinking like the next shoe to drop, right? Like, oops, AAPL, not AAL. We don't need AAL right now. We need Apple because Apple's been strong, man. Apple's up. So that's why I'm going over here because I'm trying to think to myself, hey, self, you know, where is the strength in this market? We've already identified it with Nvidia. We've already identified it a little bit with AMD, but we've got the banger on AMD right now. So hopefully that will come back down to the downside and we'll be able to make a little bit of money back. But it's Apple too. Like Apple's up to 175.50 there. Right now it's faded off quite nicely, but it hang around there for a little minute. So we have to watch out for Apple. It's really, you know, hit that bottom peak there around 174. I know there's been some talk about buying some of these dips, and I agree with them all too. I just don't know if I want to buy Apple. I'd almost rather buy the Qs right now than Apple, just because it's such a huge part of the story that I feel like there could be more value in this.
What?
Wow, look at this, man. Let's go. Let's just hit the Lambo trade on the futures right now. Nice short to the downside happening right now. So let's see if that can continue. We just need Softy to follow point right now. We're $1.20 in the money on AMD, so hallelujah on that one. We lost way too much money too early on that, but we made it back. Not all of it, but we're making some back, and as we continue to watch out for what's happening right now with AMD. So nice downside move. We can obviously look at Amazon as well, Neil, because if that gets to 129,
well,
yeah, 129 at this point, right? Yeah, 129, nice bottom. I didn't actually realize we ripped all the way to 131, so I'm going to have to rethink all these plays right now. This is I don't know, man. It's a stock picker's market, it seems like. Some stocks making the moves higher and some just continuing to go lower.
Yeah, it's definitely a stock picker's market, as you said. Like, you can look at big cap tech, and I see a lot of different looking charts, but I want to stick to the ones that are making a little bit more sense. That C stock that Brendan mentioned, just going to quickly point this out on the daily chart because I want you to see it. This is 40 and a half or so. If this busts through, call it 41, it's got a lot of room to the upside. Obviously, it's resistance till it's not. We'll get from there to what I care about right now, which is Instacart was working, and now it's, I don't have a pun for that actually. The 30 level has been a big one. It's trying to break through now. Bit of a spread with the stock, so I moved the stop to 10s. I got wicked out of the 30 long by having a 1 cent stop, and then it went 40 cents to the upside. So I want to give a little bit more room as well. But you're back above that 30 level. We got some at 29.5. We reloaded it. If this breaks out 10s, I get out of it. Li Auto's still holding to the downside, but I mean, it's not really moving anymore. So with the market pullback, I got Li Auto short in the consolidation down. It's down that 9%. Needed to start doing that next leg into the downside. If it breaks 36, I think we just have to get out of it. There's Instacart. First time is going to be good. The second time, it looks like it's going to stop it out there. I like it underneath the 30 level. I mean, 30 has been the level that's been defended by I'm assuming by the underwriters. I shouldn't say that. I don't nose on the bid. I can just tell you, usually when a 30 level holds, and that's the IPO issue price, it is the underwriters. But now it's breaking back to the upside. So even this wants to go up. Brendo.
WSM here, Williams-Sonoma having quite the day, 7.3%. There was a possible takeover note that was being circulated online here. So trying to get back going again here, guys, for WSM.
Okay, Williams-Sonoma. Williams-Sonoma. Oh, right. It was Restoration Hardware was another name that I'm always trying to look at as well. Okay, so obviously in this move back up, we take a little bit more out there on AMD. I mean, we cannot stare profits in the face when we're short today on a NASDAQ that started to go and work a little bit higher than where we had thought it would be. Our out's going to be, we're going to look at 318 on this. We've been able to take some profit on Microsoft right now, so lucky to do that. We're reloading it where it is right now, but remember, we talked about getting our Spidey sense up the other day on one of the names. I think it was actually Microsoft as well, where it was really strong against the market, and we were like, nope, not expecting that. And then I'm not expecting this either. So we're going to wait for much closer to 318, stop out on a break like that. If that continues to go, we will watch out for Softy. NIO. me and Neil were just talking about, it's too bad that there was all that size there at $8. I went real long there, and then it broke, and we had to get out immediately. Then I went short again, and then it broke to the high sides, and we left it alone. So it's too bad because we didn't really have a play for NEO today until it got a lot lower, and then there was 1 million shares or so on the bid. And it just goes to show you, man, chasing the size game on these stocks doesn't matter right now because there's so much liquidity out there that it's 1 million shares. That's an algo's dream. If they want those shares, they're there, so they're going to take them. It's just, it doesn't really matter about the amount of shares that are on the board. So I learned that lesson there, especially with NIO, because it definitely took some lunch there as it moved up to the upside. So I don't know, Neil, I don't want to steal a segment for lunch money, but that took mine early, breakfast money.
It was, you know what, I'm more upset about the distraction that it was.
Yeah.
Let's be real for a second, because like the first thing we were thinking about was Li Auto all morning long, and then there was 1 million shares in the bid of NEO, and as a trader, like, oh my goodness, shiny new thing, let's flip stocks over, and you know whether you win or lose on that trade, as I said, you lose 6 or 7 cents on it, but Li Auto failed right away off the even dollar, and it broke the pre-market low, and then it dropped like another $1.50. Like that's what'll piss me off. But you got to move on to the next here. Li Auto breaking 36. At least I'm back on it, but we'll see if it works out. CGC is very close to $1. You guys know what I usually look for here. If it breaks $1, fair enough. It's been stair-step down. One even, a lot of times I look for the fail break first if it's in a bit of a downtrend. So that would mean it breaks 1, can't get through like 03 or 04 or maybe even 05. Comes back down in short like 99, 99.5. Give that to 101, something along those lines, like a fail break. But I have to pay for locates because they are not free on CGC, I just realized. A lot of times they are. That RNAS, or whatever you want to call it, it's now...
You gotta call it that?
Yeah, I know. It's just nowhere close to the name of the company, which is, it's a weird ticker. But it's about to go into a potential halt again at 271. So this is now... Okay, this is now in like cuckoo land, this stock, okay? So it's up 300%. It's about to halt at 271. I'm going to look like a blithering idiot for having a 7-cent stop on the stock. But you know the times that it goes from 180 to $1, I don't know that I never give these too much room. It's just I don't like chasing these. But you know what? It's up 300%. If you look at the daily chart, it's another one of these reverse split, find a bottom, and then rally. $3 is the... I'm paying for locates because $3 is the level. So I wasn't really thinking short on this stock. I was looking to try to join the long and get the home run trade. But you guys can see the daily here. Like $3 would be that spot that I think people are looking to take some profit. Back to a big cap tech name. I'm trying to be patient with you, Meta. It's kind of grinding back up toward that 300 level. That's where I would like the fade at 1490 on the futures. Meta can also be a breakout at that same level. This is a level worthy of a reverse, in my opinion. We always talk about, would you reverse a stock at a key price? In Meta's case, at 300. 305 was the big level to short on Friday. The lower high was at 303. So I think a breakout at 300 has a lot of room to go to the upside. You're making higher lows. I'm almost certainly at this time of day shorting it before I try the long. So if we get up there like a 99.70, 99.80 short, look for the break if we take out that quarter to the upside and if we're taking out 1490 on the NASDAQ. The other name that looks relatively strong in that regard, like Amazon looking pretty decent. It's not at 132 though. So that's that Friday high. You can almost like a double top because on Thursday was the opening range high was 132 as well. So I call it a double top. I know pre-market it was trading higher than that, but 132 looks like a bit of a double top for Amazon. Not there just yet, so got to be patient as it gets to that level. CGC, however, is going to be at $1 in a few seconds.
I was actually like you waiting. We had 132 marked down here. We're actually waiting for that to pop through.
Still, yeah.
Hopefully, yeah, still. Hopefully it'll come through and we'll be able to hit that at some point right there. But yeah, we're just kind of holding our breath to see if something's going to happen there. We just got out of some TQs at 60 mark when it broke a little bit higher. I am bidding there. Would you just get out again there? No, we're bidding 62 again. Okay, so there it is. So we got 60s and then 62s as it's starting to fade out just a little bit, but not as much that we'd like right now on the market. So let's just try to find something else. Right now, what is Donkey Kong doing? DraftKings is up nicely today. That's why it just popped up onto the radar. So DraftKings up today 1% or so, 0.72. It hit that 28.50 mark. Like, why is that so important? Oh yeah, right there. So it was like sort of the close there from Friday. You had a nice whoosh down. Actually, from Thursday, you had a nice whoosh down. You actually go back to the open, sorry, I guess it looks like on Friday there for DraftKings. We'll have to find out what that was all about. Huge move from 29, I guess just the market selling off there. 28.50 looking like a decent short for sure, as I just put my eyes back on to make sure that Microsoft and AMD is still in the pocket, which they appear to be a little bit right now. So DraftKings, I like that short. I mean, I like the short if we get it back up here to 28.50, but it is up on the day, so we got to be careful with what we like and what we don't like for sure on some of these names as it's moving around. Coinbase, I know Neil looked at that a little bit earlier.
Intel broke the low of the day.
Intel, okay, yeah. So something is starting to come back in, which I'm noticing right now, which is why I went right back over to Coinbase, see where we are. 71, okay, that's a surprise to me, man. And there it is right there, 73, breaking down. Coinbase, what's up with that right now? Nice move, man. We'll see how low that one goes. And here comes the TQs in the whole market coming back in just a little bit right now. AMD pulling back in. We don't have that short. We're waiting for 80s to get more. And hey, man, I still got a bone to pick with Softy because hopefully this name will finally start to pull back in just a little bit right now. We're in the money now, 40 cents. So let's put a bid here at O's, at O's. At 316.60 right there. Did we just get, yes we did, so we just get that fill right now because noticing that it just floated back down into VWAP again. So we missed some of those high takes. I'm actually at 317.80 to get more fills there for Microsoft, so that comes through good. But a nice little retake on that one and a nice retake there of 96 for AMD. So let's put something on the bid there as well. Wow, it's only 10:20. I'm glad to be with you guys longer, that's for sure. But to me, I feel like it's a little bit later for some reason.
It's been moving pretty fast. That's
yeah.
what happens when the market's like gives you a little bit more action off the open. Just before we go to the small cap recap, I was sort of saying under my breath, Intel broke low of the day. Micron's relatively weak as well, down 1%. This underneath 34. If I'm looking where I want to pick it up, you can see like it closed at 34.20. So underneath 34.20, this feels like it can be shorted. Foot Locker broke 17, so I'm short at 16.99. We'll give that to the local high as well. As we go to the desk, been a lot of these today. Let's go for the small cap recap. At least a lot of them are running, I mean.
Yeah, lots to look at and talk about. Here's Transcode, RNAS, just an absolute monster so far. It's more than doubled. On this, positive news as well. Positive cancer treatment results released this morning from RNAZ. Back to the upside as a result. BPTS, another one on the move here. Another distribution. BTPS? One of those. Anyways, there it is. Distribution deal or partnership signed on one of their treatments for them. Joby, we talked about in the pre-market a little bit, still trying to hold on to 660, 650, significant level. If you go out to the daily chart, you'll see why. They delivered their first eVTOL vehicle to Edwards Air Force Base, part of that DoD contract for Joby, guys.
Joby, always something to look at every single day as I'm watching out for 95.80 here on AMD, and we just got a little bit more profit on Microsoft as that just pulled back below VWAP, so that one's all good, baby. And it was all a dream because right now the NASDAQ is pulling back quite nicely again. Let's just take some more 48s right there, and yeah, man. We're not positive on many names, but the names that we are positive on is moving right now, and that is the TQQs. Nice move coming in again for us on that one. Hey, look, shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Oh, by the way, we got it early right now, so let's do this while we have a second. Dun, 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 dun. It is time for lunch money, and everybody wants to know, is it cake? Have anybody seen that right there? My kids like to watch that, Is It Cake, on Netflix. I'm a little bit bored of that show, that's for sure. But okay, hold on a second. The TQs, man, nice move. 35 cents now in the money, so that's 1% now in the money on the TQs. Hey, you have 1% moves. That's not horrible, so we'll take that for now and then see if it wants to pull back even further. Did we just get a, yes, we did. All we did was get that right there on Microsoft. So I don't know if Kathy Wood's buying Microsoft or not, most likely not. But right there, a nice little move to the downside now. Don't buy it. Don't buy it. Let's let Microsoft see if it can work down to the downside. But what is, Sean? What is for lunch today? So you might be asking that question. And if you're not, too bad. It's about to come through right now. Today's menu, although very interesting, we'll see if we, I don't know what we'll have. We have the salad. But today's menu, for those of behind us that are eating, is hopefully not horrible, Neil. It is going to be sweet chili glazed salmon.
I'll steal that.
Right there.
What? Okay.
Not chicken. You see what I did there?
Yeah, but like the
halt.
You're missing the last part.
No, I'm not done yet.
Okay.
I was part of the
say
feast.
that's the more interesting
Yeah,
thing.
sweet chili glazed salmon with warm, all right, mixed grains.
Supposed to what?
And my kids love edamame. So we'll do that. Well, warm mixed grains. You could have cold. Remember, like the couscous comes cold and all that kind of stuff.
Well, I know what our salad's going to be.
And then it says, have a great day. So
they're not putting salmon on our salad. That's the problem.
Well, they're putting it on tomorrow.
Yeah, see, it's interesting because
after.
We'll probably, like, tomorrow our salad's going to have anything that was on the main lunch, like that'll be on our salad tomorrow. But we'll see what happens. The market just kind of broke down. We're 0.2 to the downside.
Let's go.
Did I say I would steal that? Okay, usually if it's really good, like under my breath, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna take some of that. I don't mean like literally steal. It's just that when there's leftovers from the main lunch and the salad isn't enough for me, then I just take.
You don't mean steal, you mean take.
Yeah, like it's not really, like I'm not really stealing anything. I'm just taking leftovers off of the tray, okay? Just to get that out of the way. I'm not that kind of.
Don't worry, don't worry.
Intel's another one that I just rolled into the short on. I don't know why I care that much. It's like, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. You guys don't care. So our NAS, I'm just keeping track. It wasn't a 5-minute halt. The more crazy a stock goes, sometimes these are volatility halts of 10 minutes. It will be open in about 1 minute, and it's indicating 290. Now remember, I'm looking at that $3 level for a potential fade because of this. That's $3 on the daily chart. So that's one I want to pay attention to here. Still short Lee in the middle. It's not really doing a heck of a lot. Whoops, there, go to the 3-minute chart for you guys. Still holding. It's been breaking and failing at VWAP. I'm sitting in the short. I'm going to get I don't even know why do I not have bids down here at the bottom? I'm looking for the stair step to continue to resolve itself to the downside here. This is one that has been holding to the downside. Foot Locker, we got into that short. Intel's been relatively weak the entire time. And CART is trying to get back underneath that $30 level. Oh, the other one I wanted to mention, ARM, bouncing off 50. So this looks like there's a double bottom there forming on ARM. Obviously, if it breaks it, I like a 50 break to the downside. The next stop could be a break upside of 52, though. So watch out for that 52 level on ARM. If it got anywhere near 55, I think that's a fade. Not very optimistic on ARM, CART, or what's the third one again? It was
Clavio.
Clavio.
That's right.
Clavio, that's the one. And by the way, RNAS opens up. It's going right into a halt at 304. I am going to be really, really patient. I think it's going to turn soon. It's obviously ridiculous. I clearly should have held on to that long. I had a tight stop. I told you the plan. I'm like, I'm taking the breakout and I'm giving it to the previous halt because I want it to go right away and halt, which it didn't do, or not. I'm looking to play that long breakout into like a complete panic floodgate open up. That's not the way that it played out. But I will not chase this move. You're not seeing me chase this move to the upside. I'm now thinking it's going to be a bit of a short there. Lee Auto good.
Look at this.
Oh, Coin. Oh my goodness, Coin is starting.
Wow, why not?
Coin's starting to flush now. Coin just broke 70.
Oh man, Coin broke 70. Okay, we have some nice fish to be fried up right now. Talking about salmon coming through, although it's grilled salmon. We just fried up the TQs, man. I mean, we have the top of the day on the market. So that's something there. So at least we have that trade. And again, if you throw out equities, the problem with equities, and remember like when I got smoked on AMD, just going to the upside, the market wasn't as aggressive as AMD. Remember, AMD was actually, I think it got to Greensville because we saw Nvidia making a very, very similar move. So just railroaded there and then finally made that move to the downside. And now we are now at $1.20 in the money on that one. And about to join the Dollar Club finally. And you're home, Microsoft. Hopefully that name can make a move back down to the downside. We're still waiting for the bottom of the day. Like I want this to, obviously want, gimme never gets unless you're my kids. But still, nice move to the downside right now. Hopefully that will crush through 316, and we'll be able to get those bids that we're waiting for down here at 315.80. We got to be patient because, hey man, you know, you don't know where this market's going right now. I feel that way anyways. Like, I was surprised the market ripped like that. So let's take advantage, and we just took out some more AMD there at the bottom. Let's take advantage of this flush. Okay, so right there on AMD, more outs, basically getting out where we started the short. But, you know, to have had that sort of wherewithal and patience to know that this was possibly, you know, a fade play here, that was tough, man. And I know, I'm glad you're long that Retta. Oh, isn't that a buyout?
No, that's a buyout.
That's a buyout, okay, yeah. So I was gonna say, right now, neither of us really
ignore that stock. So
yeah, ignore it. I didn't, of course.
I'll give you 2 seconds on it. I said it a couple of times. I just, it's not to say completely ignored. It's a position. It's closing today. It's actually closing the deal, I think today or tomorrow. Either way, it doesn't matter. So 172.50 in cash. This is how much it has moved, and that if it moves too much more than, I'd say, like a 5 or 10 cent range, then I'd probably be freaking out a little bit because it shouldn't. But I'll be inside of that range. Whatever range it puts in, I'll be inside of it pretty much all day long. Just looking to take advantage of that. In said tight range, yes, Baba making a bit of a move. See, this market does not want to completely roll over. I was about to mention Alibaba, and then I looked up and saw Amazon bouncing off of 130. So you've made a higher low here. Again, the market has been trying to go and hold green. If this can hold on to the 130 level, that's a wick bottom at that 29 that we liked, and then the 130 level would certainly come next for potential long. I want to be very, very patient with it. C looks decent, and if it wasn't for RNAS, I would probably be looking for a curl on that, but RNAS is opening up in the next minute. It's at the $3 level. I wanted to trade two things, that triple top break, and then looking for a short off the 3 level. Ideally, it halted at 304. Ideally, it opens up like right at 3, instantly fails underneath, try to short 290 something, and give a stop at 305. But it's currently tapping higher because that's what it's been doing. So I want it to fail at the $3 level. If it's at 325, 350, I ain't touching it.
I ain't touching it.
You got to say ain't when the stock is up 350%.
Right, and a boot and all that kind of stuff. All right, so what was that? Crypto. Oh, okay, we're going to get ready for crypto. Let's just look at Coinbase real quick. I mean, Brendan's going to go talk about the coins and what's going on with that.
This is Coinbase.
But right now, this is Coinbase right now. As Neil hits that down to 70 and change, looking to break, well, has broken, but looking to hold that shelf. You know, unlike that milk in your fridge, check the shelf life right now on Coinbase. Let's go see what Brendo's Are we ready for Brendo, sorry? Yep, okay. Let's go over to Brendan then at the big desk and talk a little bit about crypto and find out what's going on in that space.
Downside, once again, extending some of the declines we saw after the Fed last week. Let's get you caught up on what you need to know here as far as crypto is concerned. More red numbers coming through to start the brand new week. But I saw this and kind of laughed. Is Uptober now a thing? I guess. Let's try and make Uptober a thing. Why not? I mean, they're talking about crypto, but that could be an equity market thing. Why not? There is Bitcoin back to this consolidation area this is going all the way back to the beginning of August, where we sat at this 26,000 level for quite some time. So trying to bounce here to start the new week, but still red, 1.7, 26,130 right now, 1574. I mean, we were talking about 1650 at the beginning of last week. 1.25% for Ethereum as well. Mostly red, guys, as we head into Uptober.
Let me get up long first, and then Uptober can happen. But for right now, we are still...
I'm mixed on that.
Downside, huge move, man, huge move downside right now. So let's just celebrate what's been happening with the market that we're in. And there it is. It's a nice move to the downside as we continue to take now 50 cents, man, on a $35 name. Not bad for the market. The TQ's fallen down right now. So we're happy with that. Hard not to be, really, when you're seeing this action there. Nice downside move. Yeah, like we said, we're not really short anything right now. Long anything right now into this market. So that's kind of the way I want to be right now. That RNAS, I mean, still people talking about.
It's a 10-minute halt.
Oh, okay, we've got that sorted out. Okay, so I'll leave it alone if it is going to be that 10-minute halt. So we'll chill out on RNAS right now. Let's just check out Nike. We talked a little bit about that earlier. Let's see if there's any love for the NKE right now. Nice move back up, honestly, off that bottom. I mean, that's good. We started the day pretty bad down to the downside there. Thought about, you know, where we could go from here. We both mentioned that Nike's back to some of those lows. crushing the whole year, gonzo. Now down, I think it was down 20% on the year or so. Yeah, because I remember when we first came in on beginning of 2023, and I was like, you know what, I think Nike in China was getting a lot better, and it did. It made a nice movement. It went from 118 up to 130, but the way the tech names have moved and the markets moved this year, to have been stuck in Nike's been pretty bad. So Foot Locker, I said to Neil, like, oh man, I feel like this name is getting probably close to bankrupt or something at some point. But I don't want to
Be nice
throwing that out there. I don't necessarily think they're going bankrupt per se.
I don't want anybody to
They're
go
not.
bankrupt.
No, of course not.
But it's hard to imagine.
The retail landscape has changed so much.
I don't know. I have a hard time picturing them in 10 years. I just don't know what they're going to be.
Yeah, that's
or how
I think that's a
how does it work
model,
out?
Probably, yeah.
So I have to look at this chart because it's Neo. So it's frustrating to watch it because I just remember what Liado did at the open. But wick this all out. But now look at this triple top. Higher lows, triple top, 835. Previous support level was 840. This looks like it wants to make a little bit of a break there. I am in that Foot Locker trade. By the way, it did break down very, very briefly, got the 99s, kind of holding sideways. I'm just looking for the trend to continue on Foot Locker. Like it was this bit of a flat bottom break on the daily underneath that 17 level that we have. So I am short. Whoa, position board just, oh, never mind, it's back. So I am short that one. Not a heck of a lot of movement. Intel is trying to get back to the upside on this market bounce, playing the relative weakness game here underneath that 34 level. Looking for, if the market breaks to the top, at least I'm short something which is relatively weak. And I always like to jump from, if you're shorting things that are strong, try to short things that are weak if you still like the opportunity. And if we're not breaking 14.9, that's to me the next shoe to drop for the upside trade. That RNAS, as I said, I am not looking to chase this. It's open in 1 minute. The only trade I'm looking for is a fade on this. At the $3 level, if it breaks 3, then forget about it. You know, you can kind of, if it breaks 3, I mean $4, I suppose, the level, and then up at 6. But this is a 1.7 million float after the reverse split. It's going up because there's no liquidity on the stock. That's the entire reason. Nikola also looking spicy. Hasn't broken away from the 130 level, but now it's showing you a bit of a double bottom off of this as well. So if it holds 130 any longer, Nikola up 8% for reasons unknown to me, looking pretty spicy for an easy, 3-cent risk long here.
Yeah, exactly. You always want to we consider ourselves risk managers, put yourselves in best positions to put on decent amount of shares at the right levels, and that's what I learned today, just waiting for certain things to happen. And I mean, in Microsoft, we got that. We got a 315.90 fill, or 92 fill, sorry, down there. As that's, I told you, we were waiting for that price, right? We were waiting for the market to break. We didn't get our 315.80, which has been our best fill so far. No, actually, our best fill was that one, 92s. Yeah, so we have 90s before, but we got another one right there as it's starting to come back in just a little bit. I do want to short pops here, but it's like I'm already in these names, so we got to find something else, right? Amazon is not a short pop candidate. It's a long dip candidate, and so that's why I'm going to slap on myself right there a pretty big fail, because it came right back to 130. I just heard Branko say RNAS is open, so
it's going to halt it.
Maybe we can just double check that and see what's happening. So Neil calling, or not Neil calling, but the halt is what's happening right now. This time halting downside, it looks like, right? This is a good short opportunity.
Come on, man.
Oh man, if you had it that short,
I
right
was
there.
on.
Were you? You got to pay for it. I didn't even try it.
Yeah, but
okay, so I don't have any paid for shorts anyways on this name.
I did, but I didn't get a fill.
Okay,
I had to cancel the order.
All right.
I don't want
and what we're talking about is you can see all of. I hope it was on my screen. It probably was. You could see all the bids or all the offers stacking, and when it can't break it, it's because it's in that halt state. So it just did halt there. If it can't get out of that in 10 seconds, it halts. And then right now you see all these 304s just printed. All dark pools there, so you had to sit on something dark. I felt like I saw some ARCAs print, but
I was on edge A.
But the thing is, ARCA was stacked. There's no way. If you joined that late, you didn't get it, so it doesn't matter. Anyways, RNAS right there halting, and I'm going to say this and then explain it, but tapping, so the theoretical auction price means the price that if it were to open now, based on all the supply and demand, would be 284. So we'll keep everybody up to date on where RNAS is going to open very, very soon. So, well, hopefully 5 minutes, but
it'll be five or 2.
Yeah, watch out for. I'm still looking at 132, and I know we talked about Amazon there before we got distracted, but again, a dip buy opportunity right back into VWAP in a strong market that's been strong today. I mean, it's now at VWAP, but trust me when I tell you, like I've been getting crushed on these shorts. So that's why I'm calling it a strong market. But we'll see if it can hold this bid now or not. Right now, back to VWAP. So kind of just hovering. I don't know, man. Maybe October is going to be a thing, and people are just trying to balance out their portfolios, right?
If it's going to be a thing, it's going to need
buying dips,
Nvidia
baby.
to hold 420. We don't have the 420 graphic. That's where, like, so we have this, like, it's like 420. It's like, it's made up of like cannabis leaves, but we don't have it, so it's not much fun. So there's me shorting the 420 level and getting out. I'm sure there's other people, but that's me. 420 holds once. You're now dipping off that. If we're gonna go, I'd like to see, I want to see buying first, kind of like we did here, and then try to join said buying. Yes, I missed the RNAS short. I said I like the short up there, but didn't get it. I was sitting on the offer into the halt. Hopefully, if it is a flush, I hope people got out of that one to the long side and took your profit. But if 420 was a key level on the way upside, resistance, I think it can be support here on Nvidia. So we're gonna take a shot. Neil, stop it, bro. Nvidia is still overvalued. No. Here's the thing, like we're day trading, right? So
wait, what?
Whether or not whether or not you think, like I've said, like I think Nvidia on a reasonable dip, forget about the 400 level, like 370 makes a little bit of sense to me, or even the 200 period moving average is a level that is not ridiculous for it to get back to. And you can talk valuation all you want, but as a day trader, you got to trade momentum because that's what it's all about for us. It's all about Momo. And right now, it's a strong stock that held 420 once. If it holds it again, I would just look for the momentum long. It's a bit of a bull flag as well. So it's nothing. That's all we're ever caring about. Like I try not to have the whole like long-term or valuation creep too much into like what is a day trade off of a key price level. If you do that too often, then you can get yourself into a little bit of trouble there. AMC's at 850. Is it really? No. No. See, yeah, no, it's at $8. AMC to 850. I see in the chat there. Tobbs in the chat. Caleb also mentioning this. Breaking $8 on AMC. That's not bad. Friday's high was 810, so maybe you needed to break that level. But this is worth joining, I think, because you have room to go. When I say room to go, you got 835 up here. You got 850, 860, which was resistance before. Yeah, nice stair step to the upside. I've joined Nicola in front of 130. We'll see how that goes off of VWAP. But this is not a bad trend on another squeeze type name on AMC. RNAS, we'll let you guys know when it opens back up as we go to Brendan for Sector Watch.
Some notable strength coming through this morning on the S&P 500. We're red, but only just for both the SPY and the Qs right now. Thanks in at least some part to Nvidia right now. Some semiconductor strength holding things up a little bit. Broadcom as well, still in positive territory. Qualcomm, AMD notably weak there as far as semis are concerned, but still a decent amount of red in this group as well so far this morning. Apple, one of those, only just though, 0.15, Google 0.16, Microsoft there or thereabouts as well. Oracle downside on that downgrade that we saw this morning, 0.7 right now for Oracle. Adobe to the downside as well. Amazon standing out there nicely strong on the day. Tesla helping to the downside along with some of the banks, healthcare stocks as well. Consumer names, McDonald's weaker than the rest right now, 0.8 to the downside. UNH had quite the week last week. We were talking about a little bit on Thursday and Friday. Here we are again up 0.6 to start the week. I mean, basically flat, guys, but notable strength coming through. Energy names as well. I mean, oil up a little bit here so far today. XOM standing out there, 0.6 as well for the S&P.
Yes, sir.
When I hear XOM, what do you think about, Neil?
ZOM?
ZOM, exactly.
Well, I mean,
Me too.
that's a Sharif thing.
Oh, you know what else is a Sharif thing?
Well, a lot of things are Sharif.
Yeah, but where's the thing?
The what?
The like.
Oh.
We haven't done enough of those today. Where's our girl behind us, by the way?
The show that takes you into the heart of the market
What new one?
every day.
There's a new one. Roll it if we have it. Where's the new one?
Where's the new one?
Is it ready or no?
No?
Not ready, not ready.
I shot a new one that I thought was pretty good.
And I shot the sheriff.
But you didn't shoot the deputy.
I know I did. I shot everybody.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, that's terrible.
I was just mad.
That's not fair.
You know, it's not fair. Anyway,
Sheriff,
we shouldn't talk about it.
Obviously not. We're just joking, everybody. If you
Yeah, we don't
can't
have a
tell.
sheriff.
We have Sharif,
We have Sharif.
not the sheriff.
No.
I don't know.
Someone has a $3 winner on Boyle. Oh, yeah, well, Nat Gas is going.
Sharif
What's up,
he likes himself some natural
back.
gas. That's for sure. But we don't really trade those commodities. I think if you're trading commodities, you're only trading commodities and you want to specialize in that. If you're trading equity, very, very different ball game there. What's going on into? Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to mention. CGC, I had said it was going to get to $1 in the next couple of seconds, like 15 minutes ago. Double top at 96. It's just not there yet. So that's the other name I'm trying to be patient with for it to get to that $1 level. Just nowhere. It's 96 is close, but it's not quite there just yet. That's gonna be the next shoe to drop. Li Auto, still going sideways, still short underneath 36. It might break. And Intel, been hanging out in the consolidation short on Intel underneath 34. Market resolve lower. I think this one can break lows. You look over at what's going on in Micron. That is also weak. That was a weak name. It's back at VWAP now. So down 1% on Micron, but it's actually creeping higher. I think if this breaks, it probably takes Intel with it. And Amazon, it's not 132, but it's, again, trying for a bit of a double top here. So that 132 level we thought was key does not seem to want to come into play. RNAS is another 10-minute. Every time I look at that thing and think it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it's a 10-minute halt. So that doesn't open for another 3 minutes, it looks like. Still like the short, but I'd rather have been in it right here and not waiting for it to open back up, which is indicating $2.85. I'd rather be short at $3, 305 or 304 where it halted than wait for the 284. I don't want to chase it too far.
I mean, right now, obviously, just to tell everybody, we've already done this once, but Microsoft is back into the dollar club here. And, we've made back a lot of money that we lost early. And I was saying to Neil, like, why did I use so much size early on this AMD trade? It was ridiculous up to the upside there when we knew we should have waited. I mean, I wrote down here on AMD, and I just, shout out to my wife, too, has to hear all about it. It's like I should have just been more patient with the trade on AMD. We wanted 98s. Like, I don't know why I'm starting the short here, like, right here. Like, the minute we broke, I don't have a problem doing this. It's averaging in and then getting out when we finally break that exact high. Like, if you're going to take, and again, learning every day, okay, wow, now we're really starting to, thankfully, we're starting to go back down to the downside right now. And the TQs have really been a good trade for us. The futures is what saved the account right now. But you could see this has been a nice move to the downside. Right, we just had to be a little more patient on that right now as things are starting to finally come in a little bit. So money being made now money's been made on the short since 9:35. As soon as we got stopped out, everything started to come back in. So far, so good. The TQs as well, they're not doing anything. So we have some good outs there. Pretty much all of these outs, well, I shouldn't say they're all 10% because they're not. We have some different outs. I still think that we can go to the downside right now. But look, there we go. The market started to go. And no matter what we want to talk about,
it's a trap.
We're still hovering here. It could be exactly that. It could be just a trap. We're just hovering around levels that we already know. So let's just wait to see where this goes. I still say short pops. We'll wait for that to come through. There goes AMD a little bit. Let's take a piece out because, again, we don't want to think like, oh, my God, we have the top here or the bottoms because we don't have any of that. So let's just wait to see. There's still a lot more in this market. It's only 10:45 right now. So lots more to come here today. Let's take another piece out as we try to trade breakthrough VWAP, but did not. Now we've got to wait for 95.40 as a possible downside move right there in the market.
Yes, sir. I was just in and out on it. I was saying it's a trap because it just did the trap on Nvidia. Was looking for a little more strength off that 420 level. It instantly broke it, so it made the level, looked for the double bottom, and instantly broke it to the downside. I was in the short, basically the exact same short as before, and then it immediately took out the 421. I'm still looking for this to break down off of that level, but I do have Intel, which looks a little bit better. Do not want to forget this because it's actually starting to get a little close, getting close. The campus program, something that we care a lot about. In just, is it 2 weeks? I believe it's just over 2 weeks. October 10th is the start date. So I want to start with that and remind everybody, if you're interested in learning about day trading, becoming a trader, this is the program for you. If you are located in Canada, the campus program, campus.daytradetheworld. Why would you want to do it? Because you have the opportunity to gain real trading experience and trade real money. All you have to do is apply, put the time and effort in. It's a multi-phase program. First, you're gonna get an introduction to the markets. That's all about the basics. From there, you're gonna learn about the platform P-Pro 8 that we trade on. Anybody that ever asks, what platform do these guys use? P-Pro 8, proprietary to Day Trade the World. Every trader behind us uses exactly the same thing. Once you're proficient in that, you get to go into the simulator that's called TMS. You have one-on-one coaching the entire time through. You'll get a certificate at the end of that training, and then what everybody wants is to go live. You still have that group coaching. You have the opportunity to go live, trade real money, firm capital. It's about 8 hours a week of trading. You can have double that when you consider the in-class and the learning aspect of it. Having what it takes here at the bottom, a willingness to learn, be willing to put the time and effort into it. It is a flexible program. It's called campus because you can be going to school, you can have a second job, and it's just not a full-time job. But you do have to want it. That's what we always say about traders. Passion for the market, willingness to learn. That's all you really need. Not available in the US. You have to be in Canada right now. As I said, October 10th. So get your applications in. You can scan the QR code below if you don't want to go to the website. Lots of ways to do it. It's something that we feel pretty passionate about. When we started out on our own floor, we were hiring traders on a part-time basis where they were in school and then coming and trading and learning during that time. You had a lot of hungry people when they're at that age. So I think it's a great program. Take advantage of it. It is not in the US, guys. I know everyone always asks about it. We have to say that 2-3 times. But it's one of those things where at some point, if it ever does, it can be a great opportunity. We'll let you guys know. And we keep hearing, bring it to this country, bring it to that country. Put a request in. When you apply, say, hey, I'm here. I'm in London. I'd like to be able to do it. I'm in wherever, and I would like to be able to do it. Those requests are heard. It's just starting in Canada.
Yes, sir. Hey, it's me.
It's me.
I'm the anti-hero. It's me. Shout out to...
Who's the...
Yeah, you don't know that song because it's Taylor Swift. What's up to T-Swizzle right now? Yeah, Sharif knows that, of course, man. Yeah. All right, so that's what that is, right? I mean, pretty much everybody besides Neil. No, there's probably 3 or 4 people in the chat that don't know it either. But okay, look. All kidding aside, let's go over quickly to Disney because now that we're talking about the entertainment.
That's impossible.
Let's go Disney now. Disney's not doing anything, man. 80-80. I'm actually, honestly, as a shareholder, I'm a little disappointed. I thought today when we got that news coming through of, that I guess it's a potential settlement. I don't know if it's been ratified or anything yet, but the deal was struck. I heard on radio today on BNN Bloomberg there this morning that on my way in that it was, the union was really happy with it, and I guess that they're going to be back in the saddle, actors, screenwriters, and I don't know if it's all of them, but again, I was just really disappointed. I thought that Disney could have got going there today, and it just didn't, and that's going to happen, but today, right now, it is
You're not going to believe this.
It's a non-starter. Hold on a second. Disney or Microsoft right now, let's go finally into that 80s. Let's take a bid. Well, what am I not going to believe?
The tap on our NAS is $1.20.
I heard Yannick in the background saying, what the hell's going on with RNAS in not as harsh words. He goes, the tap was 175. But what is it now?
It's 130. It was just 110.
Here, come over to my screen.
I'm sick to my stomach because $3 was the level, $3 was the short. It's halted at 269.
It is right here.
With a tap of $1.37.
But how long has it been halted for? Because
that's going to change.
Okay.
It
might not. That's what I was gonna say. If this is only a 5-minute open, right now it's 10:46, so 10:51. Let's go to Brendan, and this will be open when we get back. So let's go and figure out what's going on with the DXY.
More upside, guys. Just checking, 1.7 million share float on that RNAS, so just crazy. Crazy. Here it is, DXY at its highest level right now since November of 22. So just absolutely impressive move to the upside, as we've been saying over the past few weeks and months here for the dollar continuing. Multi-month, multi-year high even for the DXY. Dallas Fed out at 10 o'clock there, negative 18.1 versus negative 17.2 prior. We'll get consumer confidence coming up tomorrow. We'll get Q2 GDP look later in the week. So lots of important economic data to come. Will any of it stop this march higher for the dollar remains to be seen. But highest level since November of 22 for the dollar today, guys.
Yes, sir. So it's not open just yet, but it feels like our NAS is all 10-minute halts at this point. Like the last two have been 10 minutes. This one, it would have opened right now if it wasn't 10 minutes. But going from there to something else, because we can't talk about only that stock, looks like 96 was the level on CGC maybe. I don't know. It's making higher lows, so there's still a chance it gets to that dollar level. That's where I want to trade it. It was wicked out of Lee. Oh, by the way, why do we like $1 on CGC? Should explain that to you. This is the last time we were at $1. Look at that flush. That was good. Obviously a good level break there, and then a short for the next couple of days. I think the same thing can happen here. Was wicked out of Lee Auto. It took out 36 and then immediately rejected back underneath. So I'll jump into it, give it to the local high. It's less in terms of notional. It's less in terms of like a percentage move here because I'm short 94s, but it's essentially the same kind of trade. I won't add unless it's failing down closer to VWAP. Now the market's starting to come back in. As I said,
hallelujah. Dog.
I know. The market's really looking weak.
The softy trade.
Nvidia not breaking down just yet. I'm still hanging for this move to get to the downside. The one thing that has never looked strong, as I said, I'm sitting in Intel. I think if the market gets back to the lows, this has been a weak name. I'm not even on the bid until it breaks the low of the day. I'm hanging on to this through a low of the day break. That's what I got to see here. Coin, by the way, this could be lower highs. It's back at that $70 level. If this takes out the low, just want to point out the daily. You show me where support is on Coinbase. I don't know, 65 bucks maybe?
35.
Well, I'm only pointing at the 200-period moving average. There isn't actually a support level till you get to 50 bucks. It's at 70 right now. So this market, if it traps longs in here, I want to look at the names that have been weak the whole time. Like Coinbase has been weak the whole time. Obviously, Intel's been weak the entire time. I don't know about
Max?
Amazon, by the way, double top for a potential breakout. This is higher lows on Amazon. This looks very strong, and I don't know if 132 is something we wait for. If we get back to 14.9 even, and Amazon has broken before there, I think you want to take that break. But that's assuming that we haven't already tested 14.9. I do not want to be taking a breakout at the resistance level on the NASDAQ. We said that on Friday when we were at 15,000. On names that we like to the long, I would not do it at that particular point. Our NAS has calmed down a bit, but it's still tapping 155. So if you don't take profits on these, you get absolutely destroyed. That is the lesson of the day, I think. Do not chase these moves. Do not get trapped when they start to pull back in there. And no one ever went broke taking profit. You're not a sucker if you go long one and get out at 150. That's the way I look at it. Because if you held on, you might be getting 150, and that's after it got cut in half. So again, it is what it is. I think it's probably going to bounce at VWAP because these things tend to. As I said, back into Li Auto and holding on to Intel. Coin is bouncing off of 70 Angry Bear, but I don't think that's going to last. It either flies back above VWAP, or we're looking for it to get through this lower high and then give it to 70. I don't want to short it here. I'd rather short it under 70 or on pops.
Right now, guys, it is not a $1 club. It is a $2 club. So right there, finally, man, we put it back in. Microsoft. It's like, damn, Microsoft. Like, if we had just, honestly, Microsoft, AMD, all this stuff, it's just have patience, man. And I'm just going to keep saying that because we're an education show. And honestly, nothing has changed in the way I trade anything except for trying to understand when to properly put on the right amount of share size. And I just feel like early we got rinsed. Well, NEO is fine. Like, NEO's going to be, is my reddest stock. And again, if we're going to learn on something right now, and that is that, look, like, talk about getting in a little bit, like, premature into a trade. Like, we went over there, it tanked from, not tanked, went from in the pre-market 820. We knew that there was some, negative talk about the Chinese EVs. Not just that, the Chinese market in general. Today, ADRs, I guess is the word I'm looking for. And NEO was like, uh-oh, there's big size at 8. And we saw that it was 1 million shares, but that 1 million shares was right off the open. So I should have realized that that's not going to matter one bit. And I went long, got out, was fine. We took like, I think it was a 3-cent hit on a couple thousand shares. So, down a couple $100 early. And then we went short again on the move, and then it took it out. Like, I thought, okay, we blasted through $8. Let's take the short against that 8. And yeah, that also, this is not my friends, but you guys are hopefully my friends out there.
I think we got to give a shot.
That was the lesson that was learned right there. But there it is, man. Microsoft downside, AMD downside. Hey, I'm all about giving shout outs. So who do you want to shout out?
I want to shout out Joe Peck. Not just anybody, but Joe Peck from the Fifth Flow. That's what's up. If you don't know where that's from, then you better check yourself. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay. I'll check myself after this. But for right now...
I'm disappointed, bro. I'm disappointed.
Where is it from? I don't know.
Bruh, man. Remember Martin?
I love Martin, yeah.
Martin? Bruh, man from the fifth.
No,
Yo,
I don't remember that, so I am a little disappointed.
Can I borrow a sandwich? Nah? Okay.
No. Okay. That character's not.
Come on, son. Bruh, man from the fifth flow.
People are knowing it. People are knowing it.
You guys know what's up.
Yeah,
And you always got to have a sandwich around. If you don't have a and that's Sam-wich.
No, it's sandwich. You're Italian, sandwich.
Sandwich. That's what it's all about. If you've never seen Martin, the show, I was a fan of that show. I watched like pretty much every episode twice. Shout out to you, Joe Peck. We like to have a little bit of fun around here. You know, my comedy is a little bit older because I'm a little bit older myself. But one thing is the one level I've been trading on Nvidia is 420. So once, twice, OB thrice. Looking like it'll set up here underneath that 420. I'm just looking to take a third shot. Intel's at the low of the day, so I'm still looking for that to break down. It's 10:58, so we got like 90 seconds, and then we're actually throwing you to the professor and Obi Trice.
And if anybody's seen Max around, let him know that
he's still in South America.
Back at some point.
He's still in South America.
Exactly. So I don't know where
he's somewhere in South America.
I feel like maybe his Lambo got confiscated as he drove up, trying to like cross borders and stuff like that. So,
I don't think you want to drive a Lambo in South America.
Right. So we'll find out when.
South America is a large place. He was in Chile, right?
I don't know. What the hell? Who knows where he was?
Chile?
Was he in Peru? Was he in Costa Rica?
No, he's in Chile.
Was he in Chile? Europe? Correct.
Well, he was in Europe.
Yeah, I don't know where this guy is. Was he in North Carolina golfing about a month and a half ago?
North Carolina.
He was? Come on, stand up. Yeah, get your towels waving up there. Shout out to Petey Pablo.
Oh, I'm on camera when I'm doing that?
Yes, you are. So we're going to find out where Max is, but for now, we're going to
Sean was talking. The camera's supposed to be on him. So I can do this.
The camera's always supposed to be on you, Neil. That's the thing, man. All right, so... the market now fading.
Get down.
Yeah, man, we've got $1 on AMD, $2 on Microsoft, and we're getting near the low of the day here on the TQs. And I say the low of the day, but we do understand that the low of the day was the very first print. Like as the market opened up, we had 2 or 3 minutes to the downside. Then we started to blow back up. But hey, man, what's really kept my head above water here, and I'm just being honest with everybody, we shorted the TQs there, and boom goes a dynamite to the downside. So that has really helped me out on that play because we did start off the day pretty red, man. We shorted this all the way to the outside. Shout out to Redman as well. Nice move to the upside. We finally caught that short, and then now it came back in a little bit. So I feel like we're pretty lucky to have this move come back in. I just want to check out what's oil doing. I want to check out what XLE is up to. 90, okay, finally a little bit back to the upside here today. Was a little worried because we did not get out of XLE up here at 93, 94 like we said. So possibly getting out of some of this as the day goes on. So yeah. Good day, market near the bottoms. We're happy with that. Let's cover some of our TQQ. And that's about it, man. Any last positions there?
So very, very quickly, I got the 420 again on Nvidia, but then it did this wick underneath 19. I'm like, okay, we're going to break. And then it kind of wicked underneath, get some out on the way back. I think I still worked this short off of VWAP. But as we said, we've got the professor, we've got Obi Trice. I'll be back for lunch money at 12. We'll be back for 2 o'clock, but you're going to the midday, and the market is still looking exciting. And by the way, RNAS
covered more.
It's not even a 10-minute halt. It's been halted for 15 minutes. I don't know what's up with
that.
Where
did it open, by the way, when it was tapping 129?
It hasn't.
Oh, it hasn't
opened up. So it's now 15 minutes that it's been halted. These guys will let you know. But let's get to Sharif, who's in BPTS, apparently.
I guess I just got in because I had a stop order there. Okay, I'll have to remove this Surge Trader screen because we are brought to you by Surge Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Surge Trader. Now, then I got to get rid of this screen here because I had, the dip trade right there at VWAP. On BPTS, that was my move here, looking for the dip trade on there, and right back up it goes. So it is time to wet our beaks up here. What a good trade that is to start right off the bat like that, off VWAP. Let's get a little bit out here more. OB, Okay.
Blasting. What's going on over
That's
there?
it. And I dipped out of that. That's flattened that out.
Damn.
All right, so that was the move on BPTS there. We're looking for a VWAP dip and a move up, and we just broke high day, hence why I flattened. So this one getting going while RNAS gives up the ghost, even though RNAS is still up 305%, having done 45.5 million shares of volume. BPTS, no slouch, 36 million shares done on the day, 3 million shares in the last 5 minutes, and
halted.
it is halted right at the level
Beautiful.
at which I got out. So nice, decent. Neil got me worried there. I'm like, I wasn't even in BPTS, man. I had a dip trade set up, and it triggered when I was shouting out Search Trader.
Wow.
So that's what we do around here. All right.
That was a good one, man.
So how are you, Obi? We were talking off camera about Amazon.
Yeah, I'm good,
And,
man.
before we get to that, the weekend was good.
Weekend was solid, man. Just we had Yannick's birthday on Saturday. That was a good time there.
All right.
Sunday morning.
Is he like 19 now? Okay, sorry.
Well, I don't know if he wants to publicize.
17.
Okay,
He's
17.
yelling from
all
the
right,
background. Yeah.
So happy belated again, yeah. And Sunday was great. Sunday morning I went fishing with some buddies there.
Love it.
In the morning, didn't really catch too much, so we were like, all right, you know what, we're gonna still make a day of this. So we hit the range, and then we were there for a couple hours.
Beauty.
Just taking some swings, and then back home there. So
Guys,
good
light up
weekend
the
for
chat
sure.
with happy birthday, Yannick, please, and thank you. The man is he's a human dynamo over there. We don't know how old he is, so light up the chat, guys. Let's wish Yannick a happy birthday. So Sunday was good. Saturday was good.
Sunday was amazing.
That's
Saturday
good.
was
So you got
amazing.
some good R&R.
Yeah, for
assuming?
sure, yeah.
Beauty. All right, let's take us through the Amazon trade then, my man.
Yeah, so coming in, we saw how heavy last week was, and I may have been a little biased to the short side coming in, and I was like, okay, I'm leaning a little red for this week. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna stay vigilant on some of these key levels that we identified last week. And the one key level, again, we talked about this on Friday. That was the last thing we left you guys with. On Friday was that 174 on Apple was super strong. So coming in today, I only had one level written down. I had 174 Apple written down. Nothing else, nothing more, right? So coming out the open, I'm watching 174 on Apple, rips right up to the upside, 1 point in the first minute, absolutely crazy. And I'm like, well, if 174 was support, there you go, there's your answer, buddy. But like, I'm not chasing that quick movement. I'm not punching in at 175. You saw what happened right there. It flushes back in. But I see that Amazon, looking a little bit different, starts to break this 129. So I get short right away, a little bit of a chase. But when it fails to follow through, I'm expecting it to drop another like 20, 30 pennies at least on that break, and it doesn't happen. So I'm like, oh, nope, get out of that one, flip the other way, hit the long on top of the 129, pops up, gets some out at the 130s, add some more in, kind of consolidates. Retrospect, maybe I shouldn't be getting anything out and adding a lot more in at the 130. Again, great reasons to buy. But funny thing is, I look away for like 30 seconds right here, comes back into these pre-market levels just underneath 130, and then gives you another point to the upside. So I was like, missed that entry on the scalp. That's okay. I'm going to look for the other side now. I see it slowing down in the 130.50s, initiate a little bit of a short there. 131s is the actual level. Can't get past the 20s, get more short, comes back in, VWAPs around 130. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna start piecing off. Pops back in, can't get to 131, short some more. And I kind of covered a little too early here, as we did get a retest of VWAP right there on the 130. So a little bit left on the table for that idea, but that was the sauce on Amazon this morning. And I'm just going to be waiting for the next trade. I'm waiting for 132 or this 129 to come back in. Same thing with Apple. Apple that 174, man, seems like it's the gift that keeps on giving, because those 174 longs are holding as of right now. And when and if they do break I think that could definitely give us some direction. But as of right now, that 174 hold definitely has me leaning away from my initial bias of the short and maybe towards a little bit of the long. But unless and until that 174 interacts in a special or like in a meaningful way, then I won't really necessarily have a strong bias, I guess, to the downside there. So as of right now, things are holding their view ups. Things are holding some key levels. Same thing with the NQ and the S. The NQ kind of a bit of a chop fest here in between this 14.8 and this 14.9. That 14.9 being key from last week. We saw multiple interactions of that 14.9 and obviously the 15 as well. Much anticipated level. Over and under, in and around, you definitely can expect some liquidity there. I see the Hayes records. I see you saying who held Ovi's hair back as he puked on Saturday's party. I did not. No. I don't.
Getting blackout drunk and stuff like
yeah,
that.
those days are long gone. Definitely a little bit more responsible now. But you know, every now and then,
Right, Obi,
we love to have some fun.
Your
Yes.
blackout drunk
Wow.
stories, but BP, TS, open here, Obi. The tap was 178 last time I looked at it, and then it opened and it shot up. This is an incorrect wick. It did not go up to 210. The high of day right now is exactly $2, coming back into 183. Look for that 178, 180 area as a support. I like using these halt levels as areas of support and resistance, but let's not put too much stock into this one, right? It is a small cap gapper du jour, despite the fact that it is a larger float, about 162 million shares, and that's owing to the fact that it started out as a penny stock on the day. It was sub $1. Friday's close was right at that 90 penny, 88 penny level. So this just showed up on my scanner when it broke 85 cents, as that's how I filter it. Now here we go. We're at $2. Reject that $2 again, despite making a 206 high of day. There was a very illiquid area above that $2. You see that move into 206. And right back below too, as either people profit take or shorts initiate around the whole dollar area. So a lot of volatility to be expected at this name. And I always say this, and I'll keep saying it again, these stocks don't hang out in the area for all that long. So either have your your hotkeys ready or have your resting orders at whatever levels you want to take profits in, because you know it's not going to be hanging out for all that long. And if it does, it's the exception. It's not the rule. Why does this person keep calling me when I send them the voicemail? All right, well, we'll send them the voicemail one more time, and then we're going to pick up and really let them hear it after that. So here we go. This one doing a dance below 2. It's up 117%, but let's see if it can hold that halt level. It's been holding it all right since the open here. That the idea is going to be to take 2 and take 2 decisively, not to wake up above 2 for like a quarter second, and you know, that's all she wrote. Now, my intention here originally, because you may be just joining, was to get a dip trade off VWAP. There was no other idea other than that. We saw a bull flag forming, but with these bull flags, typically there's bamboozlement because they are small cap gappers. And so I said to myself, take it off an area of support rather than getting in the midst of the pennant or whatever. It's not even a flag, it's a pennant with higher lows and lower highs. Sorry, higher lows, yeah, and lower highs, that's correct. So that was the idea here. Now that idea is done. We have a new, whatever pattern forming after the breakout from the bull flag or the pennant. So now try to take it off whatever resistance level. If you're going to look to short it, then it will be 2. Otherwise, if you're looking long, I would say that 180 level. You're going to have to give yourself room, though, because much in the same way that it did initially, it dipped down and then shot back up. So we'll see how this one fares. We'll keep it on the side chart here, which I do already have. Now let's talk a little bit about the other movers on the day. Foot Locker also having itself an interesting day. It went red, and it's not green. To go green, where are we going to have to go here to go green? Where is my, okay, that's for whatever reason, it's not showing up on the chart. In any event, what I was looking for was Friday's close on Foot Locker, and it's not showing up. This one went red all the way down to 16, about 16 2/3, and now it's trying to break out through the pre-market high at 17 1/4. Stair stepping up and finding definite support at 17. So look at that move back on Foot Locker into 17. 17 was bought up and out. You're about 25 pennies, a quarter in the money at the moment. If you bought that red to green move is quite interesting. Nike, the other one on the day, I thought these two would have more correlation because of the consumer base to which they subscribe. A lot of Foot Locker's products come from Nike, not necessarily the other way around, but their consumer dynamic is very similar. Nike tried to go green here on that move up at around 10.20. It rejected off that 90.85. In case you're wondering why these two are down, they both caught downgrades today, but I would suggest to you that it is linked to a bigger piece of information, which is mounting consumer credit card debt. I talked a little bit about that on the big desk this morning with respect to where we are in terms of all-time highs, percentages of defaults, etc. We haven't been this high in terms of defaults since the great financial crisis. And there are other data points too that are worrying. Newer credit card debts are double the default rates at around 7 to 8%. Newer being credit cards that have launched within the last year or so. So Nike and Foot Locker tend to cater to the lower income tranches. Take that how you will. Just regurgitated information, but those tend to suffer more during times of financial crisis. So we'll have to wait and see, can they generate consumer spending when the consumer looks to be getting tapped out. Oracle got a bit of a downgrade. It's moved off that 109 area that we closed out on Friday, getting down to 107.5, but it really hasn't done much. So I won't talk too much about that. Nikola, it was the other one I was looking at here. Neil talked a little bit about that. We're not really sure why this one's moving up, but it's been squeezing up as of late. For the most part, EVs are a mixed bag. You got Rivian up 2.5%, Lucid up 0.5%, but Fisker and Polestar are down, so a bit of a mixed bag there. But Nikola doing real well, 13.6% up today off that 120 bottom. It closed out at 125. The high right now is where it's currently at $1.42, so decent day for Nikola. And then you guys know the other one, RNAZ, halted, or is it halted? Yeah, it is halted, halted here at $1.99. So those are the 6 that I'm looking at: Nike, Foot Locker, Oracle, BPTS, RNAZ, and Nikola. Obi.
Yes, sir. Market's kind of ripped right back up to the top of the consolidation here. I'm watching that. Same thing with I guess Amazon and Apple. Two of my main watches. On the day, we talked about, again, so that 174 holds again, and then we rip to the upside. A little bit of strength here. I'm watching for some of last week's levels to potentially come in as well. I'm going to pull this down. We have that 174 mark. Just a quick rudimentary line on the chart. To point us in the direction of like, okay, when should we be watching the tape a little bit more meticulously versus other times. And yeah, so all I have here is that 177. Let's see if we can even get back up there. So we're kind of testing this this consolidation just underneath VWAP that happened into the close there, right on top, right at 176, and you can see that consolidation. This thing is beautiful right here. So popping right back into 176, 177 is the next level. Let's see if we can even get there. But if some of these previous levels kind of come in, you can see that 176 was resistance on Thursday as well. So if we violate this 176 and push to the upside, I think we're going to have some shorter term buying pressure that may come in just off of players who've been shorting the end of a pretty heavy week, I might add, last week. So any of those chasers that punched short at the end of last week on a heavy red week, you might be grabbing some of that liquidity before we move continue on the way down. But again, that's just a little bit of a tinfoil hat. Shout out to Greg. I remember whenever I was like, oh, tinfoil hat, he would go, buddy, tinfoil hat, I have a tinfoil suit. So I think I'm starting to get there at that point of building my tinfoil suit on some of this price action. But you know what? It is beautiful in how it kind of manifests itself, the action in between some of these key levels and the price action as well. This order flow is definitely something we can definitely learn from. Look at that 176 break right away. Really, really strong. So like I said, I'm going to be waiting for that 132 on Amazon if we can even get there. If these futures are going to stay strong and past this 14.9, then yeah, definitely the long idea is continuing. Like, we had the longs out the open, and sure, you know what? We didn't hold any of them, but that's something for the trade review later today, where I can observe that, like, okay, if you do reclaim some VWAP and some key levels after a heavy week, you want to be poised to push a little bit into that redness from the previous week before we can even think about kind of continuing the move back down, if that's even going to be there, right? But here's the thing: key levels is what I'm watching, 14.9 and 14.8 here on the NQs. All right, so let's see what's moving today.
Questions to answer.
Yeah, sure, go for it.
So Maine, whatever, Maine. All right, I don't even know what currency that is, but asking with respect to the NQ and where possibly we're headed to Friday's high. So let's have a look at the NQ. All right, here we go. Futures, we go December contract, and Friday's high is 15.025. So we're not far above that. I mean, this is Friday high right here, 15.025. We got to reclaim 15,000 first. 15,000 is over here. And the overnight high before we really started moving down is this 14,946. So we have a couple of levels of resistance that we got to get through. But the main thing is we just went green. We're a quarter point to the good at the moment. A lot of buying coming in. It's being fueled by Apple. Mostly here is what I see. Apple's almost a percentage up high. It's near day's highs. Amazon's also near day's high as well. Meta possibly about to take 300. So it looks like everybody's participating in this, even Nvidia moving back into 424. So with respect to the NQ, let me put the ticker on here. This is the NQ December contract, guys. Over here. Let's go. Yeah, so we'll have to get through the pre-market high first, 14,950, and then we'll have to get above 15,000. Then possibly we'll touch the 15.025. That is Friday's high. Otherwise, you know, we're still going to be a lower high. Well, so we'll have to wait and see how that moves out. But good move up on the market for the moment. And then Yumi, or 7-UMI, or however that's spelled, or that's pronounced. Palantir, yes, Palantir moving up nicely here as the market in general moving up, but still, you know, below Friday's high. Friday's high brought us about to 1441. Where best we could do today right now is at 14.25 on PLTR. I don't know if there's any independent news headline for this one. Let me just have a look real quick, see if there's anything on the blotter for Palantir. Nothing that I see here. Palantir Technologies, why their commercial business in the U.S. is soaring. No, that was more macro stuff than actual headline news on the day. So 1424 high a day. I'm pretty sure this 8 a.m. wick is an institutional order that got up to 1435, so I don't think that's an actual print. Yeah, but there you go. I think 1440s we're really going to find possible resistance, but we'll have to wait and see. Palantir, no news headline, but moving up with the general market. And thank you for both those super chats. Do appreciate that, guys.
Yeah, that SAR, I think that's a Saudi Riyal. You were asking about that currency? Yeah.
It up.
Yeah, so yeah, I just looked that up. I was curious as well. So yeah, SAR, Saudi Riyal. Nice. So a bit of a breakout of this consolidation from earlier, but we can't even get past like 10, 15 pennies past that breakout here on Amazon, right above that 14.9 test. And we can see that out the open, sellers kind of come back in, and we're holding on top of VWAP here. So let's see if we can get a retest of VWAP from some of these highs. Because if we're going to kind of curl up, kind of grind up, maybe trap some people on both sides potentially, then I'm expecting a little bit of a healthy chop on the way up. Let's see if we can kind of revisit and hold above VWAP on the day. Because if we're gonna show some strength, I think using some VWAP buyers, using that bid on top of VWAP to our advantage may help. But yeah, let's take a look at some of this action here. Let's see if we can kind of come back in. I have VWAP as 130.30 here on Amazon. So about 70 pennies lower than where we are roughly right now. Let's see if that can kind of manifest itself. A bit of a VWAP hold is what I'm looking for here on Amazon today. So what were we doing earlier? Let me just, okay, so we were just looking at what names are doing some volume today. Let's take a quick look at some of those. Tesla. Wow. Okay. So Tesla. I haven't taken a look at Tesla today, but yeah, take a look at Tesla today. Bit of a continuation out the open. You drop all the way down to 235s ish, 240s, and then you pop back up and hold above a VWAP on Tesla. RNAS. We know everybody's trading this right now. Doing a lot of significant RVol on the day. Kind of has a catalyst on it as well, and a bit of a low float as well. It has about a 1.8 million float on that. So definitely a cornerable, definitely manipulable, and definitely want to be on the right side of this thing when it's halting like crazy like this. Definitely not something that I guess I've had good past experiences with. Tickers like this, they again, you got, as long as you're on the right side, it's great. And if you can kind of execute on that, that's always good. But it looks like this $2 area, I kind of identified that 220-ish, and then you had that 170s as well out the open that kind of held. So we're holding above both of those levels as of right now. So let's see where that goes continuing forward. We know there's a lot of eyes on NEO as well. Again, being on the news, having some catalysts here and there as well. But a lot of volume. Look at that, significant RVol in the pre-market, almost 3x after we've already had some pretty high volume instances last week on NEO. I remember that $9 break was pretty aggressive when that came in last week. Again, 420 on Nvidia. That was another level today, and yeah, that VWAP hold seems pretty interesting as it is right in and around that 420. So let's see if we can do a little bit of a VWAP recycle here, as it seems like we are making a bit of a lower high with respect to this push into 425 there on Nvidia. Oh wow, take a look at AMD. I know we had a few trades in AMD last week. AMD being the fifth volume gainer on the list today. So a bit of a resistance just underneath this 97 as we go forward, but it seems like that VWAP hold is coming in pretty nicely as we try to settle in below VWAP. On the reclaim, you kind of rip back up and you're pushing towards some of these highs here on AMD. Now, of course, Amazon, we're watching this Amazon right here. We're looking for that potential retest of the VWAP as sellers kind of come in just on top of this 131. We've taken the shorts there before earlier. Let's see if those shorts kind of come back in again. We're just looking for that, a healthy churn on top of VWAP before we can continue making some move forward. All right, the next one is Palantir. All right, Palantir, $14 hold, a bit of a churn on top of 14 here. Nothing too crazy, not even doing that much RVol, so I'm not really necessarily going to take a look at it. But our next up is our friend right here, Apple right there, 174. We know how good of a level that is. Yeah, just pushing straight days highs. So we talked about keeping in mind last week's end of week consolidation right there. That 177 was a good short, and that 176.50-ish area kind of consolidation before the pop into 177 exhaustion back down. So let's see if that 1765 comes up again, Sharif.
So this headline just coming in right now, Obi. I believe 11:22 was the first time. 11:20, sorry, was the first time I saw on the blotter. We know that there was a fire at one of Apple's India plants. Pegatron has told workers no production at India iPhone plant on Tuesday, the second halt day after the weekend fire. So I'm not sure why Apple's pumping here. So I started looking a little bit more, and then Morgan Stanley had an interesting data point this morning with respect to Apple. If I can find it. Where is it? Come on. Well, it was respect to basically the lead times. There it is. So record highs, apparently, for these lead times. Apple iPhone 15 lead times extending to record highs, says Morgan Stanley. Am I able to find that? What's going on here? There we go. iPhone 15 lead times extend to record highs, according to Morgan Stanley. That came out this morning, the 25th. The investment firm Morgan Stanley said Monday that lead times for Apple's iPhone 15 have hit record highs across North America as of Friday, which the firm said is encouraging, giving the somewhat tepid response to the unveiling. Analyst Eric Woodring, who has an overweight rating at 215 price target on Apple, said the next 2 weeks will be critical to determine the cycle in iPhone builds and revenue for the coming quarter, but that he is encouraged. And which is interesting because, I was listening to the All In podcast this weekend, and, they were talking about how the consumer is getting crunched. And so basically, what was the consumer going to do? Are they going to tap out? Well, Brando and I were talking about this. They're going to skip an upgrade. They're going to staycation instead of vacation. They're going to, basically it's going to be consumers cutting spending. And, one of the things that you can definitely forego is a new iPhone. You don't have to have that new iPhone. You can, like, for example, mine is a 13. I can probably hold on to this for another year or two. Like, I held on to the 10 for almost 4 years. And, it seemed to work just fine before I upgraded to this one. So we'll have to wait and see what the consumer does, but promising here for Apple shareholders to know that it's being met with record demand, despite the fact that the consumer is struggling at these levels. So we'll wait and see. Bitcoin also popping in here. It was moving up nicely off that 26,100, got up to 26,275, but really nothing to write home about. People asking about Mara. I want to update them on the status of Bitcoin. Still negative on the day, though. We'll have to break above that 26,000, almost 500, 465 is where it closed out. I believe that's Friday's close. That could be the overnight close. Not 100% sure. BPTS, this one coming into another interesting level here. It rejected two. It danced with that halt level for a while, that 179, 180. It used it as a level of support to bounce up in and around $2, so about 20 pennies worth of range, 15 pennies worth of range, and then you got the eventual breakdown, and we're right back at those earlier support levels at that $1.50 that it's holding at now, which is also VWAP. So interesting possible area here to recycle this trade, but you're going to have to really be careful because last time it didn't hold exactly that level. It broke below that 150 and then shot right back up. So very manipulable stock. Be careful. It's not a short float, but it trades like one. It's about, we said 163 million shares float, but it's sub $1 for the majority of the time in the weeks prior, now breaking through that dollar area. So careful with this one, but very interesting area here at VWAP and that $1.50 on BPTS. So keep an eye on that. And yeah, what else is strong? Obi, I think Nvidia was strong earlier.
Yeah, Nvidia really strong.
Yeah, it's a 1 3/4%, but finding trouble at that 424 area is Nvidia. Here's the look on the big GPU maker, and it was interesting because we part of the Amazon story today with what's it called, the Anthropic, that new AI firm, was that Anthropic and Amazon were going to be using in-house made GPUs, semiconductors that Amazon's been working on for some time on their AWS platform. So it wasn't going to be Nvidia, so I figured, maybe Nvidia wouldn't have such a good day, but seemed to be the microchips names were leading the way up for the market, at least earlier on. But that 424 area is what I'm talking about here on Nvidia. It seems to be a bit of an issue, despite the fact that it got through it for a little bit of time here. Got up to that 425 and a third, which is this a trend line? Oh, I have to zoom out, see if that's a trend line. But yeah, this trend line over here hit it perfectly. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. We had trouble with 424 earlier at around 948. Again at 10, got through it for a little bit between 10:15 to around 10:20, and then right at 11:20 again we started flirting with 424 and we're rejecting off it again. So that 424 level, for whatever reason, is acting as a level of resistance. Now let me find out what this trend line is that I was drawing here. Let's go on the daily. That is the uptrend line going back from January of this year that I drew on Nvidia, which it breached these last few days here. So starting on the 21st, we got the first close, the 22nd close below, and now the 25th. If we didn't close above this trend line, it would be interesting here. But yeah, this trend line has not been breached since January of this year, kind of the lows there at at 125, 135 bucks. Now, for the first time, being breached on the year. So Nvidia, one to watch, and I think some of these microprocessor names as well will be.
Yeah, so we took that short off that 131.20s area where we were like, okay, sellers might show up again, and then price action starts to slow down, sellers show up, and I'm like, all right, can we make it down to VWAP on the 131 break? All right, so we get short on top of the 131, comes into the 80s. I'm like, all right, I'm looking for covers maybe on a higher low here. The last low here was 130.40s, and it kind of stalls in the 130.70s, kind of rebids back up. So I cover most of it right there, just carrying a little bit to see whether or not we can even make it back to VWAP here. Because if the market's going to stay strong, then I expect that Amazon is also going to catch a bit of a bid here. But let's see how far we can get. We talked about VWAP being all the way down here at the 130.30s. But you can see that we've kind of been making consecutive higher lows here out the open. We had that nice strong dip long off of that 129, and then you base on this 129.60, then you base on top of 130, and then you base on top of 130.20s. So does it make sense for me to expect a pullback all the way down into VWAP 130.30s? Yeah, sure, it could very well be there. But if price kind of stalls on that on the quadrunk back down into the level, then yeah, I kind of want to stay wary of that and just get out of the way. Unless and until it can come back in, and that's fine. We'll take that. We'll try to take that trade as well. But we're still holding a small piece right here on top of the 131. Nothing too crazy, as I said before. A lot of my main ideas were kind of executed in the morning. I'm still waiting for that 132 to come in to take the really convincing trade there. But as of right now, this is just like lower probability scalps. Potential just with the market here as we kind of struggle with this 14.9 as well, right? Kind of gives us that confluence for the short. Apple kind of pulling back off of, can't even get to that 177. We talked about that 176 kind of being that consolidation from the day before right here, right? So this double top right here, consolidation highs 1760-ish, and take a look at what Apple kind of can't get through as of right now, right? This level could get broken and violated going forward, but with the limited data that we have that's been printed already on the chart, it would seem that this strength is having a little bit of trouble as of right now, or started to have a little bit of a pullback off of those levels. And yeah, let's see if that kind of comes in. I see that Amazon is pushing back through that 131. So potential to add on the short, but the thing is, this action is pretty clear here, where potentially buyers are kind of stepping up. You don't have to make it all the way down to VWAP. If VWAP is a great price to buy, then it might not stay too close to VWAP for very long here, right? So I just want to show you guys right here real quick. So yeah, so you can see that we did test VWAP. That was a clean confluence of VWAP being at 130 and then the bounce being at 130, and then also you have that consolidation in the morning being right at 130. So you got a bit of a triple whammy on the 130 long as well as the 129 long in the morning. So definitely, like I said before, I was leaning a little short on my bias coming in. But if this price action is going to show me otherwise, then I'm definitely going to shut myself up and be like, all right, just get with the flow. And yeah, definitely the flow seeming like it wants to bid up a little bit here. So yeah, you know what? Let's see what 131 does. Waiting for that 132. Let me know what you guys are trading in the chat. I'm looking for that next trade, and if I see it, I may or may not take it. But it seems like this market is giving us lots of opportunities here. We were talking about how the VIX is almost at 20, right? And then let's take a look at this right here. So the VIX being at 20, oh, things are going to get spicy, and I can't wait for that. But until that comes in, we can definitely take some chop off of that push into the 20s if it doesn't want to come in. And we saw how that ramp up last week that we had pushing back. So we were here near the lows in the 12s, right? In the 12s and the 13s, and then you rip right back up, slap through 15, and then now you're pushing 18. So a little bit of a trend there on potential volatility pushing or expanding, right? And maybe things are overbought. If that's the case and things start to sell off a little bit, then we could definitely see a VIX in the 20s in the coming weeks. And if that's the case, then yeah, the market is definitely going to be in play. And yeah, we won't have to be looking around so much for specific in-play names there. But yeah, Sharif, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye on the NQ here. We're at an interesting point, 14.9. I always look at these 100-point levels as good areas of support and resistance. And what I'm looking for here is to see whether we're going to get an overwhelming amount of sellers pushing this below 14.9 or the buyers are going to step up. So we already got a move up into 14, I think 14.917. So we got up to 17s or so, give or take a point or two, maybe 16s. And then we dipped below. But we were immediately bought back up. So what I'm looking for here is the basically, you know, wicks one way or another. So every time it moves up into a certain level, it's met with sellers, or it comes down into a certain level, it's met with buyers. And that takes usually about, you know, it depends, 25 minutes, half an hour until you can find a discernible pattern. I don't want to be jumping into it too quickly here, but what I'm looking for is some sort of recognizable pattern. When it comes at that level, because it's at the 100-point level, what is it being met with? Are the buyers overwhelming sellers or vice versa? So right now, I have nothing off. I don't have enough data off which to work. You know, I only have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-minute candles. So about 25 minutes worth of data ever since it broke through that 14.9 area. So I'm gonna have to wait and see until, you know, you can get some sort of, you know, idea about who's winning on that end. I don't want to take this trade off a certain level like I would maybe an equity name. Like, for example, there was this crest over here at around 14.890 or so, or you could like take the top of the wick around 14.896 and say, okay, well, that's going to be my level of support. I'm going to take it off there. I'm not going to look for it like that. I don't think it works that way. I think you need to give this one time to see, you know, every time it dips below 14.9, buyers are stepping up. I'm just giving you an example. Or every time we get above 14.910, we're moving right back down. It's being met with a wall of sellers, for example. So give that one time to manifest, to actually develop, and then take the trade. Now, by definition, you're going to give up some profits there because you're going to have to wait for a resolution or for confirmation, whatever the word you want to use is. So right now, we're creating higher lows, so it looks like we may reject 14.9. All the while, I'm keeping my name on the Mag 7 as well because I tend, you know, the tail wags a dog, et cetera, but trying not to have a bias, trying to let this one resolve and see which way it goes. But that 14.9, interesting area, and yeah, I want to see where we're going to end up resolving. All right, main MBAFA. Oh, goodness. Tough name. So 7.99, you said Swedish real. I mean, Saudi real. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks for the show, guys. Sean and Neil, too, thank you very much for the super chat, and thank you for being a viewer. All right, someone was asking about Carvana short earlier, and I told them I'd look at it. So here, let's have a look at our friend Vana, CVNA. This one's been weak on the day today, and it's been weak the last few days, I believe. Yeah, we've been coming down off that 50 level. Max loves this stock, and he did well on it earlier in the year, but this one was interesting to me because it was down on the day. It is down on the day. For whatever reason, I don't see the percentage up here. It's down 3.33%, just holding barely onto that 40 level, all the while its competitor CarMax got an upgrade today for whatever reason, even though I really don't understand why these used car names are doing well, because we know that there's been a huge deflationary push in the used car business. Here you go. CarMax shares up 3% after Wedbush upgrades them to outperform. And usually you get a sympathy play from a competitor like Carvana, but not today. It is right on the day, like I said, 3.33%, while CarMax is up over 2%. It's been a down a while. Let's go to the half an hour chart here, see where we started making that down move. Yeah, so it was a decent August, late August for Carvana. I think it was a decent late August for a lot of these stocks, and then we kind of, yeah, there's the overall market from mid-September onwards. We got to that almost 57.5, and there's the downtrend line holding pretty well, to be honest with you. Any shorts off that trend line from mid-September onward have been fruitful. Let's see where we are support-wise. It looks like the best support level that I can see here on the half an hour is that $37 area. Let's zoom out a little bit more. Let's see. Yeah, 37 bucks seems to be a very interesting area for whatever reason. We hold that mid-August, mid to late August, $37 was support. And then even when you go back into mid-July, there's a longer period of consolidation. And 37 is not the low end. It's 35 that's a low end, but 37 involved nonetheless. What I was trying to think here is maybe we might find support at that whole $1.40 level, but it doesn't seem like 40 is, a main area of support there. We'll have to wait and see. The lower highs on the day, starting from around here or so. Oops, moved that incorrectly. Yeah, you could draw a bit of a trend line like this, give or take. Yeah, 40.25 the low of day for now. But you could try shorting pops maybe into 41 or just a little bit below 41. Catch that trend back down for a 40.25 test for maybe a 40 move. I won't involve myself in this, even though it is down decidedly on the day counter to CarMax. But we'll have to wait and see. I'll put it on the side chart. I'll set some alerts for around that $41 level, and we'll see how it does. Jameson Barna, Carvana was $8 at one time. Yeah, I know. I mean, I don't like the stock, I'll tell you. I don't know why it's been doing so well lately. Probably because it has a very big short float. Let's check on the short float for Carvana. We haven't looked at that one in a while. Bring in trade ideas here, CVNA. The short float, yeah, still, a nice juicy 40.2%. No question about it. And that is on a float of 84 million shares. Not small, but not big either. So that is a movable name, and we have definitely seen it move as of late. So 31.2 million shares. Is that right? 31.2, or is trade ideas going? Let me have a look real quick on the side chart. We've done 3.8 million shares, not 31.2. 3.8 million shares on the day today for Carvana. We'll keep an eye on that, but no trade on it for me for now.
Yeah, Sharif. So we broke back through that 14.9 there.
Yeah.
Took a cheeky short there on the reclaim of that 131. And yeah, it was about 20 pennies in the money there as we kind of pushed back in to that 130.80, but it seems like it is pushing back to the upside. So we're definitely going to be wrong on that one for now. Let's see if we can push significantly past these 20s. It seems like we will be able to if this market continues to scream to the upside. Right now, Apple as well, screaming pretty hard to the upside. 177 is, again, that's what we're watching out for on Apple, that 177 as well. So still holding on to this short here. Hasn't really clipped the area where I think I will be 100% wrong on this short yet. But let's see if some of this selling comes back in, or we're going to continue to the upside here. A bit of a price compression happening just in and around this 130.30s and this 130.70s as well, as the market kind of pushes back or attempts to push through that 14.9. So let's see what this will bring us. SPY is cranking, says Tom Brooks. Let's take a look at the SPY. I know I had a few levels on SPY kind of marked out as well. So yeah, I wonder if they have come in as of right now. So that 430, all right, so we had that 430 kind of marked. We've already gotten past that 430, and then we had some 435s, 434s as well from last week right there. Kind of that Friday resistance, 433 kind of steps down and pushes back in. So we're still underneath some of those sellers from the end of last week there on SPY. So let's see whether we can, whether we get sandwiched in between this 429 and this 442 for now, but this 443, that's where I'll definitely be looking for potential selling to maybe come back in if it comes into fruition. Let's see there. Look at that 131.20s, kind of pushes up into that area on the market pop, and kind of comes back into the 131. So maybe just a little bit of a churn as of right now, but I am waiting for I guess some more information there. And we're not really going to get clocked out as of right now with this price here. But yeah, if Apple continues to go to the upside, if the NQs and the ES continue to push to the upside, then yeah, that 131 definitely has a very, very strong chance of holding there. But I'm going to stay a little bit with the trade idea until the price action kind of proves me wrong there and potentially stops me out. So yeah, 131 shorts I think are still on. Let's see if that pop on the markets was just a quick grab of liquidity there, and sellers kind of show right back up again where they have been, not once, not twice, thrice, maybe a fourth time as well.
That'll be thrice.
So
You set yourself up good for that one, right?
yeah, I did. But yeah, okay, so we're getting a little bit of selling. That 131 broke again, so we're doing a bit of a recycle there. If we can kind of crack through this 14.9 once again on the NQs, bit of a strong push. These are 15-minute candles here. Let me just zoom in the chart. So this is the open right here, and we've had 3 consecutive greens, with the first one being very, very strong, almost wipes the whole price action from the early half hour of the morning session, and then we pushed right into that 14.9. So maybe a bit of a pullback. Let's see if that's the case or not. Now again, I'm just along for the ride here. I have no idea what's going to happen, but let's see if some of these probabilities stack in our favor or not there, Sharif.
Yeah, you and me both, brother. No idea what's going to happen, but I like the fact that every dip here into 14.9 is being bought up. So I'm involved in the MNQ now. Let's see if we can get a move through this 14.925, maybe even touch yesterday's close, or not yesterday's, Friday's high, I believe. That's the level that I was talking about earlier. We'll see. The whole point is to see, again, at these critical levels, who's in charge, the buyers or the sellers. That's what I'm trying to look at, trying to see which wicks, which way. So the upper wicks are being sold off aggressively, or the bottom wicks into the 14.9 are being bought up. That's kind of the whole thing I'm looking at, right? And that takes some time to develop, but right now it looks like 14.9 getting bought up for now. We created another higher high and a higher low. We'll see what this one resolves into, but not going to bet the house on this one. So we'll make sure to have a stop. The stop will be below that 14.985. I think I'll be wrong. Sorry, 14.890. That's where I'll be wrong. That'll be a newer low through these dips into here. But, you know, there could be bamboozlement on the futures as there are in small cap gapper world. So we'll see. We shall see. When you look at the big caps too, what I see is higher highs and higher lows, but you know, we know that it's been a downtrending market. So these could just be midday buy-ups, and then boom, you could see the selling coming in fast and furious, no question about that. The majority of my board on the side is green. I'm talking about big caps, microchips. Most of them are green on the day. And now the 10-year, the 2 years back in the red, the 10-year is still green, up 1.85. We'll have to wait and let this one resolve. I don't have many other trades on at the moment other than the futures. That's the only one I'm in. Just fix my charts over here. I'm keeping my eye, obviously, on some of these small cap gappers like RNAS and VACC and BPTS, but yeah, not much to say about these ones at the moment. We can look back at BPTS because it is back. It did hold. Come to the chart if you're able to. That $1.50 level. So look at that dip in that we talked about. It holds it for the most part, dips below VWAP though, but the volume is definitely dropping off on this one, and this one needs volume to go up. So I'm a little bit suspicious on this one. Yeah, you might get the odd bump up into the, say, 175, and then it'll sell aggressively. Yeah, but without volume increasing and definitely holding that level, I don't know how interested I am, but I could be wrong. Here, we'll have to maybe set some alerts to let me know whether this one's moving or not. But yeah, BPTS, definitely a good one earlier, but it's going to have to hold this level to get interested again. Let's see what RNAS is up to after, you know, this series of halts up and down. It's found a little bit of a consolidative area just at that $2 level, with $2.20 being the top and $2 being the support. So we'll have to wait and see which way this one resolves. But the trade I'm in at the moment, the futures trade, Let's see if we can hold 14.9, maybe get a nice break into 14.925. We're going to have to be patient with this one.
Yeah, I'm just closely watching this here. Apple kind of selling off of its consolidation highs as Amazon kind of pushes back towards it. Makes me curious to know what Softy's doing here. If Amazon's going to disconnect a little bit here, I do want to respect it. But yeah, take a look at Softy. Softy kind of very consolidating, kind of looking a little weak as a bit of a continuation seems to be happening from continuing from Thursday's kind of action. Pretty heavy there, consolidating in and around VWAP on top of that. What is this? 316 40s there. Is a VWAP on Softy. Let's take a quick look at Google as well. Google 130s, all right, 129 as well. So I did have kind of this 130 level marked from last week. We can see how strong that support off that 130 has been for Google, and yeah, a bit of a continuation for that support as of right now. But yeah, Google relatively strong compared to other tickers when it comes to the larger time frame is very interesting there. About 30 pennies out of the money there on our Amazon short, pushing for high of day, but the NQs and the ES kind of teetering. So we might be getting a little bit of a disconnect here if Amazon wants to continue bidding to the upside. I'm definitely going to be getting out of this one here on this short. We talked about what level I'm interested in for the real short here is that 132. Now I don't even know if we can make it all the way up there today, but if we're gonna struggle, take a look at Apple, man. This consolidation is looking kind of weak here. I'm looking at the support right on top of that 176. Let's see what we do with that 176, whether we bounce off of it. If we crack this, I think the selling can definitely come back in. I'm watching that 14.9 as well right there on the NQs. So if that 14.9 kind of cracks, maybe we can get some size into the short here, add to our position potentially for the move back down towards VWAP. But the fact that we have kind of violated some of these highs from before, and we're doing a little bit of more of the same, where you attempt to break the high, you come back in, you attempt to break the high, you do break it, you come right back in, and then now we've attempted to break the high, and we haven't gone too far as we've only pushed like 10 pennies off of those highs as of right now. So if this move kind of continues, let's see if it has the oomph to do it, but that 14.9 support is what I'm watching here. Meta 300 saying ripping. All right, so let's take a look at Meta real quick. Meta 300. Okay, Meta bit of a pullback off the 300, looking good. Yeah, that 300 has been was support last week, and then today we come in. Maybe the idea is support turned resistance off of that Meta 300. I'm definitely not going to be interacting with it, but if that's your idea, I think it's pretty solid there if you're going to be using that whole dollar level kind of psychological as well. And it's also proven itself as a bit of support and resistance in the past week. Let's see if 300 on Meta comes in as resistance. If this market kind of pulls back in, again, you're going to get more confluence, again, with that 14.9. If we crack that 14.9 on the NQs, that Meta pullback might give you a little juice off the 300. You know, not saying it's going to go right to zero, but you might be able to catch a couple high probability points off of that on just a consolidatory. Is that even a word? Consolidation pullback. Consolidative pullback. Yes, that's what I mean. So like on the consolidation, look at that 176 kind of coming back in on Apple. Let's see if that sentiment is followed through here on Amazon. Just looking for the retest of this trend. Pretty strong trend here. 130 60s, 130 50s potentially, but we are bidding about 30 pennies above that dollar here. But yeah, I'm looking for reasons to get shorter here on Amazon. Not necessarily seeing it as a short off of Apple would have been nice. It gives you this double top here, right in the same area we talked about, that 176.50 there, Sharif.
Double top.
Double top.
Let's have a look there, baby. Someone was asking me about Tesla. I think his name was Eric. Let's have a look at TSLA. You know what? We'll just bring in the big cap side chart, which we didn't bring in today. What I like about Tesla so far, number one, it's gone green. It's up 0.5 point. But look at all these higher lows and higher highs. And when this one gets going, it really does get going. I mean, there's just no question about it. We saw this one absolutely fly. Was it Thursday? Remember this one? It started flying. Tesla.
Might have been.
Was it Thursday or Wednesday? I remember one day, and it was like there was a
been
top
selling
there
off
at
nicely.
269, I think, and then it just went boom. Anyway, looking good now. It took that 246 level, 246.53, creating an upward channel of higher lows and higher highs. When we look at the 5-minute chart from the top side, there's definite, well, I don't want to say definite, nothing's definite. We gapped down this morning, even though we opened up higher at 4 a.m. at that 248, so we could encounter resistance there. There's a bit of a double top as well in the afternoon at that 248 level, so we could definitely see resistance at that 248. 3 different points there, but all of them at, suspicious times. And then above that, we're looking, probably that $0.50 level. Obviously, that 250 level will be an area of resistance. But the interesting one is at 253 level. That takes us back to Friday morning, and we had some support there earlier on, and then eventual breakdown. But we'll have to wait and see what TSLA does on the day, because it is a stressful one, no question about it. But the one that I'm involved in at the moment, the NQ, we're going to have to really hold this 14,900 area. I mean, we can dip below it a little bit, but what I want to see if we dip below it is not a specific level, but the aggression with which buyers are stepping in to make sure that it stays above 14.9. If they don't do that, then the trade is invalid and I got to get out of it. And so it looks like it's retracing down now. If it breaks 14,890, I'm going to have to get out of this one.
Yeah, man. So we are getting a bit of selling there. Look at that crackback of the 14.9. So yeah, I'm looking for that 131 break on Amazon to kind of follow through with the market pullback here. Again, these are 15-minute candles. Same question I'm asking myself: how much time is left to print on this 15? We got about 2 minutes left, and we're getting a bit of a pullback here. Take a look at how heavy Apple is right in through that 176. Let's see what Apple does with that 176. But this 131 coming back in, where is VWAP on Amazon? 130.40s. So as the price action kind of gets really tight here, I'm thinking of potentially Amazon may potentially decide on a direction here as the price kind of compresses. So it seems like as of right now, a bit of selling there with confluence on the selling across the board as well. So let's see if there's going to be follow through. Now, it's not fully confirmed yet that we're going to start to pull back a little bit, but that 14.9 crack is definitely the first step in the right direction there on the NQ. So I'll be watching that real close. Again, I haven't seen too many tickers in the chat. Let us know what you guys are trading, man. We'll definitely take a look at some of those tickers. I'm more than open to looking for the next trade, whatever that may be, potentially setting up. So yeah, Sharif, I have no other ideas other than this right now going forward. How about you? What are you looking at?
No, I'm just typing to people in the chat. I was typing to the person's name, Natalia. Yeah, she's like, I'm short the SPY here. Yeah, I gotta agree with you. Maybe this was the look to look for the rejection off 14.9, even though we were dipping above it. Maybe my look was wrong here. I don't necessarily disagree with how you're doing. I put my stop in already, but it doesn't look good unless we're really gonna get bought up here off that 14.9. Above it now, but that dip down made a newer low and leaving me unsure. And also Apple dipped below 176. We got the rejection on Microsoft of the Friday close at 317. Meta rejected 300, right? So there was all these, forces coming into play to keep the NQ a little bit below 14.9. We'll have to wait and see if those are fake outs or do I have the right idea here. But I don't necessarily disagree with Natalia. I think she might be right on this one, that I should be looking for an important level like 14.9 maybe, and then trying to take it short. We'll have to wait and see. The trade's already in, nothing that can be done about this at the moment. So it looks like, yeah, we may be rejecting off these levels. What else is happening? RNAS apparently halted again. Wow. Upside this time, Obi, after a couple of down halts. Now, where are we halted? At 208. What is the tap? I'll let you guys know in 1 second. RNAZ. Oops. RNAZ, Arnaz. Sounds like a Persian friend that I had before, Arnaz. 208 halted at the, and the top is 208. So nothing here doing except the fact that we are higher, 213%. But the theoretical auction price, and that's what we mean by tap, guys, theoretical auction price. And that's determined by the buy and sell orders that come in during the halt. Are they being outweighed with sell orders or buy orders? And then the auction adjusts accordingly, and we get that price reflected in a tap, a theoretical auction price. So we'll wait and see where this one resolves. But again, you know, it's done a lot of shareage on the day, 57.8 million shares, but it's really had trouble staying open, which is interesting because these ones that have trouble staying open don't usually rack up too many shares done on the day. So we shall see what this one does. Let's look at the other small cap gapper, BPTS, still holding that 150 level. Doing well, you know, that general 150 area holding. I wonder if this one's setting up for, you know, a VWAP hold high at daybreak. Essentially, it's what the name sounds like, where it holds VWAP, or give or take the area of VWAP, for the majority of the afternoon, and then finds more volume coming in the later part of the day, maybe power hour, maybe a little bit before, and then tests the high day. In this case, it would be around 216, or no, 214, 213 or so. So we'll have to wait and keep this one on watch. Both of them are on the side chart, so we shall see. And then moving back to MNQ, just before I send it back to OB. Yeah, we're still getting that dance at 14.9, man. It hasn't resolved. Yeah, I'm suspicious of this trade, but we're already involved in it. We'll see where this one does. Yeah, it looks like Apple's reclaiming 176, but Meta's coming down now below 299. So Meta rejecting that 300 level decidedly here. A bit of a mixed bag. I mean, your Google's moving up. Apple's, right? Amazon's near days highs. Tesla's near days highs. Nvidia, a bit of a double top at 424. So the future is a little bit mixed because we have a mixed Mag 7. But we'll get to that and much more after the bully at the big desk takes your lunch money. It's time for lunch money.
Hey-oh, there we go. I don't get my graphic. Just imagine my head like going like a South Park Canadian there, the animation. It's lunch money. It's the Monday version. Gonna go over some names that have been maybe not on your radar this morning. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't. But we're looking for some plays for lunch and for that afternoon session where you can get some good movement. A lot of things have been moving today. Some big, gigantic levels have come into play. One name that we did not mention is in the travel space. I want to lead us off with Carnival Cruise Lines, and why not? We're kind of going into some earnings, a few earnings this week. We're going to have Carnival at the end of the week, but that doesn't mean there's not an opportunity here today. So let me just start out, let me switch to the daily chart quickly here for you guys. I love this new feature, a little picture-in-picture action, right? So I can have my daily and the 3-minute up. If you watched last week, you remember Carnival taking out this big flat bottom break on the daily right here at about 13.90. It was just right into support, breaking down big time. Dollar move from this flat bottom into this support level, going all the way back into June, guys. So big gap fill. It's already happened, that dollar move. And then we come right back over, and I can give you the 3-minute chart with a quick little double click in there. So if you see this at 9:30, we like to call it like a liquidity grab. And it happens a lot at 9:30. Either direction, doesn't really matter, but you'll get a big move and a rejection of a price break and then a trend in the other direction. Nasty reversal. What's nasty about it is you have a stock that's trending down like CCL, which has broken major support levels, and then gives you a big wick underneath that support level, under 1350. It's absolutely tanking, gets to 38, and then smokes it back to the upside. You'll hold that 1350 again. It holds a higher low. Then you get a consolidation break right as we're coming off air at 11 o'clock. So you've got a very strong upward trend now in CCL, which is leading you to a pretty obvious even dollar. So there's $14. If you look at what happened, last week, obviously that 14.90 to 15 area for the flat bottom break is going to be a theoretical resistance, if it turns from support to resistance, that usually makes some sense. You're going to want to look at the close price here, very close to that 14 even as well. So CCL, 14 even. I think you can play this both ways. At lunchtime, a lot of times there's some scalp trades out there for you. The whole notion of being short a 98 or a 99, that comes into play as well. But it is a bullish looking move for Carnival a few days in front of their earnings, which I believe are usually in the morning, so it'll be Friday morning earnings. The thing about Carnival, these guys always seem to report, and then it's not until like 9:10 or 9:15, right before the open, they come out with that report. I'm kind of hoping that's not the case. You like to be able to go over the numbers and see some price action before. But for today, note that wick reversal at the bottom, strong trend to the upside, trying to reclaim some big levels here on the daily. If it can wick that 14, it's got a lot of room to catch back up. I would expect if it gets anywhere near the 15 level, I think that's a bit of a short, and I think you can scalp trade off the 14. But a big mover that I want to be on the radar, not just lunchtime, but for the afternoon as well. And then another one, which is, I'd say a bit, I don't know, a missed opportunity, but certainly a name that was in the news when you have the writer's strike, which, yeah, the writer's strike is definitely over, but we'll see what happens with the Actors Guild. So Netflix going to be in play here today. The trend is your friend until the end, like we always say, and then it bends. Well, Netflix on the daily, it broke 400 last week. You'll get that move to the downside. There isn't a lot in terms of support and resistance levels on the daily once it broke that 400. You can look back and say, okay, well, this 375, it's kind of a decent area. You had a nice breakout here going back into May, and then kind of a double top break. So that's the support that you're rounding off of. Come over to the 3-minute chart. And I look at that same level not even get tested this morning. Instead, you got a double bottom at 380. So sometimes the support is even better if it doesn't get there. But when I look at what's happening in the overall market, okay, well, everything tested, most things tested the highs. A lot of strong names tested the highs. Meta tested highs. Amazon tested highs. Apple tested highs. Nvidia, all the chip names tested their highs. But Netflix, no, when we're bouncing around and testing that 14.9 over on the NASDAQ and the ES was trying to press up, Netflix was nowhere to be found. As a matter of fact, it was making lower highs. So what does that tell me if we reject that and we actually pull back in and there is a bit of a dip to be had in the market? Well, I'm putting Netflix in the penalty box then and saying, hey, if you're not going to be strong with the rest of the market, then look at the lower highs being put in and we break this consolidation down. There's room to that 375 level here. So if we get a market pullback, I think it's disappointing that when you have a resolution to at least part of the strike that could have been a positive catalyst, you're not getting the price action reflecting that here. And unfortunately, that doesn't just, it's not as if it's local to just Netflix. I mean, I can pull up Disney here and show you a bit of the same thing. Disney, to a certain extent, you'd almost call it worse, right? Disney hanging out on the lows. I don't know what to tell you. That 80 level on Disney feels like it's incoming. So on the same vein, you can see the pivot. If you can't see the pivot point or the point of interest here on the Disney chart, I don't know what to tell you. Opening range bottom 81, breakdown 81, resistance at 81. If this is going to get going, got to get through 81. I think it's a trend down to 80. I think you can play that 81 level for a short. So relative weakness in both Netflix and Disney at this particular point doesn't mean it has to stand. I think there's a chance at a relief rally. I would only take a breakout following the market and playing catch up in something like a Disney. You got to prove it here. And unfortunately, these are two names that are not participating in what has been a bit of a relief rally for the overall market. I'm going to stay on theme here. Any guesses if I just went from Netflix and Disney, what can we go to now? AMC. Yeah, AMC. It of the 15% short flow, depending on what your source is. We're going to have that here from Trade Ideas. You can check Flow Check or other resources. The whole point is it's still a squeeze, catalyst, meme type name. And that's what we're looking at when we're trading this. You can obviously see since the split on the daily, not a heck of a lot of movement there. But today we're moving, and that's all we care about. Is there price action that's worthy of it in today's trade? And that's exactly what you're seeing. It's a nice, strong trend to the upside. Let me just, I want to go to a 15-minute here. So quickly, I'll do my picture-in-picture, flip it to a 15-minute chart. and you can see a little bit more clearly. And a lot of times I like to go from a 3 to a 15 just so some levels stand out a bit more. Now, obviously, $8 is psychological level here. And you're going to see it got a nice little dip and pull back this morning after wicking the bottom 750. Hold $8. Probably see where I'm going with this. Every 50 cents looks like a support level. Now, if it gets to the 850 level, it's worth mentioning there was some over-under on this last week at the 850. Like, it tried to get up there, failed at 860 a couple of times before it flushed. So if that's a chance that we're headed there, I would expect you could potentially see a lot of chop up at the 850. Looking for the long this afternoon, to me, has to be working the $8 level into that 850. That's going to require risk to reward getting a bit of a dip. So I think patience is going to be key here. I think you give this one a chance. I'm going to go back to the 3-minute here on the next available dip. It's held the 15 area. I think that's not a bad place to start. Just knowing that underneath $8, I don't like it. Only want to be long in front of that. Join the trend in this particular case. It is going up into a market, which is okay. But realistically, sometimes the good thing about one of these meme stocks or these squeeze stocks is if there is a pullback, you don't always have to worry about what the overall market is doing when you place a trade in, say, an AMC or a Carvana. A lot of times they can follow their own trend, which can be appealing. If there's a very choppy market or the futures just go sideways, you want something that can move regardless of that chop. And we all know you don't want to get chopped up during lunchtime. You don't want to get chopped up in the afternoon when you're waiting for power hours. So that's a name. Here's one name that you can get chopped up in. And I feel as if, I think I heard the boys talking about this on the midday, but I don't want to ignore Meta here. And there's the pullback at 300. Obviously, the 300 is a big level. What you can do, it is what it is. Like at the time that I was drawing this one up, I'm like, oh, this is going to be a 300 fade all day for lunch money. But you can see where we're at right now. It's already pulled back off of that 300. Now, what I can tell you is even with the rejection of the 300 level, it's still holding higher lows and pulling off a little bit of a trend here that is worth looking into. I do want to start with the higher time frame. So I'm going to give you the daily chart just to give you an idea of the trouble that 300 poses on the daily. You've been in the midst of a bit of a pullback. You're underneath the 50 here. Lower highs have been put in, and a fail would be another lower high at that 300. So you got a couple of wicks, and then a rejection underneath that 3. I don't think it's an insignificant level. If we get up there again, I think you play the over-under game. Outside of that, I think you want to be holding higher lows if you look for the long. Like everything this morning, you're going to see a lot of liquidity grabs underneath key bids and then a stair step to the upside. So as long as you're holding on to what you can call a VWAP, you can call the support here. I like the support level at 297. I think you have a chance at a decent bounce play there. I'm more interested in that 300 level. I think that's sort of obvious at this particular point. Looks good on the daily. You can see what it did here as it just rejected it now. And hey, I feel as if we've gotten away from some obvious plays there. I know RNAS and some of the other small caps were pretty good, but I don't want to completely ignore the weed names. And especially Canopy here, because it was a nasty pullback, and anybody that got caught sort of holding on to the proverbial bag, at least the recent one here, in cannabis, look, you might get yourself another chance at the dollar level. It feels like it's coming there. I mean, I said this morning I was waiting around for the buck, and then we just kept waiting and waiting and waiting, but that's part of the patience game. You want to keep price level, you're going to wait for it. We've already been here back and forth. The stock tried to get to $2. It's in the midst of another return to 1. Just remember, when you have a stock that runs away from a key price like this, and you see on the daily here 102, gets all the way up to like 190, bounces again at about 105, gets up to 150, breaks $1. I'm expecting the first time through that level is going to be support to resistance, right? So if it comes back in and just breaks down at that price level, I am initially looking for a failed break into the short that would stair step it to the downside. Now the way that I like to play that out, as it's at 97 now, it's getting pretty darn close, is you look for it to break the dollar, fail 2s, 3s, 4s, not enough buying in there. Ideally, the stock won't happen on this stock likely, but ideally I want the spread to open up. The reason I like the spread opening up on a breakout like this, if I'm looking for a failed break, because if a dollar goes and the offer goes to 103, and the bid is at $1 or 101, when normally the spread's 1 cent, what that tells me is you're just running stops that are punching out and they're taking out the offer, but there's no one following the bid. There's no one following that ask up to 1s and 2s. So if the spread opens up on a break, a lot of times it's a pretty bearish move because there aren't buyers above that breakout price. All you're doing is running stops, and if it comes back in, that lack of buyers can be a pullback. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen here, but if I see it pop $1 and the bid's at 101 and the offer's at 103, 104, and it never tightens back up, that's generally the circumstance in which I like the short back in at 99. That could come into play almost any minute now. I want to get out of here with just one more, and that's going to be Coinbase. Now, I'll tell you right now, this morning, I was thinking pretty bearish. Obviously, bearish was not the right tone. And if you think about what happened in Coinbase today, I mean, this is probably one of the more surprising moves to me in terms of what happened. This stock broke down a major level on the daily, that $72 level. I was thinking, oh man, there's nothing on here. You get to $50 till you find support on Coinbase. Well, no. How about it just goes to 70 and finds support right away? That's exactly what happened. It found support right away at the open at 70. It is screaming higher at this point. This is a decent short float. You know, as a matter of fact, it's a 13% short float. When you've been down from 85 straight down into 70 on this daily chart, and then you have the chance here, and I'll come to the 15-minute now, you have a chance to break out this local top at 72. This just feels like it could be a bit of a squeeze play this afternoon. So a lot of times, levels like this, I'm like, okay, let's short this during lunch money and scalp, but that's not how I feel about Coinbase here. I think it trapped a lot of people thinking it was breaking down, and now it's trying to rip some faces off, and that 72 looks like a pretty decent level. You got a couple of dollars to the 74, and a couple more into 76 from Friday. It gives you a lot of room to the upside if we're going to have a big afternoon rally here. So obviously this morning caught a lot of people off guard because it was a pretty bearish looking setup for a lot of stocks. This is one that had a pretty big reversal, and I'm not sure people that were short this morning, because usually Coinbase can go, are completely done and might be running to the hills if this takes out like a 72 half. So there it is. Coinbase, of all things, a potential breakout for the afternoon. I'm the last person I thought I'd be saying that when I sat down this morning, but that's what lunch money is all about. It's not about what you thought this morning. It's about what's here right now and what you're looking for in the afternoon, and that's lunch money.
Fantastic as always, Neil. Thank you very much for taking us through that. All right, let's get to the futures here because they're the talk of the town right now. I just took out some here at that 19. Come on, get it together, bro. 14,927. This is the issue. So I got out of half the position here because it broke down through my stop. And I mean, picking a stop is you know, it's just tough. It's tough, especially on a prop floor. But anyway, was able to hold on to half the position and took out one more here. We got one more. What do you call that? Bullet in the chamber. If we can get through that top here at 14,929 and continue, possibly into Friday's high. Let me just tell you what that is. On Friday, we got into, I would say 15,000 would be the target, but Friday's high is at 15,025. I really doubt we'll see that. But in any event, it's still a losing trade. Let's just be quite honest. Even though we were able to get a nice move up here, but because of this out down here, it's still a losing trade. And that's the frustrating part about it. But good move on all the Mag 7, even Meta, which retraced $2.50 off that 300, coming down into 97.50, has moved back up now into 99 1/3. Apple's at high a day. Tesla's not too far off high of day. Neither is Google. Microsoft's been dead money all day, despite the fact that Microsoft did get an upgrade today from Guggenheim, which is interesting because you don't typically see Microsoft on the upgrades and downgrades side unless there's some, earnings or some AI headline. There was nothing today. It was like, just a mid-quarter upgrade for them. In any event, going to hold on to this contract. Let's see if we can get a nice run-up, possibly into that 15,000. Apple doing real well here. 1.1% to the good, 176.78 the high. In case you're wondering what's going on with Apple, it seems as if people are buying iPhones hand over fist, and yeah, it's breaking all sorts of records. And funny enough, because I was watching, on my favorite social media platform, you know which one that is, my friend TikTok, some dude, he's got this, durability test. Let's call it that. Loosely, we'll call it a durability. All he does is he takes the phone like this and he tries to snap it. Right. And the back glass on the 15 broke where it has not broke on the 14, 13, and 12. Apparently, Apple, trying to do damage control for this man's durability test, came out and said that they made the glass portion on the back easier to replace. Therefore, it had to be a little bit weaker because it was like really laborious to get it. You had to kind of like pick every glass off. I don't know if that's true or not, or if that's damage control. So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. A lot of these iPhones now are being they're being made in two different places now. You got the India side of things, you got the China side of things, and we're going to have to see if there's growing pains in India, as they probably will have to deal with quality control issues, much like China did in its early days. So as we have this decoupling or de-risking, let's not call it decoupling because politicians don't like that, this de-risking away from China and move into India, move into other South Asian countries, whether or not there are quality control issues. So we'll have to wait and see. And I don't know which one that particular phone was from, so I don't want to impugn anybody. But yeah, 14,927 and a quarter. We're moving up here nicely on the futures. I'm not getting out of anything here because I'm still red on the name, and it doesn't make sense to get out at this level. It's a random level. We're maybe something around the 15,000 if we can really get there. But, I've got my doubts about that. There's really no catalyst.
Yeah, the
go ahead,
market's
Obi.
super strong, man.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to cut you off there, but like
No,
the market's kind of strong there, pushing back up. We held that 14.9, and yeah, a bit of a grind continuing to get back up there on Amazon. So I guess a little bit of a bad habit, but trying to stay a little with some of the nuances that I may or may not be seeing. Again, this is something I'm trying to work on. Again, like you guys have been joining me on my journey for the past few weeks here. But yeah, that pop into that 131.50s was interesting. Got a little bit more short there, but let's see if we can kind of come back in as we're pretty much nearing that 177 there on Apple. Again, very anticipatory price. Kind of Friday's area of where those sellers were, and the similar thing with here on Amazon, right? That 131.60s kind of sellers showing up, but that 132 for sure, kind of potentially expected to come in if we can even get there, right? And we're about 50 pennies away from that level there, Sharif. So I don't know if that 132 is going to come in. But if this strength is going to stay pretty strong as it has been throughout the morning, then that 132 could very well come in. But a bit of a pullback. I'm not seeing anything really pull back as the NQs are blasting to the upside right there. So you know what? I'm just going to get out of that one. Don't really want to mess with the NQs being that strong right into that 15. I think the probability of that 132 just shot up if we kind of push that 15 right there. But you know what? We got in, we added into this into the loser with the thought that okay, this is going to be the final add into this position. We know that adding to loser is definitely not a good habit, definitely a bad habit, but got to keep it tight on that last add. Let's see if that comes into fruition there. I don't want to punch in right away on the short if that was a quick lick grab, but again, don't want to get too much confirmation bias for the short side here. Clearly, we're in an uptrend. Every time, I even was telling myself, I was just like, I'm short here on top of the 131.20, pushes into the 30s and 40s. I'm like, all right, consolidation break at the 36, pushes past it, gets about 30 pennies. I'm like, oh, damn, that 132, we were waiting for that 132. I think the real short is going to be potentially at that 132, and we're grinding kind of back up towards those prices as the NQ kind of pushes back towards that 15 thou. That 177 on Apple kind of coming into play here. Yeah, I don't want to be in the short on Amazon. That was not the best I guess aggression to have, right? Initial entry on the 131. If it breaks that 131, kind of like these highs from before, I can definitely, or I should definitely be getting out, and then I can retry it here, right? I'm getting in when the selling kind of comes in, but that selling, like I said, I keep telling myself the bids are pretty firm. The selling comes in, but you can't really push past like 15 pennies to the downside, and the bids just firm up. Either like I'm seeing reserves, I'm seeing a whole bunch of different kind of action holding and supporting some of this price. Now something I'm trying to work on is like, okay, step one is recognizing that it's there, right? Yeah. Step two is respecting it, right? And step two is kind of something that I'm working on is like, where's the balance between me being aggressive on my bias versus respecting what I'm actually seeing happen on the tape, and really trying to listen to the tape and listen to the chart here on some of these moves. So 177 coming in, 15,000 probably, maybe about 70 points away from that on the NQs, but that 131.60 is definitely, we keep on violating these highs, kind of a grind to the upside here.
Joby.
Let me just pull this up for you guys.
Can
What's
I
up?
talk about CGC?
Yeah,
Because Michael
go for it,
Lloyd
man.
yelling CGC, and he's not wrong, man, because we're knocking on the door of $1 again. Look at this. Okay, so we are at nice critical level. It's not like we haven't been at a buck on CGC, but an important level, despite the fact that it's recycled, is important nonetheless. So we're up 19%. We know that there's a long-term catalyst with this one. We know the Department of Health and Human Services suggested to the Drug Enforcement Agency to reduce this one from a Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. Since that time, numerous other catalysts have come in with respect to what the House was doing with its rules and whatever committee. And then Chuck Schumer in the Senate wants to pass the Safe Banking Act. So there was a plethora of different things in motion for weed. We had Rahim Alani on, not the week prior, the week before. He was talking up a storm with respect to possible good names to trade on the Toronto Stock Exchange, where a lot of these marijuana names are originally listed, because most of them are Canadian, because we have a legal market for it here federally, whereas the states, we're still waiting for that holy grail federal legalization. We'll have to wait, despite the fact that I think about half the states now have some sort of marijuana laws to legalize it in some form or another. In any event, we are at that dollar. A buck, well, it was a buck on the ask. It was 99 on the bid. Now it's 99.99 and then 99.9 on the bid. So yeah, we're talking, my minutia here, Obi-Wan Kenobi, as we dance with 19%. Look, I mean, I'm not going to get involved in this one in case we do find that resistance at 1. Let's get above 1, hold above 1, and we'll try to use 1S support. Maybe a fool's game, but that's the way I'm going to play this. CGC up again today, about 19 points on the day. Let's see how weed is doing as a group. I thought I moved my weed watch list up. Okay, so you have Aurora Cannabis at 80 pennies, 6.5%. You have Cron, which I think is so appropriately named, because I know it's not chronic, it's Chronos, but to me, it's good enough. 3.9% to the good on Cron. Tilray, no slouch, 5 2/3 at that 250, and then Grow Generations, 3%, hanging out $3.10. You have basically all the weed names are strong, even MSOS, which is the ETF, 3.86%. MSOS, by the way, guys, on the Amex exchange. Doesn't trade on the NASDAQ or the NQ or the NYSE. So that's what I'm looking at now. Possible next trade here. Obviously, it's a small capper, CGC. It is technically still a penny stock till we can get above and hold above that $1. The shorts may be looking like Sharif. Why are you looking long here, brother? Why are you not looking short to take it at that $1 rejection? The reason is because the trend is upward. And yes, I do realize that dollar area could be a good ceiling off which to get a short. However, I don't like fighting the trend. It's up 20 points on the day. It's a series of higher highs and higher lows. To me, you go with the trend. It stays your friend. And we shake hands at the end of the day. I go home, I get in a session, and I come back to lose more money tomorrow. So that's the way it works around here. Anyway, back to the NQ. OB1 Canoe, we're doing that dance with no pants here at 14,930. We're looking for continuation, at least I am, through 14,935. That's the wick high right there. And then I'm looking, ideally, I'll probably take the profit off at that 50-point area. But, you know, maybe we get a touch of 15. I mean, I wouldn't put it past it. I don't think we get there at lunchtime. If anything, if we do get something like that, it'll probably be in power hour. Anyway, let's see what everybody's saying here. Nolan, please stop spamming the chat, or you will be blocked.
I see you, Nolan. I see you.
Yeah, thank you. That's first and foremost. What else is everybody talking about here? I'm just seeing if there's any things with respect to anything else. BPTS is under 146, says super reliable Rudy. Let's have a look at BPTS. Well, we got right above 150 again, reliable, because that's the level we were talking about, that general area of 150. It also happens to jive a little bit with VWAP, which is at, on this chart, 152. Let me tell you what it is on the other chart here, because we know that this one starts a little bit later in the day. On my IBKR, I have it at 154. On here, it's 152. 2 pennies off, not the biggest deal. In any event, it's holding that area, but look at the rejections here. They're putting in a bit of higher lows, to be honest, okay? So the look here is you get a crest at that 164, and then you're cresting out 162. Not the biggest difference, but it is $1 a stock, and that's what I concern myself with. Lower highs with a flat bottom, we know where that usually goes. It's a descending wedge, and it's typically bearish, and it usually resolves in the direction of the trend, which is this way. Not a hard and fast rule, but that's what I look for anyway. I got to tell you about Foot Locker here, man, because Foot Locker, whatever the reason, is going, okay? I don't understand this, but I don't really need to understand it. The point is, it defended 17 very well, and now we're at 17 2/3. My goodness, I would not have guessed that. I got to tell you the truth. I thought when this one caught a downgrade on the day, in addition to Nike, and then you had the credit card debt coming in, that piece of news coming in simultaneously, I thought for sure we would get a sell-off. Not to be. It's moving up here. It's very much at day's highs. 1765 is where it's trading at now. It hasn't done the most amount of volume, but it's not without its volume either, guys. It's done 2.86, almost 3 million shares on the day. I don't know what the 5-year average is. It's not showing me. But, yeah, we're almost getting to that area where it's about to go flat. That is 1776. So 17 3/4, pardon me. That is Friday's close. And that is where we may find resistance. So if you're looking for a possible short on this name, maybe set up something in and around there, not just guess. So Foot Locker, for whatever reason, getting off that 1665 bottom that it made, went red to green. And it's not green, obviously, but the pattern is red to green. And yeah, so that's the look there on our friend Foot Locker. And I'm going to have to move back into the future to see what's what. And we're still definitely dancing at 14,925. Nothing doing there, OB, but we'll have to be patient.
Yeah, man. I'm watching it. I'm watching the fuse pretty closely as well. Apple comes into that 177, can't even get there as of right now, and then the tape starts looking a little bit different. We were talking about how the bids were firming on Amazon, and I go check the bids on Apple, and I'm like, this thing is pretty strong. 176. Right into 177, a whole point without any sort of relief? Hello, I like the short. Get it in. 85s and 90s can't really push through. And I'm just looking for 40 pennies on this one, potentially. If we can kind of come back down into this 1765, if that's the case, we'll see how the selling pressure kind of comes in today. But yeah, a bit of resistance. We talked about that 177 as well. 131.80s. Maybe that's all she wrote. I was waiting for 132. Never really came in. Stopped out like 20, 30 pennies right before that. And if that's going to be the top on Amazon today, that's fine. We were waiting for that 132, and that never really came. So that's something else I need to potentially work on. Is like if you have a certain price level, and of course price action is never going to be precise, but it comes into the area, give or take a few pennies, and then kind of manifests your thesis or whatever you have. You start seeing factors that may push it in that direction, then you should definitely be looking to get involved. So 132 was the level on Amazon, but the level on Apple was 177. So if the fact that Apple comes into that level and can't really push, I think that's a high probability trade, even if we kind of just consolidate and come back in. Those 20 to 30 pennies or 40 pennies that I'm looking for kind of become a little bit more, the probability for catching those gets a little bit higher there if we do start seeing some of that price action, that heaviness kind of manifests itself right in front of that 177 there. Let's see if we get a significant pullback here. That 14.9 definitely in play there as we kind of over-under chop churn around these levels there on the NQs. So yeah, not the best trade there on Amazon. I got to reassess that one. Can't win them all, right? You can't be back. I mean, here's the thing. I just got to take it one trade at a time, not letting the previous trade affect the mental on the next one. That's something big as well. Let's see how far Apple can pull back. I see the consolidation high from this session, just from 11:15 to about 12, so almost an hour. We churned 1765 and 176. Can't really fail to follow through on the sell-off of 176 and pushes back in. So let's see if we kind of come back into this 1765 and we can potentially catch a bid on there. 176.60s as of right now, kind of holding. You see Zelda talking about, can you look at NVAX? Sure, we can take a look at NVAX here, but just give me 2 seconds as we talk through this Apple trade as it pushes down towards this 1765 here. Let me just pull up Apple for you on the tape here. It still has Coke on from last week. Sometimes it kind of has a little bit of a delay in update, or doesn't update at all, as I'm using multiple level 2s here on the board. So 176.60s, let's see if it kind of comes in. Wow, that's a pretty strong quadrunk back into that 14.9 there, Sharif. Yeah. And Amazon really coming back in.
For a long here? Or are you thinking
here's the thing.
14.9 has rejected?
Here's the thing. I'm a little biased. I'm looking for the crack. That Amazon comes right back into where about 10 pennies away from where our average was. You know what? That's a precision thing now, where it's like, okay, if your level is 132, why the hell are you getting aggressive on 131, dude? Don't do that. Don't do that. It's me talking to myself. All right, so there's 176.60s kind of holding here. If that 179 also that 14.9 kind of holds as well, I don't want to be too involved in the short, but we are printing in the 50s right now as of right now. So let's see if that 14.9, I'm watching real close. Is it going to break about a point, about a churn on top of the point? You know what? We'll take it in the 50s. Thank you. Come again. Let's take a look at what was the ticker you guys were asking for there? Can we take a look at, I think it was NVAX. Yes, Novavax, of course. Novavax. I remember Novavax. NVAX, wow, take a look at that. Potential news there, Sharif. I don't know if you want to check on that one, but that's heavy volume came in the past 3 minutes there on Novavax, and it's ripping to the upside here, which tells me I should probably pull it up on my main screen. NVAX. All right, you have nothing on there. Maybe I should check. I'm going to check the X real quick as I pass it over to you, Sharif.
Yeah, so interesting look here, definitely on the future. 14.9. We'll see how this one resolves, but yeah, it's a tough one to trade. A lot of people are saying, yeah, you know, the NQ is like a mad dog today. But I did get something on my Twitter feed, and this came in about an hour ago, which could account for, you know, the move up that we had off 14.8. ECB president, which is the European Central Bank, President Christine Lagarde coming out and saying that recession was not part of the bank's baseline case, essentially. So we'll have to wait and see what that means, if it means anything. Typically, you know, it could get the markets moving a little bit, but whether or not it factors in long term, we'll have to wait and see. I know that Europe's inflation was a little worse than stateside in Canada, and you know they were definitely a little bit later to raise rates. So we'll see how they end up doing. But yeah, 14.9 with respect to the actual trade here. Let's keep an eye on this level to see if we find support. If we don't, we get stopped out. We already took a profit out here at 14,927, but still red on the trade as a result of having to de-risk half of it through that break of the stop. So wait and see. I'm gonna think maybe we find a little bit of support here, but I could be wrong. So we'll wait on that one. CGC now has claimed $1. So now the question is, do we get in here and then use $1 as our backstop, right? That's the whole point of waiting for the claim of a buck, is to use it as your backstop. At least that was for me. So this one presenting an interesting situation. I don't really like the volume, I gotta tell you though, on it right now. It's a little, I mean, it's not light. It's done 72 million shares on the day. There's no doubt about that. It's just the way that it's moving at the moment, the volume is really dropping off. But I think you have a decent out there. You know, you don't even have to give it to $1 exactly. You give it to 99, right? You give it a penny, 2 pennies, right? We're moving up nice and steady here. I don't think there's anything specific for CGC. Let me just double check the other weed names to make sure that this is not a sympathy to anything and I'm not missing anything over here. So let's check Tilray. Tilray doesn't have anything either. Grow Generations, no, nothing there. Let's even check the ETF. Maybe there's something on. No, not seeing anything weed specific, but we don't really need a daily catalyst. We already know what's up with this one. I mentioned it just a few minutes ago. All right, here coming back down into 101. Okay, it's time to wet our beak around here, I think. We're going to do this trade here at this level. Oh, crap, we got 102s. But the out, I believe, will be 98s, right? We're going to give this one a little bit of room. Hopefully get that $1 defend. We're going to give this a try. It's not typically ones I usually trade, but we'll have a look and we'll see. All right, back to the NQ and MNQ. We're definitely finding, well, I don't want to say support here because we start making lower lows and this may be trouble. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if this break of 14.9 was perfunctory and transient or whether or not we're going to find some support around here. So keep an eye on those two trades and we'll see how they do.
Yeah, for sure. So I took a quick scalp there. It was like, comes in right there at the 132.20s kind of consolidation from before. And I'm like, it's holding on the bid after it just kind of straight slapped back down. What is this? Almost 60 pennies from that 131.80s and slows down on the 131.20s right there. So I get long, it bids back up, get long again, but the next candle can't really get past those 30s. So I'm like, all right, peace out, I'm gone. All right, so yeah, if we're gonna sell off this 14.9, I even said this before, I gotta respect my own words sometimes. Here, this 14.9, when that comes in, I should be respecting whatever I'm doing. I respected it on the Apple trade, right? And why wouldn't I respect it on the Amazon trade? That Apple trade was nice, that 177 reject, and then you come back in to that 1765. We were looking for that 1765, just looking left on top of that consolidation from before. Now we could definitely continue to the downside. We're seeing that happen as we speak, that continuation back down to the downside and that 14.9 crack. But when it comes in and it kind of respects, you already have a strong wick that held the 14.9. So even though the selling is quite heavy, I'm curious to know whether this is going to crack 14.884 right there, that little wick buy up there on the NQ. So that's what I'm looking for there. I want to stay wary, want to stay on my feet. And yeah, sure, it gives you those 50s. It gives you those 60s. But we had reason enough to cover there. We weren't looking for a home run trade. We're not looking to go to the moon. But we're taking steps, right? We're taking small steps. This was a little cheeky scalp there. When I took the scalp in my mind, I was just like, na scalp man. we should definitely get a what do you call an animation like that, like a scalp man animation. Like that would be funny. When you take a quick scalp and you know it doesn't really work out, so you get out just in the nick of time, and it kind of quadunks back down into that 131. Our short idea that we chased for almost a whole point, kind of manifesting itself there as we have taken a little bit of a strong pullback. We haven't seen this strong of a pullback since this initial pullback off this 131 that we were all over on the short, and it comes back into that 131 from that 131.80s. Waiting for that 132, man, didn't come in. But that's fine. Next trade is what I'm asking. If we can get a lower high there, I'm definitely more than willing to get involved on the short idea there. And also a rejection of 14.9 will definitely give us some confluence on that idea. I couldn't find anything on Novavax there. Yeah, Sharif, I don't know. You didn't find anything.
Told you, I looked.
Yeah, all right. So a bit of a volume spike. I have no idea where that came in from, but let's take a quick look left here, and maybe that volume comes in off of a technical catalyst, right? When you can't find an actual news catalyst, the first thing on my mind is there a technical catalyst? Let's take a look left. All right, so that 17.2, kind of a level there. This is Friday. This is Thursday. This is Friday. We broke above those levels. So yeah, maybe a little bit of squeeze off the 720, revisiting some of these prices here, getting a bit of a consolidation. I guess you kind of you rocked this level as if it doesn't mean anything, but then you come right back in and consolidate. Wow. So maybe this action is a little bit of a squeeze there, as that buying pressure was pretty strong. Definitely some R-vol there on that. Let's see if it was doing, oh, okay, pre-market has some R-vol as well. But those little, those candles right here, definitely some R-vol, but it seems like it's not even over one, so maybe nothing there. Maybe just a couple players just getting squeezed out on a potential technical break, because I can't find anything on the news either. Amazon coming right back into that 131. All right, I see you. I see you. We'll get there.
Yeah, this was really frustrating over here on CGC, get long there, and then boom, comes right back, stops me out, then bounces back up. That's what I get for trading something I shouldn't be trading. But this is the one that's worrying me here. Gonna have to keep an eye on this futures trade, as I may have to cut this one soon, as we really are rejecting now that 14.9. It's just the thing is, last time we did this, we bounced back up too, and I regretted getting out here, and I hate getting out bottom wick. It is just the worst, especially when it makes a move like that. That can be so frustrating and damaging to your psychology, because you're like, oh my God, I shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? Anyway, we're going to wait and see if we can get a bit bounce back up. But yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye on the Mag 7 here and see what they're doing, because they are the tail that wags a dog, or the dog that wags a tail. You can't really ever know about how this market is moving and what's moving what. But there we go. Bit of a move back up into the 90s. We'll see how that goes. Ponzi Fonzie telling me about a Dallas Cowboys podcast that I could listen to. And I responded by saying, the only podcasts I listen to are the financial podcasts, baby. And I've added a couple of ones to my repertoire. Now, the Wall Street Journal has a daily one. They've got two, one called The Journal and one's called something business, the Wall Street Journal Business, something like that. I've added those ones to my repertoire. I've also added the Canadian Investor, TCI, because, well, I need to apprise myself about the Canadian market as well. And with all this American stuff around us, it's very hard to figure out what's moving on in Canada, especially if you're not able to watch the business networks midday. So the Canadian Investor is one that I've been listening to as well. So I've got, a good bunch on the rotation here. Got the Compound, got obviously the All In, the one that I've been talking about. Now the Wall Street Journal, I've got two of those, and then the Canadian Investor as well. So that takes up so much of my time, but that's how you kind of get to know what's going on, right? You can't, and I do a ton of reading every morning, by the way, when I get here. And that's why I get here when I get here and not, 20 minutes, half an hour before the show starts, right? That's just the reason why I do that. Neil's like, Sharif glossed over Dallas really fast there. Yeah, he's not wrong. But the fact of the matter is, I just don't apply myself to any sorts of a sports like podcasts or anything like that. I know Pat McAfee's really liked. I got a couple of buddies that have been telling me to listen to him. I couldn't care less. You know what I mean? If it's not business related, I just don't give it the time. I want to make more money, not become better at sports analysis. So that's the reason why I do that. But to each their own.
Sharif's all about his business.
Yeah. Sharif, did you find that link I sent you about Huawei using old chip? No, I didn't. by the way, and I kept asking you for that. So if you mind posting that in the chat again, because I had a little tidbit about Huawei. So now they're dropping earbuds. They got a couple of new cars. They're making EVs now. But they had their product launch. They had their product event or whatever. And everybody and their mother's cousin was waiting to hear about this new chip that went in the sixth. Oh, I'm gonna have to end this future straight. So that ends up being a loser there, but that's the way it is. Everybody wanted to hear about this new chip that they were able to make that has 5G speeds, 7 nanometers, this and that. Especially they didn't get the lithography machine from, I think that's what they call it, lithography machine from ASML, the Dutch company, because now they're banning sales to China. Wow, and as I talk about that, the market's really coming down. The NQ about to go flat here. So that was very interesting because they didn't mention anything about their chip manufacturing, and they were very, hush-hush about it. I'm not surprised. Again, going back to the issue is, can they make this en masse? If they have a different process by which they make these 7 nanometer chips that doesn't include that lithography machine from ASML, can they make them enough to make a dent in the cell phone market? We know their consumer market got absolutely decimated initially by the Trump administration imposing sanctions back in 2019, and that was carried over by the new administration, so we'll have to wait and see. Jay Lee, did you post that yet? Did you see that link? Tom's Hardware has a write-up for you if you don't know the site. If you could just post a link, that would be great. Sorry if that is a repeat. Do you trade crude or nat gas? I'm in long nat gas in my personal account at the moment. I haven't traded crude ever, actually, in my long-term portfolio. Starface asking, would be cool to have TCI on the show as a guest. So he's talking about the Canadian investor. Yeah, they're good, man. I got to tell you that Belanger guy and the other Braden whatever, they're good. They know their stuff, and I like their show. But that's not going to really interest our American viewers at all. So I don't know if we're going to go for that. But in any event, all right. Let's talk a little bit about these trades here. No positions at the moment. Loss on CGC. And then another loss here on the Fuge after taking a nice little pop up through that 14.930, but 14.9, OB really giving up the ghost here, and down we go into 865.
Yeah, man. Not too excited about that one. We had the idea to short off of that level on 177 on Apple. We cover in front of 176. That's fine. But when the move kind of continues and you get that crack of that 14.9, which was the reason for the original cover, right? It's a reason to get back in short. So you know what? It is what it is. I'm looking for the next trade, but definitely got to reassess some of these ideas here. As you know what? When they do come into fruition, I should be more aggressive in kind of capitalizing on this. Now, I took a couple of notes there, mental notes there, on this kind of trade that I had where I was looking for the bounce. It came in for a little bit, and then right away, I was like, nope, get out. This is not going to go in that direction. And then it comes back in and breaks through that 131. So now I'm curious to know if I take a trade like that, can I potentially use that information going forward? Because I got out of this because I was like, oh, the probability of this bouncing is not there. From what I saw, it just stacked way too fast against me, and that got me out of the position right away. And then it breaks trend that we've been having, right? This kind of trend that we've been having right in and around that area. So even more reason to get short off of this 130, 130s, 130, 120s area for a quick 20 to 30 penny winner. You're not looking for the moon, but when you get data like this, which tells you, oh no, you probably want to get out of this one, maybe I'm thinking if I'm flexible enough, I can hit the other side for a quick scalp and take that piece off, because in that moment you can realize that there may be players who are offside, and that pressure can bring in 20 to 30 pennies on just a correction or like a reversal, whatever you want to call it. But that 176 holding, as I see on Apple, can't really get back all the way down there. So again, we are still kind of uptrending on the day. Pretty strong on Amazon, pretty strong on Apple. Of course, Softy not looking anywhere near the same as Softy just does this churn. Wow, what is this volume candle right here? Take a look at this volume candle on Softy, Sharif. That's an outlier candle that kind of comes in on a doji, right?
I don't have that on.
You don't have that? I mean, this is TradingView. I trust it pretty well there, but yeah, I want to see if that volume candle is there as well. Is it? Okay, you know what? I'll pull it up on.
What's the quantity of the volume? 350,000.
The volume on TradingView is a little. This is a 3-minute, but it came in and around there.
I got 100,000 on that.
Okay, let me just see my chart here.
If anybody else has that, let me know. I don't have it on mine.
Oh, that's not Microsoft. That's why I'm like, why is it not pulling it up there? All right, so there is some volume there, for sure, but definitely not as high as some of these other candles.
Yeah.
But now, something you do have to consider is our charts will include the volume for the dark pool prints, whereas TradingView, I don't think it really does, from my experience. So this volume is definitely perking my interest on Microsoft, and that volume comes in on an indecisive candle right there, as it is a bit of a doji after selling off of VWAP. As we can see, it's in a bit of a range here. So it almost makes sense that if someone is trying to play the range, volume kind of comes in and around some of these levels. As the market kind of, you can see, we've been stepping up. This is it's not necessarily a quadrunk back to the downside. We kind of held this 14.8, bit of a double bottom there. You saw this morning action. This happens at 3 a.m.? Yeah, super early in the morning session, the Globex session right there. That 14.8 holds. Coming in, that 14.8 holds again out the open, and then we make higher lows, and it seems like we're also printing a higher low here. Take a look at that 131 hold as well on Amazon. We talked about that 132 being the level that I want to interact with. Now, if we get a lower high here underneath this high of day right here at 131.80, and then the the NQ kind of struggles with that 14.9, I think we're going to be well poised for that short idea, but got to stay on our feet. Got no idea what or where this could lead us, but Microsoft, I'm going to be watching this level right here, that price. Let's throw in an alert right there. I don't know if is it gonna give it to me? Yes, sir, it will. Right there. So that alert just at the bottom of that candle. Let's see if some of this volume is actually meaningful and potentially defends this price, this unusually large volume candle low. That's the price I'm watching to see if that gets defended on Softy. If it does, and we kind of pop back to the top of the range, I think that we can retest and recycle this 14.9 that we've been doing over and over again for the past couple of days here on the NQs. That 14.9 and that 15, definitely a lot of liquidity, definitely a lot of interest. Yeah. Let's see if we can make some lower highs there. That's what I'm looking for my next trade there, Sharif.
Yeah, the other one that I listened to, sorry, I forgot to mention, is the Tech News Briefing, and that's by the WSJ as well. That's really good, and they're daily. Sometimes they even have 2 a day. And now there is a new Sam Bankman-Fried series coming out on one of them, which is going to be really interesting for me. The other one I listened to is the Halftime Report. That's obviously by CNBC, and it's just essentially an audio version of the 12 o'clock show that goes on, because obviously I can't listen to that one. The reason I like it is because I like Scott Wapner and I like Josh Brown. So, and what's his name? The Italian dude. Forget his name.
No idea.
He's, oh, goodness. My memory is not what it used to be. Not Santoli, the other guy, I forget. Maybe the chat knows. The chat will fact check me on that. The guy on the Halftime Report. The guy he's got his own ETF. It's funny. He's got literally his own ETF. The dude is
Jim Cramer? No, he's not. No. I'm like, he has his own ETF. Oh, there's only one guy that I know who has.
No, that's not the one. Anyway, I forget his name.
I guess
yeah, I like those guys, so that's the one I listen to. And I always listen either when I'm working out or when I'm on the subway or when I'm driving, what have you. All right, we'll see now if we can get this move back up. A bit of a reversal candle on some of these big tech stocks here. And yeah, the one that really caught my attention was the one on Amazon. and not the one on Apple. Apple seems a little bit weak here. I'm not going to lie. Let's look at the big tech names. Okay. Yeah, Joe Terranova. Thank you, guys. Joe Terranova. That's the one I'm thinking about. Thank you. Man, my memory's not what it used to be. But interesting reversal candle here on Amazon. You have this upper bodied candle with a lower wick and then a big green candle to follow that. You're not seeing the same thing on Apple. I thought we might have seen something around here, but didn't make a newer high. Kind of the same thing here on Google, where you get that kind of lower bodied wick and then a larger green candle. But it's a mixed bag. There's really nothing going here. So I don't know if I'm going to jump into anything futures related at the moment. I've actually got an order to take the 888 break, but I think I'm going to cancel that because I'm just unsure about how these futures are going to do, especially with Apple now looking to test 176 again. So yeah, to me, I'm going to stay away, to be honest with you. Yeah, it's a tough market to trade. There's no doubt about that. Crypto blogger, have to really feel bad for Christian Romero, own goal, handball in the box, and yellow card to boot. He really had a rough day. Yeah, he did. He did. But to be honest with you, I don't know if that Saka goal was actually going to curl in or not. Who knows? Yeah, that's the way she falls some days. That handball, though, that was a clear handball. You can't have your arm extended outside like that. You know that. But yeah, tough day for him. What he was referring to was a conversation I had between me and him about Jorginho giving up the ball in the back after getting an easy pass, and then that's what led to the Son goal and tied it 2-2. Otherwise, maybe Arsenal would have won that, but shoulda, coulda, woulda. Just like Dallas yesterday with the interception in the red zone, and who knows, maybe they could have come back after that, but was not to be. So can't take these things too seriously. If you're going to get emotional about sports, I'd rather get emotional about my money than get emotional about sports, to be honest with you, because at least I have some sort of control about what I get into and what I get out of. But sports, you just have no control. All right, a bit of a pop back here at Obi-Wan Kenobi as we're looking maybe to test 1490 again, but I'm seeing this reversal candle show up here on the future. And I don't know, I'm still not going to get into anything because it's just too choppy for me, but it's curling back up. We'll see what happens. Let's look at the small cappers. Ooh, VACC, what is this doing? I missed this move. So hello. VACC did a move, and now it's kind of giving up the ghost a little bit. Here's the move on VACC. I didn't get to see it while it was moving, but it definitely moved in at that lunchtime hour. Big move up now, going number one on my gap scanner. That 250 break was nice, and then got all the way 435, coming right back down now, though, giving up the ghost. May hold 3, who knows. Dancing with the 50 period. Didn't watch this enough or chart out the levels to kind of know where to get in and get out. But this one moving up. What's the catalyst on this one? Let's see here. Vaxitech shares are trading higher after Alliance Global Partners initiated a buy rating on the stock and announced at $12 price target. There you go. So price target upgrade and initiation of coverage. Getting this one going. What's the float on VACC? 37.1 million shares. The company is a clinical stage biopharmaceutical company. Is engaged in the discovery and development of immunotherapeutics and vaccines for the treatment and prevention of infectious diseases, cancer, and autoimmunity. Well, there you go. I don't know how a lot of people feel about these type of stocks lately, but fact of the matter is this one's moving. Yeah, that's my look there.
Yeah, that Arna is definitely interesting. Interesting price action, man. Yeah, so this market is pretty choppy, pretty wild here, but not devoid of lack of opportunity for sure. In my opinion here, a lot of opportunity. We got that 317. We have that 177 on Apple. That 176 churn. Definitely, I don't want to be sleeping on this price action today, as the opportunity is very, very. It's there. Like if you're patiently waiting for some of these levels to come in, there's opportunity galore in this market. But definitely, as Sharif said, difficult to trade around some of these levels. Especially if you're kind of diddling in the middle, not really patiently waiting for your levels to kind of come in. right? So we talked about that 132, didn't really come in. I'm looking for that lower high, and that kind of comes in right there a little bit. So I just want to piece off this position as I wasn't looking for too much. It was more of just like a probe, probe to see whether we kind of hold this level or not on Amazon there. But yeah, that 14.9 is definitely an interesting level to me. If we can kind of hold above or below that level, that can definitely give us some direction here. I'm watching that same level on Microsoft we just talked about as well. Didn't really get out of this position there. Oh, it never really got me. Interesting. All right, you know what? Let me just take that. Oh, you know what? It's the bids are falling. The bids are falling a little bit there. So you know what? The NQs, if the NQs kind of come back in, definitely be decent on this position here. But as I said, it's just a quick little probe for information on the price action there. It seems like the bids are a little bit not as firm as before. Now it could definitely be wrong on that. But yeah, if we can't really get back down to this 131, I definitely want to be a little wary on this position here. But it seems like we're getting a little bit of weakness. We did crack through the 14.9. We're attempting to make a higher low here on the NQs and as well as the ES. So if that attempt is going to be there and it's going to be valid, then I definitely got to be getting out of this position here. Real quick. So I just go do that right there. Sorry?
Did you cover ARM?
Cover ARM? No, I haven't. I haven't covered ARM
yeah,
yet.
ARM
you want me to do
moving
that?
up nicely today. Seeing a lot of people mention it in the chat. Let's have a look. It's up 3% now. Good move here for the recently listed name, or I should say relisted, because it was delisted back in 2016 when it was taken private. SoftBank letting this one go. And I was listening to another interesting tidbit there on the All-In, and they're talking about this recent fad of taking sub 10% of the flow public, and the kind of the volatility that creates. Usually these banks, they insist on at least 30% of the outstanding shares be listed, and the fact that they're allowing this to go through sub 30 shows kind of their desperation to get deal making going again. Now, I don't know how that factors into the price, but it is something to be aware of with these IPOs, and to see if we're going to consistently see that, because we've saw that from all three that have listed recently. Now, with respect to the price action on ARM, it's a fantastic 50 hold. Look at that. We close out the day on Friday at 51 1/3. We dip exactly into $50.02, and look where we are now. We just high of day at 53.01. We're at 52.91, so pretty much at high of day. When you look, I would say at Friday's high, after the bell high, not the pre-market high on lesser volume, but that after the bell high is 52.90. So we are, essentially at the important resistance level, at least for me. So be careful here going long unless you get something decided. And, buyers are really overwhelming sellers at this 53 area, because this is the bell on Friday. That's 9:30. And the best we could do post-bell on Friday was at 52.90. We are at that level right now. So critical resistance level here, 3% to the good. Let's move up the time horizon here and look where else we could find resistance other than 53. Yeah, that next level is 53.75. Look how many times we were to wick above there on the 15 on, I believe that was the 20th, whatever. I think the 20th was Wednesday. 53.75, interesting level, and that's all on decent volume, not before or after the bell. So ARM looking good, 3%. We'll see if this one can continue through the resistance level from Friday. And then the other one that I want to look at was CGC. What happened to that? There we go. As this one stops me out through the break of 97, that's two outs that I've gotten on the bottom of the troughs today, and now we're looking to move back into that $1 area, 102, essentially where I got initially. So I wonder if we're going to find a good area here to get long. Now here, I'm trying to look at this after the fact analysis. So this troughed out at a clear resistance level here. I should have been giving this more room. This is a lack of charting on my part. This 90, I should have had my stop sub 96 pennies. This was probably a bad entry right here, right? But I figured, you know, it may go. But the reason I say sub 96 is, look, you have essentially a triple top right at that 96. So that's an obvious level of resistance. You know, we know that flips. Resistance becomes support. And look where it dips into. 96 pennies. So that's mischarting on my part and something that I should have been aware of. But whoever had that, good on you. As we are now above that dollar again. If you're entering in like 5,000, 6,000 shares, which you really need to make any sort of, you know, decent money on a name like that's about $1, 98 pennies, whatever, what have you, you know, it's tough to give it that much room. But we'll see. We'll see. 20%, 20.5% at the moment. What else is moving here? Apple just popped up again.
We got that strength, man. That was some
kidding?
wild strength
back
there.
again here on the future. Maybe I should have left that 14,888 order there, Obi-Wan Kenobi, as we are moving right back up on the future, maybe to take that crest we made there, which was 14,936 Obi.
Yeah, I'm just reading some of these comments here. Yeah, all season. That's that comment right there. Yeah, that's definitely deserving of the tinfoil suit. That's a totally different conversation there. But yeah, you never know who's really watching, but the thing is, who cares? Got to respect the price action when it comes in. We were short right there, 131.20s. We saw the bids kind of, it looked like they were dropping, and then firms up right away. So I'm like, nope, not right. Get out again. And then as soon as I get out, Lucky rips up 50 or 40 pennies to the upside, back towards 131.60, and then we rip through 14.9 on the NQs. Again, we've identified that 14.9 as a key level where we keep on recycling that level, a little bit of an over-under that 14.9. Take a look. These are 15-minute candles, and out the open, take a look at every candle that has interacted with this price. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 now. Some significant action. Excuse me, since the past hour or since the past couple of hours. That's a lot of candles that are interacting with this price. That churn is definitely interesting. We got that pop right back up on Apple as well. You made that higher low, and then you have that strength with a bit of expanding volume, kind of going into that strength as well, back towards this 177 mark. So we were talking about looking for lower highs. Now this is a potential chance that the lower highs can kind of form themselves. But if we kind of continue past this 131.8, if we continue past some of these highs on the futures here, I have right there as the 14, let's call it 14,940. If we can convincingly get past that 14,940 and hold a bid, especially on the NQs, then yeah, I think that 177 violation can definitely be in the books. That 132 as well. Both those prices, I'm going to be patiently waiting for a track to explode on for those.
Someone said soon shower hour. I like that, John. I like that. That's funny. Bulls, yeah, looks like they're in charge at least for now, but we're still really zigzaggy. I mean, we kind of dipped. If you want to look at where this dip kind of got to, Friday's close was 14,869. So we just, we dipped a little bit below that into 6.5, but essentially that level, the closing print was north of that level. So if you took a dip off Friday's close, you're doing well. So I would say, for the most part, bulls are in charge at the moment, but we're only up 1/3%. It's really nothing to write home about. We're still below critical levels on a lot of these major names, right? We're just a smidge above 130 on Google, sub 300 on Meta, sub 250 on Tesla, sub 424 on Nvidia. So yeah, a nice little bounce back, but I don't know if we're really in the clear here, Obi, to be honest with you. But a good move back on the future, still 1/3% to the good. Let's see what some of these other small cappers are doing. Not really much here. What trade are you in at the moment?
I'm not really in a trade right now, but again, we're talking about looking for that lower high with respect to that 131.8. I'm watching Softy as well. I got Apple as well. I got the three big ones. You know what? I should probably be looking at Google as well. Google kind of testing its highs. But if we get that resistance off this 131.50 area on Amazon, that may very well be that lower high that we're looking for. But you know what? I'm looking for that interaction with that 14.9 to potentially come back in. And then if this is the lower high, then yeah, that would be great. But the fact that we're kind of holding right now, I'm trying to get in on the right side of this move if and when it does come in. But the fact of the matter is that we're above VWAP. We're above a few moving averages. There's a clear uptrend on the day here, especially on Amazon and Apple and Google as well. Microsoft still sideways, but that churn and then that chop within that range could definitely give us some direction of confluence if it lines up with some of the other large caps as well. We talked about this volume here, that unusual volume down there at the 315.30s on Softy. You can't really, doesn't even get to those lows, kind of wicks those lows, not really wicks, doesn't even violate those lows, but pops back in. I don't even know if that's a real wick. Let me just pull up Softy here on TradingView to check it out. All right, so yeah, that is a real wick. So yeah, that's pretty funny. You have some serious volume that comes in, you kind of lick grab that area, and then you rip right back up instantly off of that. That is definitely that's definitely some interesting price action there. And you saw what happened. We talked about that volume before this candle even formed, and you saw what happened across the board there as that level respected, especially on the NQs. You rip right back through that 14.9. On Apple, you rip right back towards that 177 as well. And then now you're potentially making a lower high as well. So these are the things I'm looking for. Let's see if they come into fruition. Maybe potentially getting a short here is not a bad idea on Amazon. Right here in the 131.40s potentially, but gonna be watching some of these other names to kind of come in as well. This seems like a decent area to interact, as we have interacted with this area and transacted in and around this 131.20s a few times now. So what I'm looking at here is, sure, we've made a lower high, but take a look at these consecutive higher lows, which are a little bit more dominant in defining the trend right now versus some of these tops. But let's see what happens here. Sure, I could have chased that. I mean, not really a chase, but that 50s. I was a little tempted to get in short 131.50s there on that pullback, pull off of that. It was like 20 pennies away from high a day. You made that lower high, but with respect to that action we just got, that rip right back up. My fugazi senses are definitely tingling on that one. So I'm going to stay a little patient there. It is almost it's past lunchtime, but it's almost 1:30 here on the day. So bit of a crazy price action in and around lunchtime. Don't really want to get involved with the move if it's going to rip around like that. Keeping in mind what the all season kind of commented as well. Thought it was kind of funny there, but Microsoft Softy, you can't really mess around with some of this action we've been having. Very tight trend, almost defined here. Take a look at this kind of action kind of coming in right there. So you know what, just a quick rudimentary line to give us some direction there, and then you kind of have that price compressing from the lows as well as this dip gets bought up, and that 315.4 gets that significant volume and is also a consecutive higher low on the bigger picture there. And take a look at that bit of that trend kind of coming into fruition as we speak. I'm just gonna, okay, I don't want to do that. Remove some of these, but yeah. So that's kind of the idea there that I'm watching. I can just properly remove this line. All right. Okay. So yeah, let's see if that kind of comes into fruition there. So yeah, Sharif, not really any trades on the table for me, but those are the things I'll be watching out for going forward today. Like I said, most of the bigger picture trading kind of happened out the open. It may or may not come back in if we revisit some of those levels that I'm definitely interested in, both on Apple and Amazon. Maybe we take some scalps off of Softy as well if it can kind of tighten up the range and give us some more. Take a look at that. VWAP is giving us that lower high with respect to 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, if you want to call all of this 4, and then 5 right there. Consecutive lower highs, as Sharif likes to say, potential flat bottom into that 315, but that volume candle definitely perking my interest. Let's see if we can defend that price. or not.
So a couple of things. RNAS is halted again at 243. You can have a look at that. But SMCI,
Okay.
wow.
I remember that name.
Do you remember this?
Oh, yeah.
260 to, 6%. It's about to break 250. It's a spready name. Right now, the spread is 27 pennies, but it has done very well. The opening print on this, well, I shouldn't say the opening print. The closing print on Friday was 235 and change. Now we've gotten up to 250. Are we printing above 250? Yeah, we are, but we're below it. So 250 possible resistance level here on SMCI. You'll recall SMCI was kind of that sympathy play with Nvidia and the microprocessors when everything was moving up. They are a supplier of chips. They're not, putting it together or designing them, but they are definitely in the supply chain process. And as such, they were running up when Nvidia was running up. Nvidia only a 1.4 on the day. SMCI, don't see it having its own. Oh, here it does. It had a headline this morning. Supermicro introduces new all-in-one open RAN. I don't even know what a RAN system optimized for telco edge data centers with built-in Intel vRAN boost. What the hell is RAN? Maybe if we read here, we'll find up a little bit. But I'll look later. But there is a headline here, clearly something technical, to which I'm not intelligent enough to know, but I will Google. SMCI having itself a great day, 6%, but at an interesting level, even with a good headline like that, that 250 level will probably entice a lot of shorts possibly, especially if the market starts rejecting that 14.9. Right now, we haven't made a newer high on the market, so you never know where this one could turn, or it could end up being secular. We'll have to wait and see. I'm seeing prints here all south of 250 at least right now on the tape, but SMCI, good day for that one. Let's flip back to RNAS and see what this one is doing. Did it just halt down? My goodness, we halted up, now we halted down.
Beauty.
Yeah, so we halted up at, I believe, 242, got up. Where did we get up to there, man? I can't even tell. I'm going to have to look at my other chart here as the wicks are skewing this one. We got up to 257, and now we're halted right back down to 239, doing all sorts of volume, 72 million shares, 300,000 in the last 5 minutes, but can't seem to stay open like it was able to for a while. We're going to have to wait and see which way this resolves, but RNAS definitely giving us a lot of volatility. Thank you, CompuTronNet. RAN is Radio Access Network, and then that's echoed by Chris RML as well. Jay Lee, thank you very much for sending me Bears versus Bulls. PM me the article. I will definitely have a read through that. I always want to get both sides. In case you're wondering what Jay Lee's talking about, I was talking about how Huawei was kind of making strides in the chip manufacturing without having used this lithography machine from ASML. And Jay Lee said there was an article basically saying that they were using recycle or making it a different way, something that is not as novel as maybe we believed it was. So keeping an eye on that. I'm definitely going to read that article when I have an opportunity. But nothing for me at the moment. Just want to mention SMCI and its strength. But not getting into the future. Not going to get into any of these other names at the moment. I am going to be tradeless. But I want to make an announcement. Important announcement. Joby will be getting off today half an hour early at 1:30, and we will have a new guest.
Special guest.
Well, I don't know if it's special. I think it's going to be a recurring segment, but we'll have to wait and see. You guys may know her already. She has been dropping morning videos. If you're not following us on Instagram and YouTube and you're watching these YouTube shorts, then you don't know. You don't know. But we do have a new person to join the production team here, and she goes by the name Adara. And she will be joining me on the midday for the last half hour, and we will be taking her through the trading process. She is new. She's been learning behind the scenes for a while now, making great strides. She's developing the watch list every day with Brendo as well, and now she will be joining me on the midday to learn how to trade. So when she gets on, I want to see a bunch of ones come in the chat to greet her as she comes on. But yeah, so I wanted to make that announcement. So you got 5 minutes left on the show, What are you looking at?
Nothing much, man. So I got involved in that I guess lower high as of right now on the Amazon. Just want to keep it tight as possible. But yeah, let's see if that kind of comes in. That 14.9 coming in again, churning over under. So it seems like if you're quick on your feet with that 14.9 and a little bit meticulous in that action and in observing that action, it seems like it's been recycling that 14.9 over and over again. We made a lower high as well on the Apple. 177 seems like that's an area of trouble for the longs, as whenever we kind of come in, we saw what happened last week, and we're getting a little bit of more of the same here as that 177 continues to give us some trouble in terms of the long side, but in terms of a place to sell, not a bad area there. And then as we continue to churn in and around this 14.9, let's see where we go from there. If we're going to struggle to push to that 15 is right there as well. So technically, you had this strong sell-off that we talked about in the Globex session right here off of that 15. You come in today and take a look at that. What does that look like right there? To me, that looks like a lower high, man. And the fact that we're making that lower high on the futures as some of these equities reject off of their closing prices and their Friday consolidation highs, maybe I'm talking myself into the confirmation bias, but it seems like we might be leaning a little red here if we can kind of continue below and hold below this 14.9. But as long as we continue to churn and chop around this level, I could very well be wrong. I'm going to stay on my feet. I'm going to stay as cool and calm as possible, and not really. I guess we were talking about that quote last week. Got to be like water, right? Got to be like water.
Be like Mike.
got to be like water as best as possible there, right? So I guess that's the ideal mental I guess aptitude I want to achieve. Yep. Not anywhere close to it, obviously, but that is the goal here.
What do you mean by when you say I want to be like water? Like,
I guess
fluid?
Yeah, I guess fluid in terms of like not necessarily like respecting the tape. If the bids are getting rocked, then obviously don't push the long bias. If the ask is getting slapped, then don't push the long bias, right? So it's like if the flow is in a direction, the flow of the tape and the order flow of the ticker, then I do want to be like water with that flow. That's kind of what I'm going for there.
I agree.
Again, we talked about when you get a strong bias, or when you start getting emotional about some of these positions, it certainly becomes difficult to keep that perspective in check. But again, reminding yourself, being verbal about it, speaking about it over and over again, reminding yourself that trend is your friend until the end where it bends. Doing things like that can kind of help. Well, at least I've observed for myself, it helps me keep myself in check, as sometimes I don't want to be fighting the ego.
Water?
What's that? Do I want to be like smart water? No.
That wasn't for me. That was someone in the chat just in time. Yes, Justin. Good one. I like that. Yeah.
Comp SRX affirmations. Yes, sir. I do use those to my advantage. You know, like there are some great trader affirmations there. So I just throw it on in the shower in the morning. You know, quick 5-6 minutes there while I'm hopping in the shower. I do a bit of meditation, get the shower done as well. You know, 2 birds, 1 stone. But definitely using those affirmations to my advantage in the mornings. A little bit of it's part of the everyday schedule. You know, meditations is important as well. But yeah, taking a look at some of this price action. Take a look at that 14.9. Quadunk, a little bit here. Let's see if we kind of violate this high, this low that we kind of defined as being a higher low on the day. Now, if that kind of comes in and sells off as well, that higher low idea is definitely negated. We can see the ES
in the chat right now, man.
We can see the ES right here, 14.73. Look at that consolidation close. But yeah, thank you, chat, for all the love. I'm just speaking my mind here. What's that?
Obi Miyagi.
Yeah.
You know where that's from? I'm hoping you do.
The wax on, wax off, of course.
Old Karate Kid.
Yeah.
That was really close. And it was good enough. I'll have to give that to you right there. You wouldn't get it on Jeopardy, but this isn't Jeopardy. Yeah. All right, Obi, we're going to let you go because we're going to have to set up for Adira.
For
Thank
sure.
you for being on, my
Thank you
friend.
for having
and
me.
killing it as always. And Obi right now is in a short position, guys. He is taking Amazon short. Keep that in mind.
Yeah,
All right,
let's
let's
see where
get
that
to
goes.
what we are what's moving here on the Mag 7. Let's have a look
Take care,
at
everyone.
what's strong and what is weak. Thanks, Ob. All right, so here's the look. Apple holding that 176 the majority of the day. Here's the Apple chart right now. But we do have lower highs and kind of, I don't want to say this is a head and shoulders pattern because it's not, but essentially what we're looking for is a 176 hold. I think if we give up the ghost on 176, it'll kind of coincide with the giving up the ghost of the 14.9 on the NQ. And we are already below 14.9, but we're still positive right now on the NQ. But every dip here has been bought up north of this closing print at 14.869. That's Friday's close, right? So that dip in there at around 1250 was bought up immediately, but we made a lower high. So what I'm looking for here is a decided break and a close below Friday's close, a closing print on the 5-minute chart below Friday's close, and then maybe we can kind of give up the ghost and retrace into 782, which is a low on the day. And that was the low that we made earlier on, right at that opening print right there at 9:30. But it has been a tough day to trade directionally these markets unless you really got an opening print or something and then rode that for the rest of the day. Otherwise, it has been kind of choppy. There's no question about it. And there really hasn't been too much confluence between some of these some of these Mag 7. For example, you had Meta constantly rejecting 300, all the while Apple's making higher highs. Amazon did well as well. It trended higher. You had Microsoft doing the exact opposite, where it was making lower highs and lower lows. But in general, held that 315 area. Obi pointed that out as a possible flat bottom break. So to me, it's been a little bit tough to trade these markets, especially since, I was looking for that 14.9 hold. You get it a little bit here, it rejects below, you get it again, it rejects below again. But now maybe if we can get a break, again, I'm going back to the NQ here of that 14.869 and a close below that, we'll get a nice move south and maybe even test that 14,800. So we're going to have to wait to see how that goes. But the other strong names on the day, we saw CGC, an interesting mover, got bamboozled on that, sub $1 again. So not feeling too bad here that I wasn't able to trade this well as, it gets above $1, but it's not really able to hold it all that much. So maybe this recycled level of $1 is something that I shouldn't pay too much mind to until it gets really far away from it to the high or low side, but we're sub $1 at the moment, trying to hold 98 pennies. The one that I really like, though, and that's continuing to go, this is the 5-minute chart here on SMCI. Not much of a day trading stock, at least, on this floor, but this 248 level, if this comes in and holds and we could curl above 250, that'd be really interesting. This is the 5-minute chart on SMCI, still 5.43 to the good. Let's zoom in a little bit here and see why I like this 248 level. It was kind of a top until we broke it on this move back up, kind of consolidative area at this 248. We'll have to wait and see if it makes its way back down. If it does it hold? But guys, she is now ready, and this is the inaugural debut of our friend Adira. Guys, you're gonna bring her in? There she is.
Hello.
What's up, Adira?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, not too bad. First time on here, but obviously you and me are very well acquainted by now.
Yeah.
How's it going?
It's been good. I did a bit of trading earlier today, so I was doing a little bit of Amazon. I actually was able to get, I think it's beat the day's high since, but I got in when it was when it hit like that 131.7 around here. So that was like pretty good. That was a decent trade. Got in a little bit, like just kind of following the day's high. So that was like, Amazon was my big thing today. I did a little bit of like Disney as well, the streaming names, trading off of that news about the strike probably ending or hopefully ending. So yeah, I think like trading with the news that's been my big strategy. That's worked out for me. But yeah, that's what I've been up to so far.
That's cool.
Yeah.
All right, maybe we'll just introduce you to the audience.
Yeah, for sure.
The audience, they have no idea.
That's fair.
There's this Adira person on. We don't know who she is. All right, first of all, how did you get into this whole thing? How'd you find us? How'd you come in here?
Yeah, so I do writing. That's one of the things I was doing, and so I discovered this job. I really liked it. I really love the environment so far. Everybody's been really great, and it's been a really good opportunity to learn a lot more about trading and business. Very cool stuff. I first practiced trading last week, last Friday, way harder than I thought it would be. It's a really cool learning experience. Yeah, I've been really enjoying everything so far. That's my
awesome.
quick intro. Yeah.
That's awesome. And then you have been up at the big desk with Brenda.
Yes.
You've been kind of learning the craft up there.
Absolutely.
And I got to tell you guys, she's so diligent. She takes notes. She's always like paying attention to what we were talking about with respect to market movers. You're trying to really like grasp all this stuff, and you know it's a big jump.
Absolutely.
So shout out to you. And then you're also helping with the watch list now,
Yeah,
correct?
so I've been helping with the watch list in the morning, which is like good too because it gives you a good sense of everything that's moving. So even Amazon, me being able to get into Amazon today, a lot of that was because I was aware that it was moving from working in the morning, right? So I think it is just a sign, at least for me, that doing the research and knowing, working off of the news, I find has been really helpful for trading.
Amazing, amazing, yeah. So she's a catalyst-based trader.
Yes.
Right? So you like the Amazon catalyst with respect to what's it called? What is that company they're picking up called?
Anthropic.
Anthropic, thank you.
Yeah.
And then you also like the streaming names because of the fix with the writers.
So that the fact that hopefully the strike is coming to an end. I mean, now Disney's kind of doing a dip. But over here, these numbers around here weren't bad. I think I was in around kind of this point. Yeah, so it's like kind of seeing, at least I'm going to be honest, I'm still learning kind of everything but how to read the charts.
Right.
But just kind of seeing what direction things are moving, right? And again, if you have the catalyst too, I think that helps. But yeah, I think it was like around here I think I was in, so it was like a decent point for Disney. AMC as well, I was in on at one point. But yeah, it's because I found like when I was, AMC was killing it over here. I found like when I was first starting on Friday, I was just kind of trading on names instead of volume or instead of catalyst, and I found that to be a lot harder.
Okay.
So I found like actually knowing what's moving based on volume, like what has volume, what has a catalyst behind it, has been helpful for me.
Okay,
so far.
awesome. Yeah. So what do you know so far? Like you've got 3 things up there. You got the chart, you got level 2, and you got the times and sales. Like how do you see what you got up there?
How do I like?
How do you see it? So like you're obviously entering your trades in the level 2 because that's how P Pro 8 works. But I mean, when you seeing all these numbers, right? You're good with this, or do we need to talk about it?
I think I do understand it to an extent, right? Like it's like this is, I guess, basically like what you're selling for. Like the highest prices are at the bottom here, and then buying. It's same idea. It's just like the prices that are like closest.
Right.
What's happening at the top.
And all the orders, the different orders
ordering,
at different price
and
levels.
lot sizes, order sizes.
And then, so let me just give you a little tidbit there. So when you usually see like a big order size at a particular level, it can either be like a ceiling, something hard to get through, or it can be something to back you up. So say, for example, you saw like a whole bunch of orders on the bid, which is the left side of that, right? And you got in front of it. You kind of know that that's kind of your backstop a little bit. There's that huge order there that can backstop you if the price dips. That doesn't always work like that. Sadly. And the exact opposite way is if you're heading up and there's a big sell order at a higher level, it may be harder to break through that. So typically, and on the most rudimentary way, that's what you're using level 2 for. But obviously, it can be used in much other ways as well. And then the time and sales, the color coding is so important on that.
Okay, that I don't know much about.
Essentially, all that it is that's every single order going through the market right there. Unless you filter for a certain order size, every single order going through AMC right now is going to be displayed on there. And the color coding, obviously green is buy, yellow is neutral, essentially between the bid and the ask, and red obviously is a sell. Now, there's actually other ways to set that up, and you'll see on mine, I have orange and blue. And orange means that so exuberant is the buyer that they're willing to buy above the ask. And that shows up as orange. And then blue will show below the bid. So exuberant is a seller that they're willing to sell below the bid.
Okay, that's a good way of looking at outliers, I guess, for a particular stock.
And then you kind of get an idea which way is this going. I mean, are the buyers in control or are the sellers in control? And it's color coded, so you don't really need to read anything, right?
That makes sense.
Yeah, so there's just so much to go on the market, but I really like how you selected your stocks today. Good for you.
Thank you.
You know what's going on.
Absolutely.
All right.
I mean, I hope so. I'm still learning, but yeah.
What do you got? I mean, on your side charts there, what are you looking at?
So I have I just kind of have the big, I need to set this up so I have all 7, but right now I just have Meta, Nvidia, Tesla, Amazon, Microsoft, Google. I'm missing Apple. I'll just pull up Apple here for myself. But yeah, so kind of so I know what like the big stocks, the big tech names are doing, and you have a sense, because a lot of those are, to some extent, right, a lot of the more important movers in the market, for lack of a better term. So having an eye on these ones is helpful. you kind of know what's happening there. But that's what I have up there right now on my side chart.
Very good. Okay. All right. So let's see here. I'm just going to look at SMCI quick because this was interesting here. I wanted to possibly bamboozle my way into this. Now, you know, it got up to 250, retraced below that 248.5, held the 50 period, and now is finding trouble breaking through that 250. This is the trade I mentioned quickly before we got on, before Obi got off. And so I don't know if I'm going to get into this. It's kind of spready a little bit. And that's another thing I want to show you. So between this price and this price, the difference between them is called the spread.
Okay.
And that typically is, you know, what you can get in and get out for, how much it's going to cost you. So for example, to get in and get it in immediately, right now on SMCI, I'm going to have to pay $249 a share.
Okay.
But if I want to get out 1 second later, the best I could get out for would be $248.65 a share, meaning that I'm going to lose 35 pennies a share just to get in.
Okay.
So the tighter the spread between the bid and the ask, the more liquid the stock is, meaning that I can get in and like only lose a penny or two, right? And so that makes a difference when you're intraday trading because liquidity is so important, right? We're not holding overnight, right?
So you need to like be able to move immediately.
Exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
In the worst case scenario, like, I mean, ideally I don't want to do that because I want it to run up or run down, whatever I want to do, right? So that's the two things. So I want to show you the difference between that and that is something we refer to as the spread. And with this stock, because it's less in volume, you're always going to see the stocks that are doing less volume have larger spreads.
Yes, okay. I noticed that even a bit on Friday. I was trying to get in AXLA, and the spread on that was, I was able to actually get out, you know, making a couple cents there. But so I got out. No one. Let's check. I'm just going to check what it's doing now. But yeah, so AXLA, I got in when it was after it was halted in the downside last week. So that was unfortunate. But then the second time I got in, I was actually able to make some money on it. But I was lucky because the spread was bad. So there's definitely a risk. Like, yeah, see again, the spread here is not great. But yeah, so it's like the tighter it is, the better, basically, for liquidity?
Absolutely, yeah. For liquidity purposes, right?
Yeah.
And that's obviously, you know, if you're investing long term, it may not be like that. It might not matter to you at all, right?
But for day trading.
Exactly, yeah. All right, and so what do you know so far? Do you like chart patterns and stuff like that? Do you look at any of that kind of stuff?
I
zoom out a little bit so we can
see.
Okay. So on the top, see where those magnifying glasses are? Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Yeah, so now we can see it a little bit.
Yeah, so I have the VWAP up. I have the volume.
Excellent.
I think the VWAP I'm still learning truthfully how to interpret because I understand it like in theory, but it's just kind of like knowing, you know, the bouncing off the VWAP and that type of thing. Still stuff I'm working with. But yeah, I find like just kind of trying to see, again, like I hear you guys talk a lot about the higher highs and the lower lows.
There you go.
Kind of like,
that's what I'm talking about.
Right, like paying attention to that kind of stuff and seeing, you know, if something's, how much is it inclining? Is there a chance it'll go back down? Just keeping an eye on that type of thing. And I think, again, it'll come with practice. Like the more I'm kind of immersed in it, the more I'm doing it, I think I'll get a better sense of reading the charts. But yeah, like the
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What do you, when you look at this chart right now, and I'm going to kind of tip you off a little bit. With respect to the bottom.
Yes.
Is there anything that's standing out at you at the moment?
Like
when you look at the bottom range of that price action?
Okay, so it seems to be going higher, except now I think it's dipping a little bit. So I think the lows seem to be getting higher.
Okay.
At least for my, maybe
so do you feel like 176 might be, can you guys come out of that screen because the position board is blocking the prices. So if we could kind of get to, there we go. All right, so do you see kind of here how 176 has kind of been a level off which buyers are stepping up like every single time it comes into that 176 area, you know, it seems to pop back up.
Yes.
But the problem is, look at the peak, the initial peak, we call that the crest.
The crest, okay.
That's the highest of the high. And then look at the second crest. It doesn't quite make it up to that. And then look at the third crest.
It's getting lower.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's heading down.
There you
go. Cool.
So
that's good
typically
to know.
when you have like these high points, but then your second time around, you're not able to get to that same high point. Third time around, you can't get to that high point. It's like the buyers are running out of money every time and the sellers seem to be getting in control.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
So the lower highs, that would be what's happening. Okay, perfect. Okay. Yes, it's cool to see a thing like hearing about it is one thing, and being able actually to see it in practice while it's happening is like another too, right? Yeah, because you can definitely, like at one point it was kind of getting higher, but now it's definitely the highs are getting lower.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's a look at Apple, and if ends up holding 176, great, but it looks like maybe 176 could be what Neil calls a flat bottom break.
Flat bottom break, okay.
Yeah, and we could basically see a 𝐌𝐎𝐎, and I'm sure you've probably heard that
Yes,
more
I've
than
heard
times
that,
than
quite
you
a
like.
bit, yeah. Understanding it through context. Yeah,
Right,
absolutely.
exactly. So this is what I'm talking about here, because Apple could be setting up here, guys, for an interesting 176 give if we really don't get any buying at this level. And this 176 level, this could come into fruition on the closing show as liquidity picks up again, because we have a series of lower highs here. But you never know. 176 could be where the buyers step up, and then we can make newer highs. But it looks like for the moment we're getting a descending wedge where we have lower highs, and then we have kind of right there the flat bottom. And the flat bottom in this case would be 176. So we'll have to wait and see how this one goes.
Okay.
Shout out to the Hayes Records. Can we get a quick background of the new homegirl? Yeah, absolutely. You want to give us a little bit of your history?
Okay, so I'm from Winnipeg, Manitoba originally, which is, very interesting place, very cold. I moved here. I've been in Toronto for about 2 years now. I've been in Ontario for about 6 years. I went to U of T. I studied criminology. And visual stuff. But yeah, so now I do writing as well. Now I'm here, and I'm really enjoying learning about the business side. I really just like learning stuff. I'm a huge knowledge and education nerd. So yeah, that's kind of a brief
Awesome.
background. Yeah.
Okay, so then I guess I don't know. I'm just wondering here.
Okay.
But maybe everyone's wondering why you end up coming to Toronto from Winnipeg.
Yeah, so I think I always kind of knew I wanted to be in Toronto. That's a really weird thing to kind of, I guess, say. But yeah, I think since from a young age, my parents even knew I was yeah, I'm going to go to Toronto.
Big city girl.
Yeah, exactly, right? I think also for writing, for kind of more art, even stuff like this, which I think is a really cool opportunity, YouTube, just making some, I feel like Toronto is it's a good place for that. And so I think, I feel like I always kind of wanted to be here, and I feel very lucky that I'm able to be in Toronto and have opportunities like this. Yeah,
that's awesome.
why I came.
Okay, what do you miss about Winnipeg?
I mean, I miss my family, I miss my friends.
Yeah, that goes without saying.
Yeah, no, I mean, I miss some of the little locales, the holes in the wall, the places downtown we'd all hang out. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, some of the hangout spots, but overall, I'm happy I'm here, I'll put it that way. Yeah.
How long have you been in Toronto?
So Toronto, almost 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
but then I started in Mississauga because I went to University of Toronto, Mississauga.
Right.
So I was there for about 4 years. So I've been 6 years total.
In general, you're in the Greater Toronto area.
Greater Toronto area, for 6 years, which
Mississauga's
is
still
crazy.
a big city too.
Yeah, that's true too, right? It's very vast, and people's
It is.
definitions of what Toronto and the GTA are really depend. But yeah.
All right, Kevin says need to go to Toronto. Absolutely, you're more than welcome. And if you guys do visit Toronto, make sure to email first. You guys arrange it. We'll have you come in, have a tour of the place. You can meet Sean and Neil, Brendo, myself, Obi, Max when he's not in Chile, right? And so make sure if you guys are around, we'd love to have you guys come visit. But as I talk about that, let me tell you about this. Here comes the flat bottom break on Apple, and coincidentally, we are also now retracing into flat on the NQ. 14,869 is where we closed out on Friday. We just got another touch of that 14,870, 14,869, essentially the same level. Do we find support here on the future as we create lower high, lower high, lower high, all with a flat bottom? Very similar chart here, Adira, on the MNQ, which is the futures contract.
Okay.
That with Apple. Let me put up Apple over here so that we can kind of compare and contrast the two.
CGC's had quite a day.
Yeah, it did, and I ended up losing money on it because it wouldn't hold $1. But the idea is, look at this. We have lower high, lower high, lower high on, and then we have that 176 bottom, and then kind of the same thing here, lower high, with that 14,870 essentially being the bottom there, give or take.
Okay.
They're not always going to be identical, but we'll have to wait and see if we're able to hold up at that level. Apple, obviously a lot stronger on the day. It's up 0.7%, but the future's flat, essentially, 0.09 right now, really trying to fight.
So basically flat, basically nothing.
Yeah, essentially. We'll have to wait and see. Guys, do you guys have any questions for Adira? Bring in the questions, especially everybody that's kind of new that wants to know different things, because we always talk about things in a complicated way. We use acronyms and stuff, and people may not be familiar with it. This is kind of your chance here to ask about certain things. So, all right. my upstart making a noble job. All right, we'll give you guys, and keep the questions, related to the subject matter, guys. Especially you, user. I see you there, brother. All right, guys, come on. Let's keep the questions specific to the subject matter. All right, Natalia. Did she trade in her personal account before this?
No, I've literally started trading for the first time on Friday. I'm going to be very real with everyone. It was cool. It was interesting too because I learned, kind of here on the spot, learning more about the business side of things and approaching again from like a catalyst-centric, as Sharif said, perspective. I think it gave me kind of an interesting approach to trading because I was learning it more from a technical standpoint before I learned it from a practical standpoint, and I think it made the practical parts easier, in my opinion. Okay. So that's I know it's a strange answer. Got here.
No, I don't think it's strange at all.
Oh, cool.
No.
Okay,
question for you.
Okay.
Do you have or are you looking at opening up a long-term account now that you're around all this investment stuff here?
Yeah, so I was actually thinking about opening a long-term account like a couple weeks before this all began. So I'm still trying to make a meeting with a financial advisor to set up a long-term account. That is kind of been the goal. So yeah, especially now that I've steady job and stuff. Yeah, I definitely that is, especially now I learn more. I know more now too, right? Like I've learned a lot, so I think it will make setting up a long-term account easier.
You got some fans in the chat. Austin says, future millionaire. She's going to blow out everyone's portfolio. There you go. Okay, that's what I want to hear.
I appreciate that.
There you go.
Let's
okay.
make that happen.
All right, let's keep going here, see what else is with respect to questions. I'm trying to find it. Financial advisor, will you tell her not to day trade? The financial advisor will tell you not to day trade, Adara, so you shouldn't listen. No, I'm kidding, of course. All right, I don't think she's going to know that. Chris Amel wants to know, how long do you think before you make money? I mean, come on. Jameson wants to know, do you have any superstitions?
About like
I don't know. Usually
okay.
they mean trading.
Yeah, I mean, I think now I'm very scared of halts because I was in the AXLA halt on Friday, as I mentioned.
Okay.
So I was gonna get in on that RNAS earlier today, and then I saw all of the halts, and I got very scared. And
it is scary though.
Yeah, I think I'm scared for a reason. I think now that I've also had that experience, especially like my first day, I think it was within my first half an hour being in a halt like that. And maybe I shouldn't have gone in on the AXLA in the first place. But yeah, especially getting in the second I was in, it halted to the downside. Like that was my biggest kind of loss of the day and of trading so far for me. So my big trading superstition, halts. I'm scared of halts.
Okay. Yeah. Cool wants me to explain what VWAP is. So essentially, it's a volume-weighted average price, and essentially what it sounds like. Basically, you're taking the average price based on where the majority of the volume is done. And for most brokerages or most charts, VWAP resets every day, right? Now, you can have it differently. Like, I'm sure you've seen Michael Noss on in the morning show, and he talks, maybe, I don't know if he glossed over this, but there's something called anchored VWAP.
Yes, I've heard about the anchored VWAP.
Yeah, essentially what you're doing there is you're determining where the VWAP starts. That's more complicated, but in general, VWAP, at least on my platform over here, on my IBKR platform, it starts at 4 a.m. Okay. That's where the data starts accumulating from. On P-Pro 8, guys, where does VWAP start on P-Pro 8? 6:30? 6 a.m. says Neil. So on our charts right here, these ones that we use, the white charts, these ones will populate from 6 a.m. Okay. So from there onward, basically we're taking the average price based on the volume where it's done that price that day.
Okay,
and so that we use that as a level off which to guide. And like you very astutely did, you put your VWAP right there in the teal. Max would love that, because he trusts the teal, but his teal is the 21 moving average.
Oh, I see.
Exponential moving average. We'll get that on a different day.
The
EMAs and the SMAs, and we'll talk more about that. But I think it's fantastic that you have VWAP on there because it is definitely used by a lot of institutions. And so we'll talk a little bit about why. So essentially, there's a big hedge fund. They go to one of their traders. They're like, look, we want to get in 500,000 shares of Apple. We've made the decision on the committee level that we're going to get about 500,000 shares of Apple. What we want you to do, your job, is to get us the best price over the next 7 days.
Okay.
And so the way that they'll be judged about their price is where VWAP is on that day. Did you get us a price below VWAP or above VWAP?
Okay.
So it ends up being that all this institutional money ends up looking at VWAP on the day, because either they're repositioning to get out or get in, whatever have you, whatever the situation is. That's why it ends up being important. And then on top of that, retail traders use it.
Yeah.
We're all using it. We're all looking for dip trades, this and that. So it becomes almost a self-fulfilling prophecy in a sense. Because we're all looking at it, it ends up being relevant.
That's an
See what I'm
interesting way of
saying?
putting it.
Yeah.
Well, I was reading too because I did a lot of reading on trends and stuff and kind of how trading works in that way.
Yeah.
I did read too that a lot of people will use VWAP as kind of a reflection, like, oh, I should have gotten that.
Sure.
I should have gotten that above the VWAP or below the VWAP, right? So I think that's interesting to think about it in that way too.
Okay. Yeah. Very cool stuff. All right, we'll see what else is being asked here. Yeah, Dream Ride Music. He keeps saying VWAP. Or do you want VWAP or VWAP? Well, I mean, what do you want? I'm not sure what you want there. All right, let's see what else the question is. This thing keeps moving. How much money she make? I really need to know. Guys, she's still learning. What's going on here? All right, be nice. All right, I'm not seeing what other questions. Cover VPOC. I don't know what that is. Maybe that's above my pay grade. All right, this channel is awesome. I always learn new stuff. Thank you for the show. Thank you, Adara. Oh, someone wants to know your sign.
I'm a Capricorn. I am very Capricorn.
That's like Neil. Neil is a Capricorn as well.
Yeah, no one is ever surprised when they find out that I
Sean just said sorry about that. That's funny. Volume point of control, fam. Thanks, Ryan. I appreciate that. I'll have a look at that. I didn't know what that was, and thanks for calling me fam. I appreciate being part of your family. All right. So let's see what else is moving at the moment, Adara. We'll do a quick market check here.
Yeah, I was looking at BPTS earlier, but now I think that one seems to be down. Like it's been the lows are arguably getting higher, but I don't really think this is not consistent. I don't think I'd want to get in on this right now with my.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Especially with these small cap gappers, you're going to have to kind of zoom out because you've got a very small picture of what the actual there.
Oh, okay, there we go.
You're going to really, that's what I mean.
I appreciate that. That's a
yeah,
good tip.
and you could also, by the way, there's different time frames. So look up there where it says minute.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Play with it.
No. So leave the minute, and then you can go 5, right? Okay. And so that you'll see you can zoom back in now. Now that you've there you go. You can zoom in on when you look at the 5-minute chart. And there's something called multi-time frame confirmation. And essentially, it's a funny way of, just a complicated way of saying that the move looks relevant on the 1 minute and it does on the 5 minute.
Okay.
So when you have confirming on both, it makes it like more supporting.
It validates it more.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. Okay, that's good to know.
All right, there we go. All right, as a new trader, David Beach is asking you, as a new trader, what is your max loss you would feel comfortable with in percentage of your account? I don't know if, you want to answer that?
I mean, I think, honestly, like I'm just trying to lose as little as possible, truthfully. And I think I think as I get more comfortable, I'll probably get more comfortable with risk. I think I was down a decent-ish amount without getting shut down on Friday. So, I mean, I think that was like
nice.
But I think like the thing is too, is I feel like when I'm down, I use that as motivation to kind of, to get back up. Do you know what I mean? So in a way, I'm kind of learning to be less scared of loss and more see it as a challenge.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
I like
my
it.
response to that.
All right. Let's keep going here. Are you going to get dressed up for Halloween? Asked Manuel Palma.
Do people do Halloween here?
I don't know if you saw what they did last year.
Yes, Pulp Fiction. Okay.
Oh, they did Halloween.
Okay.
And Brendo was apparently dressed up as a CEO of Rivian.
Oh, I love that.
Which I had to ask what that was, but that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely open to it. I like Halloween. We'll see.
Okay, all right. Okay, there you go, guys. You got an answer with respect to that. Let's talk about position size, says Future Eddie.
Okay. I do little baby positions. I'm trying to get more comfortable with larger positions. I think the biggest position I've done so far was like 50, which is like not huge. And then I feel like too, you kind of feel sad when you're in a smaller position and then you have a bit of a win. You're like, oh, if I'd gone bigger, I'd have more. Do you know what I mean? So I think it's just about being more confident in the trades, and then with that confidence, being able to go with like larger position sizes.
Okay, very cool, very cool.
So I small, but I'd like to go larger. That'd be the short answer.
Tony wants to know how volume is relevant in day trading. So I guess I'll answer that. Essentially, what you want, especially as a day trader, is liquidity. You don't want to be getting into something and then either it being very spready and having to take a huge loss on your exit, or just not being able to get out at a because nobody's trading it, right? Yeah. The whole point here is we're trying to make money intraday, not on the long term. That's for the private account, right? And so if there's a lot of volume being done, means there's traders that are looking at that stock and it's relevant to them, and that there's a better possibility that that stock will move up or down. And that's what we're all taking advantage of, intraday volatility. If there's no intraday volatility, then day traders don't thrive.
Yeah, well, I even experienced that on Friday, where it was like I was going in on stocks that I thought were moving upwards, but there wasn't enough volume, and it was just super stressful being in that because nothing's moving. You've been there for a couple, and you're like, I can't do this anymore, right? You just can't even get into a position. So even in my limited experience, I will say I found volume to be a helpful indicator.
All right, guys, we are at a time because it is 2 o'clock technically. But Adara, you will be back tomorrow?
I will.
Correct?
Yes,
all right.
so
we are going to do this. So everybody, stay tuned for the last half an hour. Essentially, it's going to be Adara and I. We're going to be trading, and we're going to be killing it. Thank you so much for being on, Adara.
Thank you.
Obi and I was about to say Max and I. Obi and I will be back on tomorrow, 11 a.m., same bat time, same bat channel. Brando's at the big desk.
Hey guys, happy Monday afternoon. A couple hours left on what's turning into basically a flat day. Chopping around are both the S&P and NASDAQ at this point this afternoon. About 0.3, 0.25, 0.3, depending on when you look at each. I'm just reading a note on TSN. There were some labor questions, and looks like there's going to be some lawsuits filed against TSN illegally using migrant workers, apparently, in some facilities.